Blood debt. Changed. Heather McKinnon. Blood debt. Copyright 2020 by Heather McKinnon. Book cover, fiverr.com/germancreative. Editor, Karen Sanders Editing. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, actual events, or organizations is entirely coincidental. All rights are reserved. No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner whatsoever without written permission, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles and reviews. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my loving husband, Ryan. Without your constant love and belief in me, none of this would have been possible. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Epilogue. Blood claimed. More from Heather McKinnon. About the author. Chapter 1. I stepped outside and flipped the collar of my coat up against the brisk New York City air. My warm breath expelled from my mouth in small white puffs as I debated walking or calling an Uber to get back to my dorm. The weather was chilly, especially for May, but after leaving the overly warm interior of my friend's apartment, the cool air was a welcome reprieve. I turned right and started making my way back to my place. As I walked, my mind was on the final exam I had to take in the morning. It was my senior year at NYU, and I was this close to graduating with a degree in English. Just one test away, to be precise. Why English? Because I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do with my life. I picked something I didn't hate and went with it. It was the story of my life. Adrienne Wilkinson, just doing what she needed to get by. I quickly scanned through my mental list of what I needed to review tonight. I glanced at the time on my phone and figured I could study for about an hour before I went to sleep. That gave me a solid 6 hours of sleep and an extra hour in the morning to study. With my eyes on the ground and my head in the clouds, I didn't see my attacker until I ran headfirst into him. The man towered above me at well over 6 feet, with eyes as black as night and blonde hair that brushed the tops of his shoulders. His plain black pants fit his muscular legs like a second skin, and his white shirt had a multi-tiered ruffle that sat right below his Adam's apple. I swallowed hard while the hair on my arms stood on end. Over all of that, he wore a dark-colored trench coat that almost touched the asphalt below where he stood in shiny black boots. His clothing struck me as odd, but I didn't think too much of it. This was New York City after all, and it attracted all types. The moment my eyes met his, I knew I'd bumped into the wrong person. Perhaps my last. With movements too fast for my eyes to follow, the man grabbed me around the waist with one hand and covered my mouth with the other. All I could hear was my heart thumping in my chest. I hadn't even thought to scream before my window of opportunity closed. With lightning speed, he dragged me to a nearby alley as I struggled against his iron grip. The man squeezed my waist hard and my breath whooshed out of me. I did my best to draw a lungful of air into my abused lungs, but it left just as quickly when my head was jerked to the side, and I felt a sharp sting on the side of my neck. Was he biting me? God, only in New York would I be assaulted by being bitten. That wry thought was punctuated by a shrill scream stifled by his hand, as his teeth dug further into the tender flesh of my neck. My stomach turned. I did my best to struggle out of his grasp, but I might as well have been fighting a metal vice wrapped around my body. I clawed at the hand clamped against my mouth and screamed as best I could, but my words were muffled and swallowed up by the sounds of the city. Sweat trickled down my brow from more than the struggle. His mouth was still pressed against me, and only then did I realize he was gulping. Sipping and swallowing, it seemed like he was drinking my blood. Ah, gross. As the man continued to slurp on my neck, my body began to weaken, and my vision narrowed. Close to losing consciousness, I fought the blackness with every ounce of willpower I possessed. It was one thing to be sucked on in an alleyway by some weirdo in a Halloween costume, but it was entirely another thing to black out so he could do who knows what to me. I wasn't going down like that. With renewed vigor, I fought against the man's grip, and to my astonishment, he suddenly released me. Sinking to my knees, my hand scraped against the rough, wet pavement. I felt a tickling sensation on the side of my neck, and when I swatted at it, my fingers came back covered in blood. I put my hand back up against my neck, hoping to staunch the flow. The sight of the blood increased my panic, and I searched the alley for something, anything that could help me out of this situation. My eyes skimmed over the dark brick walls and damp asphalt, but nothing stood out as a weapon. Without both hands to hold me up, I collapsed face first onto the cold ground. With a heave, I rolled onto my back and stared up at the man who'd been sucking blood out of my neck just a moment ago. He was pacing and talking to himself, in a language I couldn't understand. His long coat snapped and swayed with his back and forth movements. "Please don't kill me. Let me go. I'll do something good with my life. I promise." I struggled to move, to scream, but found any movement sent pain like a wildfire through my veins. I lay there, unable to do anything but watch the man who'd just assaulted me. Why did my limbs feel so heavy? If I couldn't move, how could I escape? Forget escaping, if he left me alive, how long before someone found me in the dark alleyway? That was assuming I didn't bleed to death first. By lying down, I'd bought myself a few more minutes of consciousness, and I fervently hoped for more. The moon wasn't visible from my position, but its beams reflected off a broken window's jagged pieces and made the black paint on the fire escape gleam. The alleyway was unoriginal by New York standards, and I was lying in a puddle I desperately didn't want to identify. I pitifully stared up at the starless sky, trying to understand how I landed in this predicament. I chastised myself for not being more aware of my surroundings, something you should never let happen in this city. I knew that. Yet there I was, bleeding from the neck and just hanging on to consciousness. I took a deep breath and winced as the motion sent a sharp pain to my midsection. At that point, I didn't know if I'd make it out alive, and I tried to think of what I'd miss and who'd miss me. The list was depressingly short. With a weak smile, I realized I might get to see the two people I loved the most sooner than I'd ever hoped. Tears ran down my cheeks that I wasn't strong enough to wipe away. My body was immobile, but my mind was still whipping between the possibilities of fighting with whatever strength I had left, or giving in to what felt like the inevitable. Whatever was going to happen to me wasn't that far off now, and I knew I had to choose. Would I slip away or try to fight? My chest filled with a warm sensation as my parents' loving faces flashed behind my eyes. I knew my answer. "Please," I begged. "Don't do this. I promise, if you let me go, I won't tell anyone." He stopped pacing and turned to me, his face a mask I couldn't read. I gulped, my mouth dry. As the man stalked closer, I noted his thin lips were twisted into a sneer, and his large crooked nose looked as if he'd broken it a time or two. Who was this man? What kind of person assaulted people by sucking blood from their necks? Vampire, my mind whispered, but I mentally shook that thought out of my head. Vampires weren't real. My attacker knelt beside me and swiped a lock of brown hair off my forehead. I fought back a cringe, his tenderness scaring me worse than his brutality had. Why was he suddenly being so gentle? He opened his mouth to speak, but I couldn't hear anything over the ringing in my ears. I studied the way his mouth moved and formed words I couldn't make out. How his eyes flashed as they scanned down my body, raising goosebumps along my flesh. My vision was darkening around the edges, but I watched the man bring his unnaturally pale wrist to his mouth with a gleam in his fathomless eyes. When he pulled his arm back and extended it toward my face, I saw 2 puncture holes along his vein. Thick crimson blood was slowly seeping from the wounds. I had seconds left of consciousness. I tried to twist my head away from his bloody appendage, but my body was too weak to move far. My thoughts turned frantic. This couldn't be how I died, alone and cold in a dark alley in New York City. I'd fought too hard, overcome too much for it to all end like this. Regardless of what I'd been through, it was becoming painfully obvious that this was the end of the line for me. I slowly turned, gritting my teeth against the pain, to see a crimson drop of blood drip off his wrist and head straight for my mouth. The thick liquid landed on my tongue, making me gag and heave as more blood dripped into my mouth. His deep, gravelly voice rang out in the still of the night. "Si vediamo presto, moglie." I lost the fight to stay conscious and blackness consumed me. Chapter 2. My eyes opened to a pitch-black room and a collection of pipes and exposed beams. It was a strange sensation. One moment my eyes were closed and I was unconscious, and the next they were open, and I was once again present. Gone was the slow process of waking up. The only reason I knew I'd been sleeping and not simply blinking was that I found myself in a room I'd never seen before. I'd just finished thinking I should sit up and survey my surroundings when I found myself upright. There was no time between the thought and the action. Just to make sure I hadn't imagined the ease with which I'd changed positions, I laid down again and sat back up, only to find the action as easy as before. "Maybe my time at the gym is finally paying off," I mumbled, although I didn't actually believe that. It was the closest thing to a logical explanation I could come up with, and I clung to it. Where was I and how did I get there? I knew I hadn't had enough alcohol to explain a blackout of this magnitude. Running through the series of events I remembered from the previous night, I found nothing that explained my whereabouts. I remembered leaving my friend's party early because I had an exam in the morning, but not much after that. Did I walk home or did I call for a ride? I thought I vaguely remembered the crisp night air, so that must have meant I had walked. Did I make it home before coming here? Where was here anyway? Looking around the room again, I took in far more detail than I should have been able to in the darkness. I'd been lying behind a stack of large white plastic sacks that had a vaguely familiar scent I couldn't quite place. Using my index finger, I gave one of the bags a poke and it shot right through the plastic and into the cool interior. Wiggling my finger around inside, I tried to make sense of what was in the bag. Before long, a steady stream of what I now recognized as uncooked rice fell from the hole I'd made with a quiet hiss. How did they haul these flimsy bags around without ripping them open all the time? I left the rice to continue to pile up on the floor and stood to get a better look around. Again, as with sitting up, I found myself on my feet before I'd even thought it through. I crouched down and straightened again, marveling at the ease with which my body obeyed my commands. As I coiled and stretched my muscles, I marveled at how good I felt. Better than good, I felt amazing. A night spent on a hard stone floor should have left me sore, but that didn't seem to be the case. And I definitely didn't have a hangover, so the blackout theory was out the window. Speaking of windows, now I was standing, I saw a couple small rectangular ones near the ceiling and realized I must be in a basement. I walked closer to one of them, but from my vantage point I couldn't see much more than the night sky. If it was still dark, I must have only been out for a few hours. That made me feel a bit better. A few hours unaccounted for was better than a whole night. I explored the basement more thoroughly with the hopes it might explain where I was, or even why I was there. My search revealed a set of concrete stairs that must have led to the ground floor, a smaller set of stairs that led to double doors made of steel, 2 windows, a few pieces of old furniture and countless spiders. That last discovery had me quickly ending my search. Returning to the space where I'd woken, I looked around more carefully, hoping to find something to explain how I'd ended up in this basement. I remembered I'd had my leather messenger bag with me the night before, but it was nowhere to be found. This was just great. Not only did I wake up in some random basement alone, but I'd also lost my bag, along with my ID and credit cards. There was some cash in there too, but that didn't concern me as much. With a huff, I stood and dusted my hands off on my pants. Having seen all the basement had to offer, I decided to first try my luck with the doors that led outside. It would probably be in my best interest to avoid any potential occupants of the building, especially considering I was trespassing. I wasn't sure they'd care how unwilling a participant I was in this crime. Ascending the stairs with ease, I looked dubiously at the steel doors. They looked heavy as hell, and I doubted my 5'2" frame could open them. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? I took a deep breath, braced my palms against one door, and heaved with all my strength. To my utter shock, the door whipped open as though it had been blown away by an explosion and not simply pushed by a small woman. The door slammed against the pavement outside, making an ungodly sound that had me cringing where I stood on the steps. I waited there in the shadows until I was sure no one was coming to investigate the sound. I did not want to get caught crawling out of someone's basement in the middle of the night. Releasing the breath I'd been holding, I continued my trek up the concrete stairs. Once I made it to the top, I surveyed my surroundings once more and relaxed when I confirmed I was alone. I took a deep breath and instantly regretted it when the various smells of the alley assaulted my senses. With my eyes closed, I lifted my nose in the air and took a smaller sniff, trying to identify everything I was smelling. The stench of rotting food was the most pungent scent, followed by urine. Another small sniff and I knew, without looking, that the rotting smell was coming from my right. I turned and opened my eyes to find a dark-colored dumpster that held the offending scent. The urine smell I wasn't too keen to hunt down. I inhaled again, and underneath the offending odors I recognized the smell of fried rice and soy sauce. The large bags of rice now made sense. I must have been in the basement of a Chinese food restaurant. The once delicious scent now turned my stomach, and I was finished with the smelling exercise. I made my way to the street, but my steps faltered as a strange sense of déjà vu assaulted me. I stopped to take a second to look around, but saw nothing I recognized, nothing that stood out. Shrugging off the strange feeling, I continued to the street ahead, wanting to be far away from that place as soon as possible. I reached the street faster than should have been possible, but didn't dwell on it, too eager to be away from the place that was giving me the willies. Looking around, I tried to get my bearings and figure out where I was. To my left, there wasn't a lot to see besides a few closed storefronts and some shady-looking characters occupying a doorway not far from me. The three men were all dressed similarly in dirty t-shirts and jeans. In their hands was a glass pipe, and I watched as one of them brought it to their mouths and inhaled the clearly illegal substance. These men were about a block away, and it struck me as odd that I could make out so much of what they were doing from where I was. To my right, I could see a few blocks down there seemed to be a busy crossroad. The glowing streetlights illuminated the hustle and bustle of a typical street in the city that never sleeps. Yellow taxis glided through the intersection, their occupants clearly visible to me even as far away as I was. When the light changed to red, I watched a man dressed in a dark business suit in the back of a cab pick up his phone and tap out a text message. His fingers flew across the screen as he typed, "I'm sorry I'm late, honey, the meeting ran over and..." I jerked my eyes away from the man and his apology. I should not have been able to see all that from where I stood. Taking another look at the men with the drugs, I realized I'd drawn their attention. Having had enough excitement for one night, I quickly made my way toward the mass of people in the other direction. I started off at a brisk walk, letting the cool air blow my dark brown hair off my face. It felt good, after the stuffy confines of the basement I woke up in. The wind whipped through my tangled strands and I picked up my pace. Before I knew it, I was running, the freedom of my stride like nothing I'd ever experienced before. It felt so good to stretch and use my muscles, and surprisingly, I felt no exertion at all. It was as if I could run at that speed for hours, and never tire. I'd never been much of a runner, but that night was different. It was like I was free. Like all the worries and unanswered questions were just melting away. At that moment, it didn't matter that I had apparently trespassed into someone's restaurant, or that I had no recollection of how I'd gotten there. I was whole, unharmed, and running faster than I'd ever run before. I soon found myself at the intersection I'd been trying to reach, but didn't want to stop running. The feeling of moving so fast and free wasn't one I wanted to give up. While I was running, I didn't have to think about all the things wrong with that night. Speeding down the sidewalk gave me an excuse to push aside the questions that circulated through my head that I had no answers for. There were too many people on the sidewalks there for me to run the way I wanted to. Slowing my pace, I looked around and saw that every direction was packed with pedestrians except for the way I'd come from. I debated whether I wanted to take the chance I might attract the attention of those men again, but my newfound speed helped make up my mind. I figured even if those men meant me harm, I'd have no problem outrunning them. With a grin, I wheeled around and sprinted back the way I'd come, only this time I pushed my limits. I pumped my arms and legs as fast as possible, amazed to see the buildings whipping past me faster than ever. Although I should have been moving too fast to make out my surroundings, every brick, every door, every window was as clear as if I'd stopped to check them out instead of raced past them. Before long, I found myself at another busy intersection and cursed the island for being this crowded. Can't these 1.6 million people go home? Instead of ending my run, I turned around and ran back the way I'd come. I pushed myself even harder this time, and I swear, the shady men didn't even look up from their nefarious deeds. Laughing out loud, I felt light and giddy. I could probably have run the whole length of Manhattan in just a few minutes at this speed. Upon reaching the first busy intersection again, I slowed and turned around, prepared to make another circuit. Picking up my feet, I began to gain speed again, when I felt a dull pain across my waist and the wind stopped. I was pulled into an alley and that horrible déjà vu was back. I looked down to find a pale white arm wrapped around me and instantly panicked. I clawed and pulled at it, desperate to escape, but it was immovable. In my mind, I saw a flash of a similar colored wrist dripping blood above my face. I swallowed down the nausea and continued to fight. "Hell!" My cry was cut short when the stranger clapped his hand over my mouth. Kicking my legs and thrashing my head, I wiggled as much as possible, but the arms held me still. I couldn't breathe. Gasping in the stranger's embrace, I struggled to drag in a breath, but my airways were constricting. My vision narrowed, and I fought even harder, clawing at the hand that held me and kicking at the legs attached to it. "I'll let you go if you calm down." The deep voice behind me rumbled against my back, and I shivered, but didn't stop struggling to free myself. "I'm not going to hurt you, but you can't fight me, you can't scream, and you can't run away. If I let you go, will you promise to stay put?" The man's voice rumbled through me again. I scanned through my options and realized I had none. After begrudgingly nodding, I was released and turned to face the man who'd captured me. The first thing I saw was a broad chest covered in a soft-looking heather gray t-shirt. I looked up, to a face that was so handsome it should be illegal. I had a quick flash of a memory of another pale stranger I'd met on a dark city street, but this man looked nothing like the person in my memory. He had short, light brown hair, and deep hazel eyes set in a pale white face that examined me as surely as I was examining him. His handsomeness wasn't affected by the scowl on his face. "What's your name?" he asked. I hesitated for a moment, trying to think of a good reason to not answer him. Upon finding none, I said, "Adrienne." "Adrienne." I watched his lips sound out my name. "Just what the hell did you think you were doing?" Not a fan of being scolded, I crossed my arms over my chest. "What did it look like I was doing?" I watched him take a deep breath, his nostrils flaring. "It looked as if you were running full speed down a New York City street, in full view of humans. As opposed to a street in full view of aliens?" I scoffed and rolled my eyes. "This isn't a joke, Adrienne." I liked the way he said my name. "Do you know how bad it would have been if someone had seen you? Luckily, the only people on this street are the meth heads a few doors down, and no one would believe them if they talked." "How do you know they're meth heads?" "I could taste it." "How could you taste?" "Enough," he yelled, and I jumped a little. I watched him take another breath, as if to compose himself. Excuse me, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm trying to convey to you the gravity of this situation. Standing there effectively cowed, I waited for him to continue. His eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down. How old are you? 22. What does that have to do with anything? He ignored my question and shook his head. No. How long have you been changed? Now it was my turn to narrow my eyes at him. Changed into what? He stood there looking at me for a moment longer before he sighed and rubbed his hand against the back of his neck. That explains a few things, he said quietly, almost to himself. Not to me, it doesn't. He sighed again. Where is your maker? My what? It was like this guy was speaking another language. He sighed a third time and I'd had enough. Do you think you could quit sighing and tell me who you are at least? He looked abashed. Excuse me. Where are my manners? My name is Nicholas. Can you tell me when you awoke? Awoke? Who talks like that? I awake every day. He shook his head. That's not what I meant. When was it you awoke and noticed a change in your senses? Better vision, sense of smell, greater strength? Oh. That change. Just tonight. I left my friend's party and woke up a few hours later in the basement of a Chinese food restaurant over there. I pointed in the general direction. Was there anyone there with you when you awoke? Do you remember how you got there? No. I was alone, and I don't know how I got there. Nicholas seemed to be deep in thought, his thick, dark eyebrows drawn together forming a crease between the two. Seeming to decide something, he nodded and held out his hand. All right then. Come with me. I took a step back. Come with you? Why would I come with you? I just met you, and I need to get back to my dorm. A thought struck me. Oh crap. I have a final in the morning. I really have to go. I attempted to walk past him, but he blocked my path. Adrienne, finals are the least of your problems. In fact, tomorrow is Sunday. I doubt your university gives exams on Sundays. My mind went blank before a dozen thoughts rushed in at once. Sunday. I screeched. How can it be Sunday? I left that party on Wednesday. What the hell was I doing for 3 days, and why can't I remember them? My voice had gone from screeching to shrill. Nicholas reached out and placed both of his big hands on my shoulders. I know this is confusing, and I can explain most of it to you, but we can't do that here. Please come with me and I'll do my best to answer all your questions. He removed his hands and held one out again, silently asking me to take it. Looking up at him, I studied his beautiful face and saw the sincerity in his brownish-green eyes. I didn't know what had come over me, but I trusted that he wouldn't harm me. Placing my hand in his, I realized my skin was the same pale shade. I looked up into his eyes, a million questions in mine, and he nodded once with a grim look on his face. Follow me. Chapter 3. Adrienne, you're a vampire now. My jaw hit the floor. That was what he had to tell me. I'd been sitting on Nicholas's stiff white couch in his swanky Fifth Avenue penthouse apartment, watching him pace for more than 5 minutes. Multiple times he'd stopped, faced me and opened his mouth to say something but changed his mind and continued to pace. The spacious living room was in black, white and gray, with an entire wall devoted to ceiling-high windows that overlooked a breathtaking view of the Manhattan skyline. It didn't look like the home of a crazy person. I turned my attention to the man himself. My eyes ran up the length of him, from his tan-colored boots, up his thick blue jean-clad legs, over his broad chest and up to his handsome face. I studied him, my eyes tracing over his strong jaw now covered in a 5 o'clock shadow. My eyes skated past his mouth, noticing his bottom lip was much fuller than his top lip. Last, I dragged my gaze to his deep hazel eyes. Nope, he doesn't look like a crazy person either. So then the only logical response was, what the hell? Nicholas walked over and took a seat next to me on his uncomfortable couch. I know this is a difficult tablet to swallow. Pill, I corrected him. Excuse me? The phrase is a difficult pill to swallow, and I don't think that quite covers it at this point. Fine. Pill. He sighed. I know this is difficult for you to understand now, but I need you to believe me, because there is a lot you need to know. I scanned his face again, looking for some sign he was messing with me. How do you know? How do I know what? He asked. That I'm a vampire. Are you some kind of expert on mythological beings? What would give you the impression I'm a vampire? He looked at me like I was being ridiculous. Maybe I was. Maybe I was still asleep in that basement, dreaming that a handsome man brought me to his gorgeous apartment, only to turn out to be insane. Adrienne, he said my name like he was speaking to a child. When I pulled you off that street, you had to have been running close to 100 miles an hour. What? I screeched. What the hell do you mean I was running 100 miles an hour? A person can't just run 100 miles an hour, Nicholas. You're right. A person can't. But a vampire can. And we were back to the vampire talk. Listen, Nicholas, I need to go. It's late, and I need to get back to my dorm. My roommate must be worried sick if I've really been MIA for 3 days. I was over this night already. Sure, I'd woken up to some strange new strengths, but that didn't mean I was a vampire. Who, over the age of 10, even believed in those myths anyway? Turning to look at my host once more, I lamented the fact that someone so handsome turned out to be so crazy. I needed to get out of here before he had me locked in a hole in the floor and slathering lotion on my skin. I turned to leave, heading toward his beautiful marbled foyer, and ran right into a hard-muscled chest. Looking up, I found Nicholas's handsome face smirking at me. With wide eyes, I looked behind me to the couch where I'd last seen him, but he wasn't there anymore. You can't leave, Adrienne, the sun will be up in a few hours. Oh, let me guess, I snarked. The sun will turn me into a pile of ashes, right? After several long tortuous minutes while you burn alive, yes, you will be a pile of ashes, he deadpanned. We stood there staring each other down, neither willing to relent on the issue. Nicholas nodded before stepping behind me. He placed his hands on my shoulders and gently led me toward the foyer. If you won't believe me, maybe you'll believe yourself, he muttered. I allowed him to march me forward, figuring it was bringing me closer to the front door anyway. We skirted around the wooden table in the middle of the room and stopped in front of a large mirror. My eyes traced the gilded edges, marveling at its beauty before I caught sight of my reflection. I gasped. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw in that mirror. The young woman standing before me had the same brown hair as me, only now it seemed thicker and shinier, the color more robust. Even my eyes were a more beautiful shade of brown, the yellow flecks in them almost glowing. I reached out a finger to trace the line of my face. I'd never been tan, but the unnatural pallor of my skin now was astonishing. Besides the change in skin color, I noticed there wasn't a single blemish or pore to be seen. My pale freckles were still there on the bridge of my nose, but even they looked perfect. Leaning closer, I ran shaking hands over my porcelain skin. Great, I finally had the complexion of my dreams, and all I had to do was become a vampire. I shook my head, admonishing myself for that train of thought. Nicholas, I don't see how. I found myself unable to finish my sentence. My words trailed off as I caught sight of my mouth for the first time. I ran my tongue along my teeth, that were now whiter than any dentist could have made them. Raising a finger, I poked a now elongated canine. A gasp flew out of my mouth when my tooth punctured the tip of my finger, and I watched as a small drop of dark red blood pooled on the tip. Popping my finger in my mouth, I swished my tongue along the drop of blood. A burst of flavor lit my senses on fire, and I swayed on my feet. It was unlike anything I'd ever tasted before, and it made me yearn for more. I pulled my finger out to find it completely healed. There wasn't a single mark to show I'd just cut it open. On my tooth. I looked at Nicholas, a million questions running through my head. With a grim smile, he asked, "Are you ready to sit down and listen now?" I bobbed my head, unable to form words at that moment. My mind raced back through the events of the night. Everything from the moment I woke up and saw almost perfectly in the pitch-dark basement, to nearly knocking the steel door off its hinges with a simple push, to the wind whipping through my hair, as I apparently ran faster than Usain Bolt could ever dream of running. Holy shit. I'm a freaking vampire. Nicholas, I rasped, finding my voice. How did this happen? I don't understand. I trailed off, once again at a loss for words. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, leading me back to the living room and his uncomfortable couch. I can explain to you the mechanics of the change, but I don't know how or even why this happened to you. Vampires are forbidden to change any human without their consent. And even then, there are forms to fill out, hearings to attend, and trainings to be completed before a change is approved. Forms? Hearings? It was all too much. Listen, let us start with the basics, and I will answer any questions you may have along the way. First, as I've already told you, you may not step into direct sunlight, or you will die a horrible fiery death. My eyes widened in shock. I don't wish to scare you, Adrienne, but I must stress this point to you. You must always find shelter long before the sun rises. In addition, in your first few years of vampirism, you'll tire quickly just before dawn and fall asleep wherever you are. At that point, nothing will wake you but the rising of the moon the next night. It shouldn't take you long to recognize the signs that dawn is approaching, and learn to get yourself to a secure shelter before it's too late. Do you understand all this? Shelter or die. I could do nothing but nod. Besides the sunlight, you must also now avoid silver. If it touches your bare skin, it will not only burn, but weaken you. If shot through your heart, it could kill you. All right, no more sunbathing or cheap jewelry. Got it. He gave me a stern look that I answered with a smile. Just because I was now a vampire, didn't mean I had to lose my sense of humor. Apparently, he hadn't gotten that memo. As you've already noticed, you are a great deal faster and stronger than you used to be. You must use discretion whenever you are around humans. You cannot run in public the way you did earlier tonight. We must, at all costs, protect the secret of our existence from humans. I'm sure you can imagine the hysteria it would cause if a human were to see us use our gifts out in the open. Seeing me nod again, Nicholas continued. The last thing we need to cover tonight is our diet. We feed on human blood. Whoa, hold up, Dracula. I'm not drinking blood. And I'm sure as hell not going to kill someone to sustain this vampy lifestyle. It's just not happening. I crossed my arms over my chest and shook my head. No. Freaking way. I hate to burst your balloon. Bubble. He continued through gritted teeth. I hate to burst your bubble, but you won't have a choice in the matter. You will feed responsibly on human blood, or you will become so famished you'd drain your own mother dry if you came upon her. I winced. Well, my mother's already dead, so that won't be a problem. It was his turn to wince. I'm sorry, Adrienne. I didn't mean. I held up a hand to stop him. It's okay. Really. It happened a long time ago. I paused a moment. What did you mean, feed responsibly? He shook his head, recovering from his faux pas. There is a way you can feed on a human that won't harm them in any lasting way. If you do it right, they won't know you're feeding, and they won't remember you afterward. This is something you should have learned before your change, but I'd be more than happy to instruct you now. I gulped. Right now? No, you won't need to feed for another day at least. Your body is still working off the blood you had pumping through your veins when you were human. Gross. So I'm like cannibalizing myself right now? I asked with a grimace. Nicholas laughed loud, the sound deep and mesmerizing. I've never heard it described that way, but essentially, yes. He was still smiling, and my lips lifted in an answering grin. It was so easy to get lost in his deep hazel eyes, I had to shake myself to break the moment. So, I said, dragging out the word. What now? I guess I can't go back to my dorm since it's definitely not light-proof. Where am I going to stay? What am I going to do about all my stuff? What about my roommate? The questions kept coming as the realization that my whole life had changed finally hit me. What was I going to do now? Even the tentative plans I'd had for my future were now obsolete. I still had a good amount of money left over from my parents, but that wouldn't last long if I wasn't working. What kind of job could I hope to have as a vampire? Clearly, a 9-to-5 was out of the question. Nicholas placed his big hands on my shoulders again. Tonight, you'll stay here with me. Tomorrow, we'll worry about your stuff and your roommate, all right? His beautiful eyes captured mine, and his deep voice soothed the anxiety that threatened to strangle me. For a second, I believed things would be okay. That Nicholas would make sure they were okay, as strange as that seemed. Even though I'd only met him a few hours ago, there was something about him I trusted. Something I knew I could depend on. All right. I nodded. I'll stay here with you tonight, and tomorrow I'll figure out what my next move is. I'm not going to keep putting you out. It's really no problem, Adrienne. You've been thrust into an impossible situation. You need help right now, and I'm prepared to give it. I didn't necessarily agree, but I nodded anyway, noting how heavy my head felt. Dawn is approaching. Come. Let's find you something more comfortable to wear. I followed his eyes to my calf-high leather boots and skinny jeans covered in dirt and other substances I was reluctant to identify. Remembering I'd spent a lengthy amount of time on a grimy basement floor, I jumped up from the couch and readily followed him. He led me to the far side of the living room, up a set of stairs. At the top, he walked to the first door in the hallway and gestured for me to enter before him. This room, like his living room, was furnished in black, white, and gray. The only spot of color being the large king-sized bed with its deep red sheets. The cathedral ceilings made the room feel large and open. With a start, I realized the room didn't have a single window in it. I suppose that was one way to make a room in a penthouse light-proof. Thankfully, the space was roomy enough that the lack of windows wasn't stifling. Nicholas stepped in after me and walked over to a large black bureau sitting against the wall below another beautiful mirror. I stared at my reflection again, marveling at the differences in my appearance. I still had the same features, but every angle was sharper, every color more vibrant. Would I ever get used to looking like this? You get used to it after a while, Nicholas spoke up, seeming to have read my thoughts. He'd been watching me look at myself in the mirror. My cheeks heated and I averted my gaze. Get used to what? All of it. I know it's a lot to digest because you had the change thrust upon you without your consent, but I promise, it gets easier. I looked back at his reflection in the mirror and gave him a small, thankful smile. He grinned back and turned to face me. Here. He thrust a pile of clothes toward me. I have nothing in your size, but this should do for tonight. Tomorrow we can get your things. Okay. I nodded, my eyelids drooping. You can go change in the bathroom over there. He pointed to a doorway in the corner of the room. I nodded again, feeling like an automaton, but unable to do much more than that, and shuffled toward the bathroom. Once safely behind the door, I shucked off my clothes as quickly as I could and donned Nicholas's. He'd given me what looked like a brand new pair of boxer shorts and a white tank. I pulled the material over my head and blushed when I realized I'd need to wear a bra to stay decent. After putting my bra back on, I slid the boxer shorts up my legs and rolled the waistband down a few times, hoping I'd be able to keep them up. I took another look at my new reflection before I gathered my belongings and slowly exited the bathroom. When I made it back to the bedroom, Nicholas had changed into a pair of sweats and a different t-shirt. I felt like I was intruding on a private moment. There was something about seeing a man barefoot that felt intimate. I fought off another blush. Where should I put my things? I asked. My voice sounded far away, like I was talking to him from the other end of a long tunnel. Did he hear me? Had I said that out loud? I watched him point to the right of me, and slowly turned my heavy head to follow his gesture. Why was even the slightest movement so difficult? Nicholas, I don't feel right was what I meant to say but couldn't. My eyes closed against my will, and my body pitched forward. Just before I hit the ground, a strong set of arms caught me, and darkness took over. Chapter 4. My eyes popped open to a white ceiling in another dark room. As with the day before, there was no time between being asleep and awake. I had to admit, losing the groggy morning brain wasn't all that bad. I turned my head to find deep red sheets, and realized for the first time I must be in Nicholas's bed. My cheeks heated, and I was thankful the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Leaning up on my elbows, I found a sheet of paper folded in two, gently resting on a pillow on the opposite side of the bed. The sheets on that side were rumpled from being slept in, and my face grew hotter. Had I really slept with a man I'd just met? Sure, I was a young modern woman, but I liked to at least know the last name of the men I shared a bed with. That's all it had been though, sharing a bed. It wasn't as if I'd slept with him. I don't even know if what I'd been doing counted as sleeping. It was more like I turned off for a few hours and then turned back on. With those thoughts running through my head, I reached over and plucked the piece of paper off the pillow. I had no trouble reading his handwriting in the dark. Dear Adrienne, I've left to run a few errands. I had my housekeeper wash and dry your clothes from yesterday. They're on top of the dresser. I should be back shortly after you wake. Feel free to explore the apartment until I return. N. With the note still clutched in my hand, I fell back against the plush bed. So much had happened in the past 24 hours that my head was still spinning. There was so much I didn't know, and so many unanswered questions. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself and think rationally. What am I most worried about right now? I took a moment to think before answering myself. I suppose my biggest concern was how my life would change from here on out. I was so close to completing my degree. Would I have to give that up? All that stood in my way was one exam. I was sure I could email my professor and reschedule. But would I be able to take this test at a time after the sun set? What excuse could I give for not being able to do it during regular business hours? With or without my degree, what was I going to do with my life now? Sure, I hadn't had the answer to that question before I became this, but I had a feeling vampire careers differed greatly from anything I'd entertained before. I wondered what Nicholas did with his nights. Surely he had a profession or hobby or something to keep him occupied. It must be lucrative if he could afford an apartment this nice in the heart of New York City. Speaking of apartments, where would I live? We'd already established I would have to move out of my dorm. I guess that wasn't such a bad thing, since I would have had to leave in a couple days when the semester ended anyway. But where would I go now? I hadn't considered I'd have to live somewhere lightproof when I signed the lease on my new place. Is there such a thing as a vampire real estate agent? I asked the empty room. Avoiding the sun was something I'd have to get used to. Never again seeing the sun rise or set. Never being able to lie out beneath its warmth with a pair of dark glasses and a cold drink. Even though I'd acted flippant when Nicholas mentioned avoiding the sun last night, it would take some adjustment. There were so many things I'd have to say goodbye to. When my eyes began to sting, a sure sign of impending tears, I shook my head to dispel them. I could continue to lie there and feel sorry for myself, or I could try to find a silver lining. Surely there had to be some positives to becoming a vampire. I already knew the physical changes were fantastic. I now looked like a photoshopped and airbrushed version of my old self. Who would be upset about that? Besides that, I was now strong and fast. I wondered when I could put my new skills to the test. Maybe I could go to a secluded place outside the city, where I could run as fast as I wanted and toss cars around for fun. Smiling at the thought, I finally got out of bed and hunted down my clothes from yesterday. Man, would I be happy to get the rest of my things. At least he'd had my clothes cleaned. I'd have to thank Nicholas for his thoughtfulness. Deciding to take him up on his offer, I took a look around his apartment. There were 2 other doors on this floor besides the one that led to his bedroom. I tried the first knob and it swung open easily. I stepped into what looked like a TV room. Thick, black curtains covered another floor-to-ceiling window on the far wall. To my left was a large black leather couch that sat against the wall, and a big screen television mounted near the ceiling to my right. There were shelves underneath and flanking the TV that held every game system I'd ever heard of, as well as what had to be thousands of Blu-rays, DVDs, and VHS tapes. I ran a finger along a line of DVDs, reading the titles as I went. His collection was eclectic. I found everything from action to romantic comedy to horror. Seeing all there was to see in that room, I tried the next. The knob turned with ease and I gasped upon entering. Every available wall space was covered in books. There was even a rolling ladder that ran along a track around the room. Near the door sat a huge antique desk that was neat and organized. It looked like Nicholas's personal space, and I chose to leave it alone. As with the TV room, against the far wall was a window that spanned the height of the wall. Next to that window sat the first comfortable-looking seats I'd found in the whole apartment. The two light brown leather chairs faced each other in front of the windows, and shared a small round table between them. It looked a little like a nook in a coffee shop. I was in love. One of those cushy seats was where Nicholas found me a little while later. My nose in what looked to be a first edition of Pride and Prejudice. I didn't notice his presence until he spoke up. "You're an Austen fan." It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "Pride and Prejudice is like my version of comfort food," I explained. A quick look of sympathy crossed his face before it disappeared, and he took a seat opposite me. He was in jeans and boots again, and he also wore a white t-shirt. The guy certainly had a style. I imagined if I opened his closet it would be row upon row of blue jeans and t-shirts. The same outfit over and over. Nicholas cleared his throat, ending my daydreams. "How are you tonight?" Sighing, I placed the book on the table between us. "I'm all right, I guess. It's a lot to digest, and I still have a ton of questions." "Of course. If you'd like to join me downstairs, I have something I want to talk to you about." My brow arched in curiosity. "Okay, sure." I followed Nicholas downstairs and into the kitchen I hadn't explored yet. With white cabinets and black and gray marble countertops, the decor matched the rest of his home. He led me to a large glass table and motioned for me to have a seat. A manila envelope lay in the middle, and he picked it up as we sat down.
"Adrienne, I'm afraid you're in a bit of a tacky situation." "Sticky," I corrected with a smile.
He scowled, but he continued. "When a human is changed into a new vampire, their maker is responsible for them for their first few years. A maker provides guidance and direction as well as protection for the newly turned vampire. Without a maker, the new vampire is left to fend for themselves, which can prove to be a dangerous situation. They run the risk of unwittingly exposing themselves, like you almost did last night." I couldn't help but roll my eyes at that. He ignored me. "And they are left vulnerable to any vampires that wish to claim them. Without a maker to protect you, any vampire could take you for their own. That is the situation you are in right now." He sat there waiting for a response from me, but what could I say? What the hell was I supposed to do? My maker had changed me and left me. No explanation, no help, nothing. What was I supposed to do? Hunt the jerk down? What happens if another vampire claims me? I asked, not sure I wanted to hear the answer.
"Anything they want, Adrienne."
His words chilled me to the bone, and I fought off a shiver. "What can I do?" I asked desperately. He opened the manila envelope in his hands and passed me a small stack of papers. At the top of the front page was a seal I wasn't familiar with. It looked like a cross with a teardrop-shaped loop on top. The strange symbol was encompassed by a circle with the words "Vampire" at the top and "Parliament" at the bottom. "Vampire Parliament?" I asked him. "It's our government," he explained. "This was one of the errands I had to run this evening. In your hands is a form that would make me your temporary maker." I thumbed through the papers, overwhelmed by the multitude of official-looking words and terms I was unfamiliar with. "Don't worry, I've already filled everything out for you, he explained before gently removing the papers from my hands. If you agree, you'd only have to sign your name. He flipped through the stack and handed me the last page. At the bottom, I could see Nicholas's name signed on the second-to-last line, and an X where I was meant to sign. He said I had a choice, but really, what were my options? I was completely out of my depth with all this. I didn't know the first thing about being a vampire, and I needed someone to teach me. Apparently, I also needed someone to protect me. I didn't want some random vampire to claim me. Who knew what kind of person they'd be? At least I knew something about Nicholas. I already had my answer since there was really only one option for me. But what was in this for him? Why would he volunteer to be my maker? Did he collect orphaned vampires? I could see most of the apartment from my position, and I searched for a secret door where he might be hiding the rest of us. What are you looking for? He asked, interrupting my thoughts. I didn't honestly think he collected newly changed vampires, but I was curious about his motives. Ignoring his question, I asked, "Why are you doing this? Why would you offer to help me like this?" He studied me for a long moment before answering. "I have my reasons," he answered cryptically. "You need a maker, and I have no other offspring to take care of. I have the time and resources to devote to aiding you in your first few years of the change, and I want to help. Isn't that enough?" Everything he'd said was true. My options were limited. I didn't want to be a burden to him though, and I expressed that concern.
Adrienne, I wouldn't have offered if I was worried you'd be a burden.
With that out of the way, I really had no reason to say no. Before I could answer, Nicholas added, "This is only temporary. When a new vampire signs on with a maker other than their original, the arrangement is only a 60-day commitment. If, after that time, either of us wants to go our separate ways, we are free to do so." I absorbed this additional information. What if after 60 days he got sick of me? What would I do then? "Think you can stand to be around me for 60 days?" he asked with a smile. I rolled my eyes. "It's you I'm worried about, not myself." It was his turn to roll his eyes. "Don't worry, I don't scare easily. Will you sign the paper?" The pleading look in his eyes was too much for me. I didn't know why he was so insistent on being my maker, but I didn't analyze it too much. This was a generous offer, and I wouldn't let it go to waste. I took the pen he offered and signed my name on the dotted line with a flourish. I looked up to find him beaming at me. He was almost too beautiful to look at. He took the page from me, stacked it along with the rest, and stuffed them all back into the manila envelope. "I'll drop these off tomorrow," he explained. While I was out, I bought boxes and other moving supplies. "I thought we could go over to your old apartment and collect your belongings." "That sounds great. I'm ready whenever you are." We both rose from the table and headed toward the front door. We'd made it to the foyer before a thought struck me, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Nicholas had been following close behind and walked into me when I froze. His large frame jolted me forward. I lost my balance, but before I could fall, his hands grasped my hips and steadied me. My breath caught in my throat when his fingers touched the bare skin where my shirt had ridden up.
"What's wrong?
Why did you stop?" Fighting down the heat in my cheeks, I turned to him, his hands falling from my hips. I just remembered. What the hell am I going to say to my roommate? How am I going to explain the differences in my appearance? Or why I've been gone for 4 nights? His lips held a hint of a smile. "Don't worry. Leave your roommate to me." My mouth fell open in shock.
You're not going to kill her, are you?
His deep hearty laugh bounced off the marble walls of the foyer, and I gaped at him. Somehow, he was even more beautiful when he laughed. How unfair was that? "No, Adrienne. I'm not going to kill her." "What kind of vampire do you take me for?" he asked with a smirk. I didn't know how to answer that question. What kind of vampire was he? I guessed I'd find out in time. Now that he was my maker, I had a feeling we'd be spending a lot of time together. Chapter 5. Nicholas called a car for us, and a black Suburban was waiting at the curb when we exited his building. "Have a nice night, Mr. Talbot," the doorman offered as we strode past him. Well, at least I knew his last name now, I thought as Nicholas nodded to the man. But I still had no intention of sleeping with him. At least not in that way. My face heated uncomfortably, and I did my best to angle myself so he couldn't see. If Nicholas was my maker now, did that mean anything beyond that was off limits? I glanced up at him through my lashes, turning before he could catch me. These thoughts were stupid. Nicholas hadn't expressed a single shred of interest in me, beyond the maker thing. I really needed to get myself under control before I messed up the first decent thing to happen to me since I left that party. I gave my address to the driver and sat back in my seat. There were still dozens of questions running through my head, and I took a minute to choose one. "Are there vampire real estate agents?" I whispered. Nicholas flung his head back, the confines of the car full of his hearty laughter. "It's all right, you don't need to whisper," he told me. "Alexander is a vampire too." He gestured with his hand toward the driver. My cheeks heated. "Oh." Nicholas chuckled, and they burned hotter. "Well, are there?" "We have vampires in all kinds of professions. Bankers, drivers, waiters, CEOs, and real estate agents, among many others. Why do you ask?" I thought vampire-proof apartment hunting would be a lot easier if I went through a vampire real estate agent. "Why would you be apartment hunting?" he asked carefully. "Well, my lease ends in a few days and the place I had lined up won't work anymore since it's not vampire-proof. Think I'll be able to find something I can afford in Brooklyn?" "That won't be necessary," Nicholas said with finality in his tone, ignoring my question.
"What do you mean, that won't be necessary?"
I asked, imitating his deep voice. His scowl was back. "I'm your maker now. You'll live with me for the time being." "I'm not living with you." "And why do you think you won't be living with me?" he asked. "I know I won't be living with you because you don't even have space for me in that bachelor pad of yours." He scoffed. "Nonsense. There's plenty of space. It will just take some rearranging. It's customary for new vampires to live with their makers for the first few years at least. Besides, I already ordered you a new bed." He sounded so hopeful my heart melted a little. "You did?" I asked in a small voice. His thoughtfulness tugged at my heartstrings. "Of course. It's not proper for two unmarried people to share a bed," he explained in a gruff tone. At the reminder of our sleeping arrangements the previous day, heat crept back up my neck. "Besides," he continued, "I figured you'd be staying for a while and would want your own space. Unfortunately, you'll have to share a room with me for now." "What?" "Why? Can't I sleep in the TV room?" What was this, summer camp? I wasn't bunking with this guy. No matter how handsome he was. In fact, his good looks were another reason why I couldn't stay in his room. No need to further complicate this weird situation. Absolutely not. The only light-proof room in the apartment is my own. I'm not taking a chance with your life by entrusting your safety to a pair of curtains. It's not happening. The finality in his tone rankled, even though I knew it came from a good place. "But what if you want to invite someone over? Won't my bed in your room be cramping your style?" I asked, equal parts interested and scared of what his answer might be. He looked at me for a moment, seeming to study my face. The passing streetlights alternately bathed his face in a soft yellow glow and threw it into darkness. It didn't matter. I could see every inch of his face in any amount of light. Besides, I'd memorized it by now anyway. "No, Adrienne. You won't be cramping any style of mine," he replied softly, ending the discussion. "I guess I have a new roommate." Minutes later, we pulled up outside my dorm building. I was nervous to face my roommate after all that had happened. Would my new appearance scare her? What excuse could I give for my absence these last 4 days? Nicholas said he'd take care of it, But what did that mean? All I had was his assurance he wouldn't kill her. That left a lot of options I wasn't comfortable with. Swallowing my questions, I hopped out of the car after Nicholas, deciding to do what he asked and leave it to him. He gestured for me to lead the way, and I walked up the cement staircase and down the familiar halls to the room I'd spent the last 4 years in. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. I technically still lived here, but it felt wrong to just walk in. Like I didn't belong here anymore. I sighed out loud. Feeling like I didn't belong was nothing new to me. The door opened and there stood my roommate, Charlotte. Her short blonde hair was in its typical ringlets, and her bright blue eyes sparkled when they met mine.
Adrienne,
She squealed, reaching out to pull me into a big hug. She pulled back and took a better look at me. Where have you been? What's going on? She squinted at me, trying to see clearly without her glasses as usual, before gasping and jerking backward. I'd forgotten Nicholas was there until he stepped up next to me and locked eyes with her. Hello, Charlotte. His voice was deep and steady. My name is Nicholas, and I've come here with Adrienne to collect her things. She's been offered a job overseas and needs to leave tonight. Needs to leave tonight, Charlotte repeated in a monotone voice, the sparkle in her eyes now dim. That's right. I believe you have somewhere to be right now too, don't you? He asked her in a voice you'd reserve for a 2-year-old. Somewhere to be. She repeated his words again. Say goodbye to Adrienne and grab your purse. You have to go grocery shopping right now. Charlotte turned her lifeless eyes toward me. Goodbye, Adrienne. I need to go grocery shopping right now. She turned around, picked up her purse from her desk, and walked past us. I watched her shuffle slowly down the hallway before I turned and looked at Nicholas. What the hell did you just do to her? I almost yelled. He pulled me in the room and shut the door before answering. That is called glamoring. It's a type of hypnosis vampires can use on humans. We can implant thoughts or take away memories we don't want them to have.
is she going to be okay?
She didn't look like herself. There won't be any lasting damage, will there? No damage whatsoever. She'll go to the grocery store and shop like I told her she wanted to. When she's done with the task I've given her, she'll wake up from the glamour and only remember saying goodbye to you before you left to work overseas. Now she won't be wondering or worried about where you are. If you choose to, you can keep in contact with her digitally, but I would suggest not seeing her again in person. As you saw, your physical changes were noticeable to her, and she'll ask questions you can't answer. I took a seat on my old bed, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. Can I do that too? Glamour someone? Of course. All vampires have this skill. It's an innate ability that comes with the change. You'll need to use glamour when the time comes for you to feed. Ah, how had I forgotten the whole drinking blood thing? I still didn't know if I could bring myself to do it. For the time being, I was fine. I wasn't hungry or thirsty, which was a blessing. I didn't think I was prepared to make that leap yet. I felt like if I didn't drink blood, I wasn't really a vampire. In the meantime, I could pretend nothing was different besides my living arrangements and my sleeping schedule. Shoving those thoughts to the back of my mind, I looked around the small room I'd lived in for the last 4 years. It had never been home, nothing had been since I was 16. I'd lost it when I'd lost my parents. From that point on, I'd just been shuffling from place to place. Maybe that was why it was so easy for me to accept Nicholas's proposal. I desperately wanted a place I could call home, to feel like I belonged again. Maybe being a vampire and living with Nicholas would bring me the solace I'd been seeking for so long. I sure as hell hadn't found it anywhere else yet. A knock on the door interrupted my musings, and I watched Nicholas answer it. Alexander stood on the other side with his arms full of boxes and other packing materials. There's more downstairs if you need them, he said. It was then I realized it was the first time I'd ever heard him speak. He had a deep voice that had the slightest indecipherable accent. Now that I saw him standing in front of Nicholas, I realized he was also a lot bigger than him. Taller, wider, but also meaner. It seemed like something about bringing packing supplies up to my apartment displeased him. His dark brows furrowed deeply over his dark eyes, and his full lips were pressed so hard together they were turning white. Thanks. I'll let you know, Nicholas said, breaking me out of my thoughts. Alexander nodded once before turning around and stalking off. All right, Adrienne. Let's put your new vampire speed to the test, Nicholas said, distracting me from staring at the place Alexander once stood scowling. I turned to him with a grin. Really? Really, he answered with a grin of his own. We don't have long before Charlotte returns, so I want you packed up and moved out of here as soon as possible. I'm going to stand aside since I don't know what's yours or hers, and I don't want to go poking around in your things. I watched him suppress a shudder and rolled my eyes. Men. What? Was he afraid of coming across a tampon or a pair of panties? With my hands on my hips, I surveyed the small room, forming a game plan. Once I had a pretty good idea of how I would pack, I sprang into action. Working on my clothing first, I pulled open the closet and deposited the garments, hangers and all, into a box Nicholas had assembled for me. Next, I emptied my dresser drawers as quickly as I had the closet. Come on, Adrienne. I know you can move faster than that, Nicholas encouraged as he taped my full boxes closed and put together new ones for me to fill. With renewed vigor, I spun around the room, snatching items off shelves and out of drawers. I pulled down my wall hangings and gently collected the few family pictures I had scattered around the room. Lastly, I ripped my bedding off the university-provided mattress and stuffed it into the last box. I whirled to a stop, taking a look around the now half-empty dorm room. I wasn't even winded. Spinning in a circle, I confirmed all my things were packed away and finally faced Nicholas. How did I do? I asked, eager to please him. He shrugged a shoulder. You did pretty good, I suppose, he said before turning his back. Pretty good? I just packed 4 years' worth of crap in under 5 minutes. What do you mean, pretty good? I walked over and put a hand on his shoulder to make him face me. When he turned, he wore a grin that almost split his face in two. I'm joking, Adrienne, you did great. You're utilizing your strength and speed really well. I'm impressed. I huffed. That's more like it. Nicholas chuckled before he bent down and picked up a stack of 2 large boxes like they weighed nothing. He turned for the door, and I picked up another 2 and followed him out. They really weren't heavy at all. It was going to take some time to get used to this super strength stuff. It took us another couple of trips before all my things were loaded into the back of the Suburban. Nicholas checked his phone before ushering me inside the vehicle. We need to get to the apartment. Your bed should arrive shortly, he explained after he'd climbed in after me. You really didn't have to buy me a new bed, Nicholas. I could have gotten my own. I'm already taking up residence in your home. You don't have to buy me things too. The truth was, I wasn't used to being taken care of. Adrienne, when you're as old as me, you've accumulated more money than you'll ever be able to spend. Please, allow me to buy you a few necessities as I see fit. I didn't know which question to ask first. How old is that exactly? He couldn't have been older than 30. I just celebrated my 254th birthday. What? My voice ricocheted around the interior of the SUV. Nicholas arched a brow at my reaction. Haven't you heard vampires are immortal? He asked the question like this was common knowledge. I mean, I guess. I just hadn't thought about it. I gulped, not sure I wanted the answer to this next question either. So that means I'm immortal now? Of course not. But you just... I asked if you'd heard vampires were immortal, he cut me off. Not that we were. Like that made sense. So then, how the hell are you 254 when you look like you're 30? I was getting sick of this game already. 28, actually. I growled under my breath, and he grinned at me. Grinned. My right palm itched to smack the grin off his face. Stupid, confusing pain in my ass vamp. We aren't immortal, but the change slows our aging considerably. There isn't a specific formula since everyone is different, but it seems as though most of us age about 1 year for every 100 we live. 1 year for every 100. Holy shit. Taking advantage of my speechlessness, Nicholas continued. Alexander here is over 500, aren't you? He asked our driver. He grunted. 523, actually. It was too much to take in. I was speechless. I turned to Nicholas and my eyes widened in shock. I wasn't immortal, but I was damn close to it. Numbers and calculations ran through my head in rapid succession. If the average lifespan is about 80 years, that meant I had another 58 human years, which translated to another 5,800 years as a vampire. I wouldn't die of old age until the year 7,816. If the Earth was still around at that point. If the sun hadn't burned out by then. If. I can see the wheels turning in your head, Adrienne. Nicholas's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. The years you have left to live aren't as important as the time you have now. The longer you live, the more you come to realize the only thing that matters is today. What we do with it, how we live it. Tomorrow may not come and yesterday is gone. Today is all you have. Hope for tomorrow, but live for today. Do you think you can do that? His words rolled around in my head, calming my nerves and soothing my soul. I didn't need to worry about the thousands of years spread before me, just like I hadn't worried about the decades I had left when I was human. I would continue to live for today, and hope for tomorrow, like Nicholas suggested. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. I could live for today. I had to. What other choice was there? Nicholas slung an arm around my shoulders and pulled me against his side. The contact should have been awkward, but I found myself relaxing into his embrace. I hadn't realized how badly I'd needed to be held until that moment. The past 48 hours had been a whirlwind of information, and my nerves were frayed. It felt nice to be in someone's arms. To let them do the worrying for a few minutes. To let myself be taken care of. I'd always been an independent person. I had to be, after I lost my entire family in one night. But in this new world I'd found myself in, I needed to let down my guard and let someone in to help me. Thankfully, Nicholas had offered to fill that position already. All I had to do was sit back and let him. For the first time in a long time, I vowed to do just that. Chapter 6. When Nicholas mentioned buying me a few necessities, what he'd meant was an entire bedroom set. The bed was a beautiful king-sized 4-poster canopy bed made of wood, painted a delicate white. Framing the bed on either side were matching nightstands. Along with those pieces were an armoire and a long dresser that had an oval-shaped mirror attached to the top. We stood side by side in the now rearranged master bedroom. My furniture was along one side of the room, closest to the bathroom, while his was along the other, near the door leading to the hall. It looked like a room shared by siblings. Two very different siblings. The darkness of his furniture only made the whiteness of mine that much brighter. The whole room was a giant juxtaposition. Yin and yang in the form of furniture. Nicholas, I began, thank you again for all of this. It's beautiful, I gushed for the 5th time in as many minutes. He held up a hand to stop me. I'm happy to do this, Adrienne. You don't have to keep thanking me. The smile on his face cushioned his stern words. I'll leave you to unpack and get situated. I'll be in the library if you need me. I spent the next couple of hours unpacking my things, taking my time now I wasn't being rushed. With my clothing put away, I set the picture frames along the dresser. Admittedly, it was a little strange to be sharing a room with a man I'd just met, but I felt better that we would be sleeping in separate beds. It was unbelievable that sharing a room with a man I barely knew was what I found myself worrying about, not that I'd recently found myself one of the undead. That thought brought me up short. Were we undead? Or dead, for that matter? I reached up and placed a finger against the pulse point on my neck. Nope, not dead. So, undead wasn't the proper terminology, but whichever way you looked at it, I was a vampire. I had super speed and strength, I'd live for a really long time and I'd have to drink blood. My stomach nodded, thinking about my new diet. I was beyond thankful that recently changed vampires didn't need to eat or drink right away. I wasn't sure I'd have been able to handle that, along with all the other changes the past couple of days had brought me. When I finished unpacking and changed into more comfortable clothes, I made my way to the library. Nicholas was sitting at his desk, reading through a stack of papers when I entered. I sauntered across the room and plopped onto one of the cushy leather chairs by the window. After watching me settle in, Nicholas set aside the papers and rose to join me in the opposite chair. "Have you finished in the room?" I didn't miss the fact that he called it the room, and not his room anymore. "Yup, all unpacked." "That's great. I know you said the furniture was beautiful, but I hope it was something you'd have picked out for yourself. Perhaps I should have asked for your input before ordering them. I thought the canopy bed would give you some semblance of privacy. I've already contacted a contractor about removing the window from one of these two rooms, so you could have your own. I think." His rambling was pretty adorable, but I needed to stop him there.
Nicholas, you're not tearing apart your home for me.
The furniture is perfect, the canopy is lovely, and sharing a room is fine. It's not like I'll spend restless nights, days, worrying about you sleeping a few feet away from me. As we both know, it's lights out for me as soon as the sun comes up. I smiled, hoping it would reassure him. His answering smile was brilliant, and I had to blink away the stars in my vision. He clapped his hands together.
Fantastic.
Glad we got that cleared up. Now you're settled, there was something I wanted to speak with you about. Tucking my feet beneath my bottom, I replied, "Sure. What's up?" He reached up to rub the back of his neck. "It's a bit delicate, Adrienne," he began. I hadn't seen him this nervous before, and it worried me. Blowing out a breath, he finally got to the point. "I know you mentioned that your mother has passed, but I need to ask, are there any other family members that will be looking for you? Your father? Grandparents? Aunts or uncles? We need to make sure there are no loose ends. I'm sorry to say, you'll have to leave your human connections behind. It isn't possible to continue to have a physical relationship with anyone you knew from before you were changed." I sat in front of him, stunned into silence. He'd said no loose ends. Were there any connections I had that were important enough that I'd have to sever them? The list was depressingly short. Misinterpreting my silence, he continued. "I know this is difficult for you, Adrienne. That's why I've waited so long to bring it up. You've had a lot to deal with, and I didn't want to add to your grief. Usually when a human is changed, they have months of preparation leading up to this moment. Unfortunately, you don't have that luxury." I don't have anybody. The truth of that statement stole my breath even after all this time. He paused before asking, "You have no family that will look for you?" "No. No family. I lost both my parents 6 years ago in a car accident, and I'm an only child. Neither of my parents had much family. At least none that I've ever met. When they passed, my mother's friend took me in and raised me alongside her boys. I suppose she would worry if she didn't hear from me for a long time, but that's it. As always, the truth of how few people I had left in the world left me feeling empty." "I'm sorry, Adrienne," he said quietly. I waved his concern away. "It's fine. Like I said, it happened a long time ago. I am over it. Or as over it as you can ever be about losing your parents." I chuckled humorlessly. I suppose my mom's friend Marianne and her family is the only loose end I have to tie up. Makes things simple, right? I forced a smile on my face, but I could feel how brittle it was. Nicholas reached forward and placed a hand on my jean-clad knee. The warmth of his touch seeped through my clothes and into my bones. It soothed me and I released a deep breath, letting my tense shoulders droop. "Does this Marianne live close?" "Yeah. The Markhams live on Long Island. An hour tops from here." Nicholas smiled. Well, if it's all right with you, we'll go tomorrow to visit them. You can try your hand at glamour. What do you say? Thrilled about trying out a new vampy skill, I nodded excitedly. He chuckled, leaned back in his seat, and picked a book from the shelf behind him. I immediately mourned the loss of his touch. He's just being nice and trying to comfort me, I tried to remind myself. Nothing more. He's never given any indication that he is interested in anything beyond being my maker and guiding me through this time in my life. I needed to get my wayward hormones under control before I embarrassed myself. Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I picked up Pride and Prejudice and continued where I left off. Within minutes, my eyelids drooped, the words blurring in front of me. I pushed on, remembering that yesterday I'd had a few minutes of wakefulness once I first felt tired. I continued to read, getting lost in the story until my blinks got so long my eyes spent more time closed than open. Snapping the book closed, I stood, immediately swaying on my feet. I took a step, using the arm of the chair to steady myself. The room spun. Nicholas. The air shifted as he swiftly stood and made his way to my side. I took another step, but couldn't feel my feet anymore. Like yesterday, I pitched forward on a one-way trip to face planting. Also like yesterday, Nicholas caught me before I fell and swept me into his arms. Barely hanging on to consciousness, I wrapped an arm around his neck. I need to stop falling around you, I muttered as my vision darkened around the edges. Just before the blackness took over, I heard him say softly, I like catching you. The next day, Nicholas spent the hour-long car ride to the Markhams explaining the basics of glamour. Eye contact is key, he said. And stating their name. We're not sure why, but a human's brain is more susceptible to glamour if their name is used when you're trying to put them under. Like you did when you met Charlotte, I said. Exactly like that. So you make eye contact, greet them by name while keeping your voice steady, and impose your will upon them. I like to think of it as casting a mental net from my head to theirs. Once you've ensnared them, it's a simple matter of willing them to do, think, or forget whatever you want. You make it sound so easy. I wasn't convinced. It's second nature for a vampire. This skill will be just as easy for you as your strength or speed. His reassurance helped, but my stomach was still in knots. Alexander was driving us in the big black Suburban again, the perpetual frown distorting his otherwise handsome features. I looked away from him to watch us turn down the Markham Street and slow to a stop at the curb in front of their house. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. It didn't help. Nicholas, what if I can't glamour them? What if it doesn't work and they get upset over how freakish I look now? I asked, studying my pale white arms. Adrienne, he began softly, I'll be there to step in if you have issues with glamoring them, but trust me, they won't see you as anything other than the beautiful woman they've always known. The change couldn't change that. He smiled a little at his play on words. My cheeks heated, and my stomach knotted for new reasons. I wouldn't tell him that his little pep talk actually made me more nervous. With a deep sigh I muttered, here goes nothing. I hopped out of the car and marched up to the front door of Marianne and John Markham's home. It was around 9, and everyone should have been home by then. I rang the bell and waited on the front stoop for someone to answer. A small chubby woman with short copper hair answered the door. Adrienne? She asked, the curious excitement obvious in her tone. Here goes nothing, I repeated in my head. When Marianne opened the outer screen door, I caught her gaze and imagined myself casting a mental net around her. Hello, Marianne. Her eyes glazed over and she stood stock still, staring at me. My smile almost split my face in half. Can we come in? I asked, keeping my voice steady like Nicholas had instructed. Come in, she repeated, holding the door open for us to enter. Marianne, who's at the door? A man bellowed from within the house. We walked through the kitchen and into the living room where John sat with his feet up, watching ESPN, his sandy blonde hair grayer than I remembered. Adrienne? He asked, a tremor of trepidation in his voice. He must have seen how different I looked. Crap. Hi, John, I said when I got close enough to look him in the eyes. When his blue gaze turned glassy, I knew he was under. Feeling on top of the world, I turned to Marianne. Are the boys here? Can you call them down? Without taking her eyes off me, she yelled, Boys? Come down here. We heard their feet thundering above us, before 4 blonde-haired boys skidded into the living room. Adrienne, the 2 youngest ones yelled with glee before launching themselves at me. They were much bigger now than when I moved in 6 years ago, but to me, they'd always be little. Overwhelmed, I called for backup. Nicholas, this is Connor and Liam. I stuck my chin out towards the 2 older boys. Catching my drift, I watched Nicholas slide over and greet them by name, effectively glamoring them. I took a calming breath now that most of the room was under control. Pulling the 2 young boys back so I could see their eyes, I said, Hi Jackson. Hi Joshua. How are you guys? We're fine, they both responded in monotone. A twinge of guilt hit me, but I pushed on. Everyone go have a seat on the couch, I ordered. The Markham family filed through the room, and each took a seat on the dark green sectional sofa. I ran through the story Nicholas and I had come up with, on the way over. Listen guys, I have to go away for a while, I began. Go away? 4 out of the 6 asked in unison. I kept my eyes trained on them, but I could hear Nicholas repeating the same story to the 2 older boys. I got offered a job overseas, and I'm leaving immediately to take it. Leaving immediately, they agreed. I wanted to come over and say goodbye to all of you before I left, and make sure you know how thankful I am for everything you guys did for me. I sniffled. This was harder than I thought it would be. Nicholas leaned over to whisper, his warm breath caressing my ear, and I fought off a shiver. Don't be upset, Adrienne. This is for the best. You can always call or email them as often as you'd like. Steeling myself against the onslaught of emotions, I turned to the people who'd been a second family to me. Can you each come up and give me a hug goodbye? Jackson. The preteen rose and made his way over. As he got closer, I sniffed the air, noticing a funny scent. I wrapped my arms around his bony shoulders and gave him a gentle squeeze. Meeting his eyes once more, I told him, You can go back upstairs and continue whatever you were doing before I came by. After I leave, you'll only remember that I came to say goodbye, because I'm moving far away. He nodded and walked off. Joshua, I called. Come give me a hug. As Jackson's twin approached, I caught a similar smell coming from him. It invaded my nostrils and burned my throat. I coughed a little and wrapped him in an embrace. After giving him the same instructions, I called to John. The middle-aged man walked stiffly over, and I had to hold my breath. The smell coming off him was so potent my eyes watered, and my mouth felt bone dry. When I was done with him, I called Marianne to me. The woman who had been my surrogate mother after I'd lost my own. I hugged her tightly, doing my best to ignore the way my mouth watered at her scent. When I couldn't take it anymore, I pushed her away, a little harder than I'd meant to, and she stumbled back a step. Adrienne. I heard Nicholas call my name, but couldn't spare him any attention. My eyes locked on Marianne's throat and I watched her artery throb with her pulse. It called to me. It didn't matter that this woman had taken me in when I had no one, and treated me as one of her own. Didn't matter that I loved her, and would never do anything to harm her. My entire universe centered around that throbbing inch of skin. I unwittingly took a step closer, before my view became blocked by a broad, muscled chest. Adrienne, you need to leave. Nicholas was so close his words rumbled against me, sending shivers down my spine. I tipped my head up to catch his hazel eyes looking at me, worry creasing his brow. He put his hands on my shoulders and turned me around, breaking the spell Marianne's pulse had put me under. I blew out a ragged breath and ran for the front door. Once out in the cool, crisp air, I could breathe again. When Nicholas joined me, he slung an arm around my shoulders and led me to the SUV. What happened to me in there? I asked in a small voice. I'd never felt so out of control of my own body. That was bloodlust, my dear Adrienne. And that means it's time for you to hunt. Chapter 7. Alexander drove us back to the city, Nicholas insisting it would be easier to hunt there. I spent the ride with uneasiness in the pit of my stomach. I'd almost hurt Marianne, the woman who'd taken care of me when I was sick, been at every one of my softball games, and taken pictures of me and my prom date. I felt ill. What kind of monster had I turned into? How could I have lived with myself if I'd hurt her? Or anyone else in that house? Adrienne, he began, I know you're probably upset about what happened at the Markhams, but there's no reason for you to feel bad. You're a young vampire that hasn't fed yet. Anyone in your position would have reacted the same. That's why you have me, to help keep you from doing something you'd regret. Like slithering my way onto your lap, so you can comfort me some more. I shook my head to get rid of those thoughts. Nicholas took my head shake the wrong way. Yes, Adrienne, he urged. You're handling everything so well. There's a reason it's rare for a human to be changed without their permission. It's a very difficult thing to accept and navigate, but you're doing excellent. You're pretty amazing. I sat there, lost in his deep brown-green eyes. If Alexander had crashed the vehicle, I don't know if I could have ripped my gaze away from his. The moment felt loaded, like there was more he wasn't saying. I sure knew there were a few things I was trying to hide from him. Unable to stand the silence any longer, I cleared my throat and chuckled in a husky voice so unlike my own. Thanks, Nicholas. That means a lot to me. I'm trying my hardest, and it's good to know I'm not messing everything up. You could never, he replied softly. I cleared my throat again, noticing for the first time how dry it was. Because I was thirsty, or because of Nicholas? I wasn't sure. So about this hunting stuff, I began. Nicholas clapped his hands together. Right. Let's go over what you can expect. Alexander, he called, turning to the vampire up front. Could you please take us somewhere to hunt? Alexander gave him a grunt that Nicholas must have taken as confirmation. So, Adrienne, hunting is another ability that will be like second nature for you. You'll first glamour the human you'll be feeding on. Being a beautiful woman will work to your advantage in attracting a meal. My face heated at his compliment. That was twice now he'd called me beautiful, but who was counting? Once you've ensnared someone in your glamour, you'll let your instincts take over. There's no need for me to coach you further on that, because as hungry as you must be, the second you're near another human, you'll have no choice but to hunt them. Any direction I gave you would go out the door the instant you smelled them. Out the window, I corrected. He arched a brow but continued. I'll be there to stop you from taking too much. After a few feedings, you'll be able to stop yourself, but young vampires are often too exuberant to stop early. It's common for a new vampire to drain their first human meal. My face paled and a slight tremor radiated from my chest. Drain? I squeaked. I won't let that happen, Adrienne. Trust me. And I did. Implicitly. I nodded for him to continue, the tremors subsiding slightly. When you are done feeding, you must close the wound so there's no evidence of the feeding. Vampire blood has healing properties. You can either bite your tongue and lick the wound, or some prefer to bite their finger and rub the puncture marks. It's up to you.
What do you do?
I bite my tongue and lick the wounds. I find it faster and more efficient. I stored the knowledge for later. The car slowed, and I looked out the window to see a few stores, their doors covered with thick metal gates securing their goods. This part of town had seen better days. There was graffiti on the brick walls and trash littering the streets. I thought it would be easier if your first meal was with an unsavory type. It shouldn't take us long to find that in this neighborhood, Nicholas explained. I nodded, thankful he'd thought this far in advance. He was right. If I fed on a drug dealer or mugger, I might not feel so guilty. Nicholas slid out of the vehicle and offered me his hand. We walked for a few blocks in silence, both of us lost in thought. Passing cracked sidewalks and broken street lamps, we searched for my first meal. This was it. There would be no returning from this. Logically, I knew I had passed the point of no return when I woke up in that basement a few nights ago. But in my heart, I felt like this was the final frontier. Once I drank human blood, I would unequivocally be a vampire for the rest of my long, long life. At that point, I honestly didn't know how to feel about that. Nicholas nudged my side and I looked up from my feet. He pointed to something ahead of us, and I swiveled my head to follow his finger. Up ahead, another half a block, was a man standing alone on a street corner. He was dressed in what looked to be designer clothes, which seemed out of place for this neighborhood. We approached, and he grinned a blindingly white smile at us. His scent reached me on a cool breeze, and I quickened my step as Nicholas fell behind. The man's smile broadened at my haste to reach him.
"Hey there, pretty lady.
Something I can get for you?" he asked. When I was close enough to see directly into his eyes, I stopped and smiled at him. "What's your name?" I asked. "Diego, and what's yours, lil' mama?" he asked, but I ignored him. "Diego," I said, my voice deep and steady. I mentally threw my net at him and watched his eyes glaze. I slowly made my way toward him, my eyes on where I knew I'd find his pulse. "Show me your neck, Diego." Without hesitation, he leaned his head to the side and bared his throat. His light brown skin glistened in the glow of the street lamp. Stepping closer, I breathed in his rich scent. My mouth watered and I swayed on my feet. He smelled so good. I stalked closer, finally reaching his side. My hands were shaking as they reached out to grip his shoulders. Leaning closer, I inhaled deeply, already tasting him on my tongue. I inched up on my tiptoes to bring my face level with his neck. My mind was consumed with bloodlust as I watched the beating of his pulse. When I couldn't stand the wait any longer, I struck, my sharp canines easily sinking into his soft flesh. Blood poured from the puncture holes, filling my mouth and dripping down my throat. My eyes rolled back in my head, and I gasped at the incredible taste. It was like the juiciest piece of steak, the crispiest piece of bacon, and the softest, most gooey chocolate chip cookie all rolled into one. His blood pumped onto my tongue in a steady hypnotic stream. My fingers dug into his shoulders and I pulled him closer, sucking on the wounds I'd created. Nothing else mattered but the thick blood pouring into my mouth. The world could have stopped rotating, the sun could have fallen from the sky, a bomb could have landed on my head and I wouldn't have cared. Wouldn't have noticed. Something wrapped around my waist and I was dragged away from my meal. A growl ripped from my throat and I thrashed against the strong grip. I turned to whatever had just interrupted me and looked up into Nicholas's handsome face. I blinked and snapped out of my bloodlust. Shame rolled through my body. I couldn't believe I'd just growled at him. Covering my face with my hands, I tried to apologize. "Nicholas, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I just did that." I felt wretched. A slight pressure under my chin had me raising my head from my hands. The humor in his eyes relieved some of my guilt. "You were feeding, and I interrupted you. Any vampire would act the way you did. Think nothing of it." He removed his fingers from my chin and used one to tap me on the tip of my nose. "Now you must close his wounds. Can you return to his side without feeding again?" I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, quieting the riot inside me. Blowing out the breath, I nodded to Nicholas. Yes, I could and would finish this right. Cautiously, I made my way back over to Diego, checking my level of control with each step. Once I returned to his side, I saw the blood trickling from the 2 holes I'd made, and a shudder rippled through my body. I reached back up to lick the trail of blood left on his skin. Thankfully, it hadn't made it to his expensive-looking clothes yet. I winced as I bit down on my tongue, noticing the difference in the taste of my blood and that of my meals. Mine was bland and unfulfilling after finally having my first taste of human blood. My tongue flicked out, and I rubbed the bloody tip against his wounds. I gasped as I watched the small holes narrow and close before my eyes. "Now give him a new memory," Nicholas said quietly from behind me. I hadn't realized he'd come so close. Looking into Diego's eyes, I spoke slow and steady. "Diego, you were out here selling drugs, but you've decided that isn't what you want to do with your life anymore. You're going to go home, and tomorrow morning, you will enroll in a community college. You'll get your degree and make an honest living. You never saw me or my friend here, I added at the end. I turned to Nicholas with a satisfied smirk on my face. How was that? Nicholas shook his head, his lips fighting a smile. I didn't mean for you to give him a new direction in life, Adrienne. Just to make him forget he saw us. I frowned. Should I not have done that? No, what you did was fine. More than fine. You probably just turned his life around and got a drug dealer off the streets. The police department should give you a medal or a plaque for that. He was teasing me, but the look in his eyes told me he was proud. I lifted my chin in the air. Well, might as well try to do something nice for him after he fed me. Nicholas threw his head back and laughed, the sound bouncing off the brick walls and metal security gates. His laughter did something funny to me. It was like a load being taken off my shoulders, or a band being removed from around my lungs. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and walked us back the way we'd come. You did well tonight, Adrienne. I'm proud of you. His compliment had me beaming. I'm glad you stopped me. There was no end in sight. I would have kept going until I couldn't go any further. The thought had the smile fading from my face. Hey. He stopped walking and turned me to face him. That's what young vampires do. You can't help yourself. My job is to have your back, and that's what I did. There's no need to batter yourself up. His mess up of another idiom had me smiling. Beat yourself up. Nicholas closed his eyes and groaned softly, making me laugh. He looked up at me. You think this is funny? I schooled my face. No. Of course not. The corner of my lip twitched as I fought off a grin. His sigh was that of a martyr. Laugh all you want, Adrienne. You'll see how hard it is to keep up with all the slang after a couple 100 years. Then we'll see who's laughing. I lost the fight, and a smile split my face. I tried to imagine where we'd be in a couple 100 years. Would we still be living together? Would we be in this city? He talked like he expected to still be in my life, and my stomach ached with butterflies. That thought alone was enough to banish my bad mood. Stopping short, I asked, what about you? Don't you need to feed? I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine. The older you get, the less often you need to feed. At my age, once a week is plenty. That new bit of information led to my next question. How often will I need to feed? Probably every day for a while. Why was I able to go so many days without then? The amount of blood you just drank was only a fraction of what had been left over in your body, so it lasted you much longer. Does that mean I can fill up on blood and go a few days without hunting? Nicholas hesitated. You could, he began, dragging out that last word. But I wouldn't recommend it. When you're young, it's much more difficult to control yourself. What if you filled up and tried to go 3 days when you should have only gone 2? No. Parliament states, and I agree, that a new vampire should drink every day for their first few years at least. Oh, so this is a rule? Not so much a rule as a guideline. Every new piece of information reminded me of how little I knew of this world I was now a part of. What would I have done if Nicholas hadn't found me that first night? I'd probably be dead. I most likely would have passed out close to dawn and burned with the sun. Shivering at the thought, I crossed my arms over my chest. As if sensing my need for comfort, Nicholas wrapped his arm around my shoulders again and pulled me close. I breathed him in, his scent causing the butterflies to stir in the pit of my stomach again. I really needed to get a grip around him. We walked a few more blocks before the black Suburban came into view. Filing into the SUV, we took our seats before Alexander asked, "Where to now?" Nicholas looked over at me. "Parliament headquarters, please." With his eyes still locked onto mine, he asked, "Are you ready to have me be your maker officially?" I grinned, the answer coming easily. "Absolutely ready." Chapter 8. Instead of dropping us off, Alexander found street parking and accompanied us to Parliament headquarters. Manhattan being what it was, we had to walk a few blocks to our destination. I followed Nicholas, and before long he slowed his pace and swerved into a doorway that had a gold plaque above it that read, New York City Department of Sanitation. Nicholas ushered me inside, smirking at the confused look on my face. What could we possibly be doing at a Department of Sanitation office? The inside of the building consisted of a short white hall with one door, and a very large man sitting behind a wooden desk. The man looked up at all three of our faces, quickly skipping past mine to concentrate on the men behind me. A look of recognition passed over his features, and he nodded to Nicholas.
Mr. Talbot, he greeted.
Good evening, Benny, Nicholas responded cordially. Benny reached to his left for something I couldn't see before I heard a buzzing noise from across the hall. Nicholas strode over and pulled open the door once again, pausing for me to enter before him. I stepped through the thick metal frame and stopped abruptly in my tracks. This room was so different from the last, I needed a minute to take it all in. Calling it a room was a gross understatement. The walls and floors were covered in black veined white marble, the dome ceiling at least 3 stories tall. There were multiple hallways that led away from the main chamber, marked by pairs of Corinthian columns. In the center of the room, opposite where I stood, was a grand staircase that met the ground floor in a dozen or more concentric circles. It looked like a giant flattened wedding cake had been spread out at the base. Hanging from the high ceiling was a chandelier that looked to be roughly the size of Nicholas's living room. I was shocked silent. I never would have thought that this beautiful building was hidden behind a Department of Sanitation office. It was the perfect cover for the Vampire Parliament headquarters. No one would ever wander in here accidentally, and if they did, they'd be denied access. The man in the hallway was most likely a vampire, and could glamour anyone who asked too many questions.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Nicholas asked, his voice closer than I thought. I could only nod in agreement. Nicholas grasped my upper arm and steered me toward a bank of elevators to the left of us. He pressed the button to go up, and stood back to wait for a car to arrive. I kept my back to the elevators, so I could continue to look around the opulent lobby. It was built back in the early 1800s, but has been updated many times since then. This place was one of the first buildings to be completely wired for electricity in the city. I heard the elevator doors open, and we filed in. I looked around for Alexander, just now realizing he wasn't with us anymore. He had business to attend to, he'll meet up with us later, Nicholas explained and reached forward to press the button that would take us to the 7th floor. When the elevator stopped its ascent, the doors opened to reveal a dark blue sign on the opposite wall that read, Transfers, Fosters and Orphans. Orphan. It was a word I was well acquainted with. It wasn't until then that I realized I'd found myself in that position again. Once more left to fend for myself. Upon exiting the elevator, we turned to our right and followed the hallway around a couple bends. There were a few other people that passed us in the hallway, and every one of them stopped to talk to Nicholas. I noticed they all greeted him formally, and I wondered why that was. A few of their eyes flickered to me, but they quickly averted their gaze. At the end of the hall was a door marked Foster's that Nicholas opened and motioned for me to enter. The room looked much like any other official office. There was a front counter with a few people sitting behind a thick layer of glass, a handful of chairs that were all unoccupied, and a couple of fake plants as decoration. Nicholas strode up to the window, a professional smile already in place. Ramon, he greeted the olive-skinned man behind the glass. Ramon looked up from the papers he'd been reading, and smiled when he saw who'd called his name. He reached forward and slid the glass panel aside.
Nicholas Talbot.
What brings you by my neck of the woods? He asked, still smiling, his teeth straight and white. Nicholas handed the manila envelope through the glass windows. Ramon opened the top flap and dumped the papers out on his desktop. He quickly scanned the first page and looked up questioningly, first to Nicholas and then me. You're fostering a new vampire? He asked incredulously. Ramon, this is Adrienne. Adrienne, Ramon. He introduced us with a wave of his hand. Ramon still looked confused. But Nicholas, you never. Things change, he interrupted. I watched the exchange silently, wondering what it meant. Was fostering a new vampire that rare? Was there something wrong with him fostering me? Ramon shook his head and skimmed through the rest of the application. He clucked his tongue and looked up at Nicholas. You didn't fill out her last name. Wilkinson, I answered him. Ramon glanced at me briefly, before running his eyes over the rest of the application. When he reached the end, he grabbed a stamp and punched it onto the top page. He then shuffled the papers together, before filing them in a cabinet on his left. Congratulations. You've got yourself a new vampire, he said. Nicholas smiled, thanked him, and walked me out of the office. On our way back to the elevators, I asked, why was he so surprised you were fostering me? Nicholas sighed. I don't make new vampires and I certainly don't foster them. Why not? He sighed again. I don't make them because I don't want to, and I don't foster because I've never felt compelled to. I like my solitary life and its uncomplicated nature. I've never wanted to babysit someone else's mistake. I stopped dead in my tracks. He thought I was a mistake. That I was complicating his life. Seeing how his words affected me, Nicholas immediately backtracked. No, Adrienne. That came out wrong. In the past, I've never been compelled to step in and foster a new vampire. It's different with you. That explained nothing. What's so different about me? Why make an exception now? Nicholas stilled, his eyes searching my face. He took a cautious step toward me. His hand reached out to touch my face but stopped and dropped to his side before it hit its mark. That same hand ran through his hair. Everything is different about you, Adrienne. I can't explain it properly. I just feel like I'm meant to be here with you. Since I met you, all I've wanted to do is be near you. His last sentence came out in a whisper. Without my vampire hearing, I'm not sure I would have heard him at all. My breath caught in my throat and my palms began to sweat. Before I could respond, the loud click-clack of high heels rounded the corner, headed straight toward us. Nicholas, the high-heeled person squealed. A tall, willowy woman with pitch-black hair marched past me, knocking into my shoulder on her way by. Stumbling forward, I caught myself before I fell. I looked up to find her long, pale arms wrapped around Nicholas's neck, her thin body pressed along his. I glared so hard I was surprised her peacock blue barely there dress didn't go up in flames. I haven't seen you in so long. I've missed you, the woman said too loudly, finishing with a ridiculous-looking pout. I couldn't keep my eyes from rolling. Nicholas extracted himself from her hold and simply said, I've been busy. I was going to call you. The annual ball is coming up, and I was hoping you'd ask me to accompany you again, she simpered, her eyelashes fluttering. Nicholas looked at me before answering. I don't think so, Victoria. Victoria. So the waif had a name. She turned and acknowledged me for the first time. Her heavily made-up eyes raked me up and down, and it was clear she found me lacking. Victoria, this is my new progeny, Adrienne, he introduced us. You're what? She yelled, louder than necessary. Nicholas's jaw tensed. My progeny. But Nicholas, you never change vampires. Why start with her? Well, he didn't. Nicholas cut me off. It's really none of your concern. It was nice seeing you again, Victoria, but we have places we need to be. He grabbed my elbow again and propelled me toward the elevator. I turned to see Victoria still standing where we left her, eyes narrowed and shoulders tensed. Nicholas rushed us into the open elevator and pushed the button for the 13th floor. Wait, you have a 13th floor? Isn't that supposed to be bad luck? He smirked at me. We're vampires, Adrienne. We don't worry about silly superstitions like black cats and the number 13. In fact, 13 plays a big role in the vampire parliament. There are 13 board members, 13 districts for each headquarters, and 13 headquarters around the world. Wow, vampires sure didn't do things halfway, did they? The elevator opened to a room with enough beauty to rival the ground floors. This room, however, was circular with gleaming black marble, and 13 doors interspersed along the walls. Nicholas turned to his left and walked to the third one from the elevators. I followed him through the door into a medium-sized office decorated in blacks, whites, and grays. This decor was familiar now. At a small desk in the center of the room was an older woman with a tight salt and pepper bun atop her head and a pair of glasses attached to a chain around her neck. The woman looked up when we entered the room. "Good evening, Mr. Talbot. I wasn't expecting to see you here for another week or so." "Hello, Mary. I've just stopped by to check in briefly. This is my progeny, Adrienne." He waved his hand toward me. Mary turned her gaze to me, and her face lit up with a warm smile. She rose from her seat and approached me. "Hello, Adrienne. It's so nice to meet you." She reached out and clasped my hands in her weathered grip. The pleasant welcome threw me.
Hi, Mary.
"It's nice to meet you too." "Come with me, Adrienne," Nicholas beckoned from an elaborate doorway behind Mary's desk. "I'll show you my office." "Office? He worked here?" I followed him through the doorway and into another black, white, and gray room. Nicholas clearly had a style and stuck with it. There was a large wooden desk reminiscent of the one in his house, but grander. Bookshelves lined both walls to my right and left with little in the way of decor. There was also a small seating area with two stiff-looking white leather chairs and a low coffee table. "Have a seat if you'd like." "I'll be just a minute," he explained as he made his way to the desk. I watched him sit down and boot up the shiny black laptop before I took a seat on one of the white chairs. I tried to take stock of the room, but my gaze kept traveling back to Nicholas. The laptop screen highlighted his high cheekbones and aristocratic nose. His eyes gleamed in the bright white light, and I watched as they rapidly scanned the words on the screen. I shifted a few times but couldn't find a comfortable position. "Nicholas, can I ask you a question?" He looked up immediately. "Of course. Why is all of your furniture uncomfortable?"
What do you mean?
"Well, I can't sit here or on your couch at home for longer than 5 minutes without my ass falling asleep. The only comfortable seat in the house is in your library. I just wondered why you bothered to buy furniture you couldn't sit on." His brow furrowed, and his lips pressed into a tight line. "I never realized my furniture was so uncomfortable. I guess I haven't spent much time sitting on them." "And no one's ever complained about a sore ass to you before?" He laughed loudly. "No. No ass complaints to date. Although I'm terribly sorry to hear about yours." His eyes gleamed as they traveled down the length of my body. Heat scorched my cheeks. I hadn't meant for this conversation to center on my rear end. "I think I'll survive. I'm a vampire now, after all. That has to fortify my ass at least a little." He laughed again. "I'm glad to hear you'll make it." His face turned serious as he studied me. "Would you like to replace it?" "My ass?" I asked with mock seriousness. A barking laugh escaped him. "No, the couch at home. We could order a new one if you'd like." I thought about that for a minute. The man had opened his home to me, and now I was trying to redecorate it. I'd been taught better manners than that. "No, Nicholas. That's not necessary. I'm sorry I said anything. I shouldn't be complaining about anything after you took me in and all."
"Adrienne, I told you to stop worrying about that."
"My home is now your home," he insisted. "I haven't redecorated in some time, and I dare say the apartment could use a woman's touch. Would you please pick out a new couch for us? And anything else you'd like? I want you to feel comfortable there." The sincerity in his face gutted me. How could this man be real? I really had no choice here. "I'll look around," I promised with a smile. Seeming satisfied with my answer, Nicholas returned his eyes to his computer. I stood and perused the books lining the shelves in his office. These were more official looking than the books in his house. Titles like Vampire History, The Dark Ages sat alongside books like Parliament Law, Volume 1. There was a loud knock on the office door and Nicholas called, "Come in." Mary entered, wringing her hands, her face pinched in worry.
"Mr. Talbot, one of our doctors at the hospital, just called."
Nicholas stood from behind his desk. I didn't know what that meant, but clearly it was serious.
What did they say?
There's been what looks like a vampire attack, she began. There were no puncture wounds, but her red blood cells were dangerously low, and her injuries don't explain the blood loss. Nicholas hurried back to his desk, shut his laptop and packed it into a bag. He stuffed a few papers into the outer pockets, slung the bag over his shoulder, and strode toward me. We need to go, he informed me. I followed him and Mary out of his office. Before we reached the outer door, Nicholas turned to Mary. What hospital are they in? Mount Sinai, she answered. Do you know the patient's name? Mary shuffled a few papers around on her desk, finally coming across a yellow sticky note. She held it up in front of her face. Her name is Charlotte Wakefield, age 21. All the blood drained from my face. I turned wide eyes to Nicholas. Charlotte Wakefield is my old roommate. You met her the other day. My mind was like a tornado, thoughts whipping and pulling against my brain, none of them sticking around long enough for me to examine. With a grim expression, Nicholas pulled the door open and ushered me through. Let's go find Alexander and get to the hospital. Chapter 9. We made it to Mount Sinai Hospital in record time. As soon as Alexander screeched to a stop at the curb, Nicholas grabbed my hand and wrenched me from the SUV. We walked quickly, but only for human standards. I ached to move as fast as I knew I could, but held back. A young woman with golden brown skin and short curly hair looked up when we arrived at the front desk, her eyes widening in recognition when she saw Nicholas. Mr. Talbot, she addressed him, sitting up straighter in her seat. Charlotte Wakefield, he responded, completely bypassing the pleasantries. The woman, whose name badge read Tina, quickly tapped a few keys on the computer in front of her. Without lifting her eyes from the screen, she said, "It says she just got out of surgery. She's in room 562. Dr. Thomas was assigned to her." Tina's eyes widened again, trying to convey an unspoken message to Nicholas. Nicholas nodded, muttered his thanks, and dragged me to the wall of elevators. He was still holding my hand, and I reveled in the comfort of his grip, my thoughts still hectic. Nicholas, do you think she was attacked because of me? What other connection to vampires did she have? It had to have been because of me. My stomach clenched. He turned, eyes soft with concern.
Adrienne, we know nothing yet.
She could have been attacked walking home like you were. This may not have anything to do with you. Let's just remain calm until we find out more. His hand gently squeezed mine. The elevators opened on the 5th floor and we marched out, following the signs on the walls to Charlotte's room. When we arrived, Nicholas reached out to knock twice on the wooden door. Before long, a tall sandy-haired man in a white lab coat opened the door. He nodded to Nicholas.
Mr. Talbot. Can we see her?
Nicholas asked the doctor. She just woke up. I was trying to learn more about her attack. Who's this? He asked, jerking his chin in my direction. This is Adrienne, my progeny. She also happens to be Charlotte's old roommate. Dr. Thomas's eyes lit up at that bit of information. He stepped out of the room and motioned for me to enter. You might get more information from her than I did since you two have a history, he explained. I looked to Nicholas, uncertain about what I should do. He smiled softly. Go on in. I'll speak with Dr. Thomas out here. I stepped through the door, my eyes taking a moment to adjust to the dim lighting. In front of me was a thin curtain drawn around a hospital bed. I could hear the beeping and whirring of machines, and took a deep breath before drawing the drape aside. I let that breath out in a violent whoosh when my eyes found Charlotte. She looked so little in the big white hospital bed. My heart broke for her. There was a thick white gauze wrapped around the top of her head, right above two black eyes. Her face was so swollen I almost couldn't recognize her. My eyes roved to the sling supporting her right arm, and down to the cast encasing her left leg. Those were just the injuries I could see from where I stood. Who knew what kind of internal damage was done? My eyes found the machines on the side of her bed, noting that everything seemed to be whirring and beeping along at a steady pace. At least she had that going for her. I took a step closer and Charlotte's eyes opened, or tried to. She gasped and immediately cringed. I stepped up to the side of her bed and looked for a safe place to offer comfort. Her left shoulder looked unharmed, and I patted it gently.
SSH, Charlotte.
Take it easy.
Adrienne.
Her voice was rough and broken. My heart clenched in my chest. Yeah, girl. It's me. I tried to smile.
You have to go.
Her chest started to heave, her eyes going wide. Go. He can't find you here. You need to go. Who can't find me here? What are you talking about? Her head whipped back and forth on her neck, surveying her surroundings. She looked like a cornered animal. With a grunt, she struggled to prop up the top half of her body, and I used my hand on her shoulder to easily restrain her. Charlotte, you need to stay still. You've been attacked, and you're in the hospital. She stopped trying to get up, and I breathed a sigh of relief until the tears started streaking from her swollen eyes. You have to go, Adrienne. He can't find you, she said again. A beeping sound brought my attention to her monitors that were now going crazy. She needed to calm down or she'd hurt herself further. Having no other choice, I called her name. The moment her eyes met mine, I cast my mental net and watched the slits of her eyes glaze over.
You need to relax.
You're safe and being looked after now. Safe now, she intoned. I nodded, glad to see the numbers on her machines slowly dropping back down to normal. Charlotte, do you know who attacked you? She shook her head. I've never seen him before. Did he tell you his name? Her head shook again. All he said was he was looking for his mole. What's a mole, Charlotte? She shrugged and then winced. Do you remember what he looked like? I asked, desperate to get any information I could out of her. She shook her head with obvious distress. I can't, she wailed. I remember looking up at him after he'd thrown me to the ground, but I can't recall any details. She sniffled and hung her head. I leaned over the side of the bed to gently wrap my arm around her shoulders.
What do you remember?
I asked, desperate for any information. He kept asking for his mole. That word struck a chord, but I tucked it away for the moment. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. He yelled and called me a liar. Said he could smell her here. He threw your driver's license at me. Said he needed to find you. That you belonged to him. I told him you moved out, but I didn't know where. That's when he got mad. Her voice trailed off. The matter-of-fact retelling of her story shook me to my core. My worst fears had been confirmed. She'd been attacked because of me. The guilt threatened to overwhelm me. Is there anything else you remember? I choked out. Everything got fuzzy after that. I patted her shoulder. That's okay, Charlotte. You did a good job. I'm so sorry this happened to you. I promise you I'll find who did this. She nodded gently, her eyes still out of focus. When you wake up, you won't remember any of this. If you need anything, you can always call or email me, okay?
Okay.
Now you need to sleep. With that, she closed her eyes and started snoring softly. I stood there for a moment, trying to piece together everything she'd said. There was a hostile vampire out there looking for me, and I had no idea why. Where did he get my license from? I hadn't seen it since the night I was attacked. Charlotte's encounter prickled something deep within my mind. I closed my eyes and searched for the connection, but it felt like I was trying to grasp smoke. Tuning out the hospital around me, I ignored the beeps and whirs of the machinery, and dug deep. The word mole kept echoing in my head, getting louder and louder with each passing second, until the dam broke and the memories came rushing back. I remembered walking alone, and bumping into an oddly dressed man. He'd snatched me off the street and bit into my neck. As I lay dying, he'd paced back and forth next to my body, speaking in a language I didn't understand. When he'd stopped abruptly and walked back over, I knew he was going to kill me. My heart raced, and my palms began to sweat as I relived the devastation of the last few minutes of my life. He'd leaned over and offered me blood from his pale wrist. I knew from Nicholas that this was how humans were changed. The vampire had to drink a good deal of their blood before offering his own to them. Then the humans slept for 3 days while the change took place. When they awoke, they were a vampire. Just before I'd lost consciousness, I'd heard his dark voice. I didn't know what the words meant, but I know I'd heard the word mole. I stretched back into my memory, but couldn't recall the other words he'd uttered before I'd lost consciousness. I needed to tell Nicholas what Charlotte had revealed, and about the memories that just resurfaced. I turned around quickly, getting myself tangled in the hanging curtain. With a huff, I shoved the sheet aside and marched to the hallway outside Charlotte's room. As I exited, I caught the tail end of Dr. Thomas's assessment. A few broken bones, but she should recover completely. I'm just thankful whoever he was stopped drinking when he did, the doctor added softly, looking around to make sure we were alone. If he'd continued just a minute or two longer, Charlotte wouldn't have made it. The finality in his tone chilled me, my muscles locked in place. Charlotte had almost lost her life because of me. This was my fault. You did good in there, Nicholas said, breaking me out of my dark thoughts. Huh. His lips twitched with a grin. The doctor and I were listening to you and Charlotte. It's too bad she didn't remember more about her attacker. His mouth thinned into a straight line. I'd like to find this one and get him off these streets as soon as possible. His hands fisted at his sides. And he's old enough to know better, he mumbled so softly I wasn't even sure that's what he'd really said. I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. I can go back in there and see if I can glamour some more information out of her. The doctor shook his head. We try to avoid glamoring when there's been a head injury unless absolutely necessary. My stomach dropped painfully. But I already did, I whispered, my voice shaking. I didn't know, I said a little louder. Why didn't anyone tell me? Is she going to be all right? Without thinking, I whirled around, ready to storm back in Charlotte's room and make sure she was okay, but a hand around my bicep stopped me.
Adrienne, it's fine.
She's fine. You did the right thing. She was getting too worked up and was in more danger of hurting herself like that. Dr. Thomas was just about to go in and do the same when we heard you take control. A large breath gusted out of me as my shoulders fell. Oh. Okay. Nicholas chuckled softly before squeezing my arm. You were amazing, he said softly. So softly, I had to look up into his warm hazel eyes and see for myself. I got stuck there a moment, counting the gold flecks in his irises while willing my feet to not carry me closer to him. The doctor cleared his throat next to us, ending the hold Nicholas's gaze had on me. I shook my head and looked away as Nicholas finished up with him. With nothing else to occupy my mind, I found myself drowning in self-pity and flagellation. I didn't know what I could have done differently, but there had to be something. There was no way Charlotte ever should have paid this kind of price just for knowing me. Do you know what a mole is? I asked, breaking the silence in the elevator on our way back to the ground floor. He looked at me strangely. Mole, he asked. Do you know what that is? He seemed to think about it for a moment before asking, do you mean mole? I looked at him blankly.
Isn't that what I said?
He shook his head with a smile on his face.
It's Italian.
Do you know what it means in English? I pushed. Sure, it means wife. Wife. What the hell? Why do you ask? Nicholas's question shook me out of my thoughts. Something Charlotte said, I muttered, trying and failing to put the pieces together myself. He grasped my arm and turned me to face him. What are you talking about? I looked down at my feet, trying to pull my thoughts together. I didn't want to say this in front of the doctor, but I think it was my maker that attacked Charlotte. There. I'd said it. It was real now that the words were out in the open. My maker was back, and he was looking for me. He'd called me his wife. A shiver ran down my spine and the little hairs on my arms stood on end. I watched his eyes widen and his lips part. The elevator dinged, signaling we'd reached our floor, and Nicholas dragged me out as soon as the doors slid open. We passed Tina and I waved goodbye to her. She seemed unaffected by the man dragging me through the hospital lobby. When we made it outside, I jerked my arm out of his grip. "Ease up, Nicholas. I'm a lot more durable these days, but you almost ripped my arm out of its socket," I complained, rotating my shoulder. Nicholas ran a frustrated hand through his hair and paced back and forth in front of me. He turned and, with concern in his eyes, gently touched my arm where he'd gripped me. "Are you all right?" I sighed and nodded. "I'm fine. Can you please tell me what's going on?" It was Nicholas's turn to sigh as he reached in his pocket to retrieve his cell phone. He pressed a button and held it to his ear. "We're out front," he spoke before ending the call and returning the phone to his pocket. "Not here," he said when he saw I was still waiting for an answer. I rolled my eyes but kept my mouth shut and tapped my foot impatiently. The Suburban came roaring around the corner and stopped short in front of us. Nicholas grabbed my arm again, but this time he was considerably more gentle. Once we were in the car, I opened my mouth to speak, but his wild eyes warned me to remain quiet. It seemed he wasn't ready to talk about it, so I'd wait. A short time later, we pulled up outside our building, and Nicholas grabbed my hand to pull me from the car. He didn't release it, as he nodded to the doorman and took the elevator up to our floor. Still holding my hand, Nicholas led me into the apartment and up the stairs to our shared room. He finally released his grasp on me and disappeared into his closet. He reappeared with 2 black suitcases and handed one to me. "I need you to pack about a week's worth of clothing as quickly as you can." I stood there holding the suitcase with my mouth open in shock. "We were leaving." "Nicholas, what's going on?" He didn't stop what he was doing, just kept throwing clothes haphazardly into his suitcase. I stepped closer and placed my hand on his back. He froze under my touch and slowly turned to face me. "Tell me what's going on," I pleaded with him. He seemed to be searching my eyes for something. Nodding, he led me over to the edge of his bed and gestured for me to take a seat. I reminded my suddenly racing heart that we had better things to concentrate on than the fact that we were sitting on Nicholas's bed. "I need you to tell me everything that Charlotte told you." Every single word, because clearly I missed something. Seeing me getting ready to protest, he continued, "I'll explain myself after. I promise." I studied him for a moment, deciding whether I believed that or not. Something in his earnest eyes told me I could trust him. I could always trust him. I recounted everything Charlotte told me. Halfway through my story, he jumped up from the bed and began pacing. When I was done, I said, "I remember that night now, Nicholas. I remember being assaulted and changed." I gulped. "My maker did this." Nicholas stopped his pacing and turned to face me, his eyes clouded in anger. "I'm your maker." I nodded, knowing he needed me to agree with him. "I know, Nicholas. You are my maker." I meant he's the one who changed me. The anger faded from his gaze, and his shoulders slumped in defeat. "Forgive me, Adrienne. I didn't mean to raise my voice at you." I stood and reached for him. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew he needed me. I realized then how much I needed him too. I snaked my arms around his waist and rested my head on his hard chest, breathing in his unique clean man scent. For a moment, I worried he wouldn't return my affection, and I'd be left holding on to him like an idiot. I felt his arms wrap around my shoulders and I relaxed into him. He sighed and rested his cheek on the top of my head. We stood there like that for a couple long minutes, my heart picking up speed the longer we held each other. "You're mine, Adrienne," he began, his deep voice rumbling through his chest. "I'm not letting anyone take you from me." I was trying not to read too far into his words, but my racing heart obviously hadn't gotten the memo. "I'm not going anywhere, Nicholas," I promised. He squeezed me gently before pulling back to look in my eyes. I tried to avert my gaze, but he caught and held it with his beautiful hazel eyes. He seemed to be searching for something, but I had no idea what. His features looked strained as he pulled his arms from around me. "Go. Pack," he said before returning to his own suitcase. I stood there stunned for a moment before finding my voice. Where are we going? Without turning around, he answered, We're going upstate to Parliament's training facility. I don't want you in the city until we find this vampire and have him in our custody. Chapter 10. When we finished packing, Nicholas begrudgingly admitted that we didn't have enough hours left in the night to leave now for the training facility. According to him, it would only take 4 hours, but I could already feel dawn approaching. We left our bags near the door, in preparation for the following night. We'd be leaving as soon as I was up. I trudged back upstairs, my feet heavy. When I reached our room, I shuffled over to my bed and lay down. I'd gotten better at listening to my body, and getting myself to bed before the dawn rendered me useless. As I laid there on the soft white sheets, a dozen images flashed behind my eyelids. I could now remember the night I'd been attacked and changed. I could still feel the cold asphalt under my body as I lay there knowing I would die. Watching my attacker pace back and forth as if arguing with himself. Was he trying to convince himself to change me? Did he have second thoughts? My mind zipped over to Charlotte and the mess I'd dragged her into. The only thing the poor girl did was have the misfortune of living with me. He left me to wake up alone, now he wanted me? He needed to find me so badly he would hurt my friend to get to me? He'd almost killed her. What would he have done if he'd found me there? And why was he calling me his wife? He had to be mistaking me for someone else. I'd never met him in my life. I'd remember those cold eyes if I'd ever seen them before. I fought off the shiver that raced down my spine. I heard the door open and Nicholas popped his head through, the light in the hall illuminating him from behind. His light brown hair was more tousled than usual, probably from him running his hands through it so many times. I was just checking to see if you were out for the night yet. I smiled. Not yet, but I will be soon. He nodded and retreated from the doorway. My stomach clenched, and before I knew what I was doing, his name fell from my lips. Nicholas. His head reappeared with the rest of his body, a concerned look on his face. Can you lay with me until I'm out? I asked, my voice sounding pitiful. I didn't want to admit out loud how much the resurfacing of my attacker had shaken me. Luckily, Nicholas didn't ask for an explanation. Without hesitation, he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. I watched him take off his shoes and approach from behind heavy lids. The side of the bed dipped under his weight, and his clean masculine scent washed over me. He settled himself onto the pillow next to mine, and I turned to face him. He was so close I could make out all the different shades of brown and green in his gaze. I sighed and closed my eyes, content for the first time since we'd left the Parliament building. You need not worry, Adrienne, Nicholas spoke softly. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. His sincerity rang throughout every one of his words. I knew I could trust him, knew that he'd keep me safe. But what was it he needed to protect me from? With that last thought, the darkness obliterated all my senses and I slept. My eyes opened the next night to the white gauze draping over my canopy bed. The events from the day before rushed back and I squeezed my eyes closed. I stretched my arms above my head out of habit, before realizing there was another body in my bed. With a start, I jolted upright and blinked my eyes to clear them. Could my attacker have found me already? With my heart in my throat, I quickly made out Nicholas's familiar silhouette and sighed with relief. He had his computer on his lap, but was looking at me now, the glow from the screen throwing shadows across his face. I'm sorry I startled you. His deep voice rang out in the silent room. I wanted to be here when you woke up, he explained with a shrug. My poor heart took wings and threatened to fly from my chest. I flopped back onto my pillow, my hand over my heart to prevent it from escaping. I chuckled softly and shook my head. Thanks for being here. I feel better when you're around. My confession had heat stinging my cheeks that I hoped he couldn't see in the darkness. He hummed in affirmation and continued working on whatever he was doing before I woke up. I didn't want to disturb him, but my unanswered questions from yesterday bubbled to the surface. Why do we have to leave? I asked the most pressing one. Nicholas had been adamant we get out of the city quickly. I knew there had to be a good reason behind it. He sighed, before shoving the computer off his legs and running a hand through his thick hair. I don't want to take any chances with you, Adrienne. This vampire attacked and changed you without your permission, and then assaulted your friend when he went looking for you. He's not stable, and I don't want you anywhere near him. That all made sense but didn't really answer my question. But why do we have to leave? Can't you protect me? The pained look on his face made me wish I'd kept my big mouth shut. I would protect you with my life, he said, the surety of his words washing over me. But I'm afraid I might not be enough. He held my gaze only long enough to finish speaking. I sat up. Wait, what do you mean? Why wouldn't you be enough? He took a moment, seeming to gather his thoughts before responding. I don't know anything for sure about this vampire, but it's clear he's old. Hundreds of years ago, it was common for a vampire to change a human and make them their mate, with or without the human's consent. When I heard he'd called you his Molière, his wife, he spat the word like it tasted foul in his mouth. I knew that had been his motive for changing you as well. My eyes widened and I gasped. So I'm his Molière. Nicholas's eyes lit up in anger.
You aren't his anything.
I waved away his anger, but felt warmth seep through my body at his protectiveness. Right, of course. What I meant was, when I'd heard he was looking for his wife, I never in a million years thought he was talking about me. I thought he had the wrong person. My voice trailed off as I raced to place this new piece into the puzzle in my head. He was looking for me. He thought I was his wife. He thought he'd made me into his wife. My stomach clenched and my palms began to sweat. Nicholas saw the anxiety written across my features and reached out to grasp my shoulder. I will not let him near you, Adrienne. I wondered if he was trying to convince me or himself. I don't know who he is or what he is capable of. All I know is he is older and therefore stronger than me. The words sounded like they pained him to speak. I won't risk not being able to defend you, so it's best if we leave. We have all the guards in our district out looking for him right now. I'm confident it won't take long to apprehend him. When they do, he will be tried for his crimes and you and I can go back to living our lives together in peace. The way he said together had my stomach clenching in a new way. Before I could fully process that, Nicholas clapped his hands together once. All right then, we're all packed and now you're awake, we should get on the road. I took a minute to brush my teeth and splash some water on my face before joining him in the foyer. Taking one last look around the apartment, I felt sad to say goodbye. In a weird way, this monochromatic and uncomfortable apartment had begun to feel like home. Nicholas carried our bags downstairs and I trailed after him. When we reached the empty Suburban, I raised my eyebrow questioningly. Alexander is needed here, so we'll be traveling alone. He answered my unspoken question. I shrugged and hopped into the passenger seat, unwilling to inspect how those words made me feel. We wove through the city streets that were emptying out at this time, before hopping on the highway heading north. The first hour of the trip passed in comfortable silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I had 1,000 questions running through my mind, and I took a while to decide which needed to be answered first. Should I be worried about the Markhams? I asked, breaking the silence. No, they should be safe. The only reason he went to your apartment was because he had your ID with that address on it. He has no way of connecting you to the Markhams. I'll call and send someone out there to check on them just in case if you're worried. I smiled softly at the man who hadn't said no to me once yet. I'd really appreciate that.
Consider it done.
What about Charlotte? Do you think he'll go back for her? He was silent for a moment before answering my question. I don't think so, he said slowly. I believe he made his point, and he knows you don't live there anymore. If he thought she was lying, he would probably have killed her. I cringed at his words, but he continued. And I'm sure he glamored her into telling him where you were. I hadn't thought about the fact that he could glamour her. I guess it slipped my mind because Charlotte hadn't mentioned it. I mentally smacked my forehead. Of course she hadn't told me she was glamoured. She wouldn't have remembered it. Besides, Nicholas continued, I had my guards move her to a new apartment. He won't know where to look for her now if he were to go after her again. I was so happy I could have kissed him. No. No kissing your maker. Thank you. I really appreciate everything you've done for me and my friends. I don't know what I'd do without you. The thought scared me, choking up my words. He reached across the center console to grab my hand. Fortunately, you'll never have to worry about what you do without me, because I'm not going anywhere. I answered his dazzling smile with one of my own. Now, if you have no further questions, he waited for me to shake my head, then let's listen to some music. This is a road trip, after all. I laughed at his sudden change in mood. He handed me his phone and told me to choose a song for us. I scanned through the artists he had downloaded, impressed by his eclectic tastes. There was one common theme I couldn't help but notice. You have a thing for 80s hairbands, huh? Nicholas grinned. 80s music is grossly underappreciated. I shook my head and continued to skim through songs, looking for the perfect one. When I came upon it, I hit play and turned the volume up. This is the best road trip song of all time, I declared. His eyebrow rose suspiciously. That's a mighty big statement. I hope you can back it up. I smiled knowingly as the opening notes rang through the interior of the SUV. Nicholas nodded appreciatively. Whitesnake. Good choice. I sat up straighter, pleased with his praise. Minutes later, we were both belting the lyrics to Here I Go Again at the top of our lungs. I really listened to the lyrics of the song, perhaps for the first time in my life. There I was, on my own again, but I wasn't on any road I'd ever been on before. I was in completely uncharted territory with only Nicholas to guide me. It still amazed me that we'd grown as close as we had over the past few days. It made me wary as the old saying about eggs in baskets flitted through my mind. For the next hour we traded off on song selections, singing horribly out of tune together, and putting the past 24 hours on the back burner. It felt great to forget about all the anxiety I'd had to carry around and just feel young and free again. Which made me curious. I turned the music down after the last song ended. What were you like in the 80s? I asked. Did you rock the big aqua net hair? I couldn't help but laugh at the idea of Nicholas with a big blown-out perm. He smiled but shook his head. I looked basically the same as I do now. I wore more leather though, of course, he added with a wink. I couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled out of my throat. What about before you were changed? What did you look like then? The same. Unfortunately, I've changed very little in over 200 years. I sighed and leaned back in my seat. What's unfortunate about being a stone-cold fox for hundreds of years? He froze before slowly turning to look at me. You find me handsome? I rolled my eyes and nodded, my stomach twisting uncomfortably. Very. Nicholas turned back to face the road, his shoulders stiff and his mouth twisted to the side like he was thinking really hard about something. I watched him shamelessly, wondering how he could think I'd see him any other way. When he turned the blinker on and made to get off the highway, I sat up straight again. Are we there? No, we've got another hour or so to go, but I need to fill the tank and you need to feed. Now that he mentioned it, my mouth was parched and my stomach was cramping. I'd chalked it up to singing and the ever-present anxiety, but now I recognized it for what it was. Nicholas pulled into a 24-hour gas station and turned to me. It looks like there's only one person working in there. He nodded toward the convenience store on the other side of the pump. I'll go in with you. You'll feed quickly, and I'll fill the tank before we get back on the road, okay? The thought of feeding didn't fill me with as much dread as it had the day before, but I was still pretty nervous. Nicholas reached out to grasp my hand. I'll be with you the whole time, he said, his eyes deep and steady. I nodded, took a deep breath and exited the car, unwillingly letting my fingers slide through his grasp. The convenience store was small, and Nicholas was right, there was only one person on duty at that hour. I walked toward the counter and flashed the man a smile. He was an older gentleman, in his 50s at least. He wore a shirt that barely covered his large stomach, and a thick pair of glasses. His name tag read Matt. "Hello, Matt," I began in a strong, steady voice before ensnaring him in my glamour. I stalked around the other side of the counter, my mouth watering in anticipation. Once I was at Matt's side, I looked quickly at Nicholas, reaffirming that he was close and would stop me when I'd taken enough. He nodded and gifted me with a soft smile. I returned it before reaching my hands up to Matt's shoulders and sinking my teeth into his neck. As with the day before, the tastes that assaulted my senses overwhelmed me. I felt the thick hot blood pour from his wounds and into my mouth. Felt it slither down my throat and fill me with its delicious essence. All too soon, I felt a tap on my shoulder and reluctantly pulled my mouth away from the man's delectable blood. I bit down on my tongue and swiped it along his wounds, licking up the last of the precious liquid. A shiver ran through my body as I stepped away from him. "Matt," I began. "My friend and I just came in to use your bathrooms." "Nothing more." "Nothing more," he repeated. I turned to Nicholas as we exited the building. "How did I do?" He smiled at me, pride in his eyes.
Even better than yesterday.
My answering smile was wide, and he blinked a few times before shaking his head. "Get in," he instructed. "I'm just going to fill up and we'll be on our way." Chapter 11. By the time Nicholas flipped on his blinker and once again made his way off the highway, I was beyond ready to get out of the car. "Are we there yet?" I asked with a cheeky grin. Nicholas rolled his eyes at my antics. "We're close. According to the directions I was given, it shouldn't be too much farther now." "You haven't been here before." He spared a glance my way before answering. "No. I told you. I don't make new vampires, so I've had no reason to visit the training facility before now." "Why haven't you ever changed a human before?" "I didn't say I've never changed a human before, I said I don't, as in I don't anymore." I mulled that over for a moment. "How many have you changed?" Nicholas was silent for so long I thought maybe he hadn't heard me. I took a breath to repeat my question, but he started speaking. "Just one." "Where are they now?" "Ash," he responded quietly. The one word sent shivers down my spine. I knew I needed to tread lightly. "What happened?" I asked in a small voice. Nicholas's hands gripped the steering wheel, and his jaw tensed so hard I heard his teeth grinding from where I sat. This pause was even longer, but I let him take his time. He'd either confide in me or not. I wouldn't make him relive this if he didn't want to. "James was a childhood friend of mine," he began softly. "We'd grown up together, did everything together, even went to war together. That was until my change. I couldn't show myself to him, but I watched from afar as he drowned his sorrow over my death in the bottom of any bottle he could find. After months of sitting back while he slowly killed himself, I knew I had to step in. By that time, I'd pieced together how it worked, and thought I could successfully change someone myself." I gasped. "You weren't successful?" I asked quietly. A grim smile stretched across his face. "No, I was. I changed him." I was confused. "So what happened?" Nicholas sighed and let one hand release his death grip on the wheel to run it down his scruffy face. "He couldn't handle it," he said. "The change. He couldn't accept it. I did everything I could to pull him out of the depression that held him while he was human, but nothing helped. He was with me for only 6 months. One night, shortly before dawn, he left the abandoned cellar we'd been occupying after I'd gone down for the day. He willingly met the dawn. I found his ashes the next night." I closed my eyes and tried to imagine how awful James must have felt to do something so drastic. How terrible it must have been for Nicholas to find his childhood friend like that. I reached out to grasp Nicholas's forearm. There were no words that would take away his pain, so I offered him the only comfort I could. Nicholas's grip on the steering wheel relaxed slightly, and he exhaled a big breath. I could never bring myself to change anyone since then. In fact, he added, softer than before, I haven't even allowed myself to be close to anyone since then. His eyes left the road and found mine briefly before glancing away just as quick. We drove in silence after that, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I was grateful Nicholas had opened up to me, but sorry for the circumstances. I knew how it felt to lose someone so close to you. To feel like you'd never be able to love another person like you'd loved them. It was how I'd felt since the death of my parents. They'd been my best friends, just as James had been Nicholas's best friend. It seemed we had more in common than I'd thought. I turned to study his strong profile, his sturdy jaw and full lips. It was no wonder Nicholas lived in a colorless, solitary world. I know he blamed himself for James's death. Knew it with so much certainty that I wasn't able to hold my tongue any longer. His death wasn't your fault, I spoke into the silence between us. I watched Nicholas shake his head subtly. No, Adrienne. You're wrong. It was my fault. I should have left him human. I never should have altered the course of his life. He couldn't handle the change. You said he'd been drowning in alcohol. That he was drinking himself to death. How long do you think his body could have taken that kind of mistreatment? How long would it have been before he drank himself to death, or got himself killed in a drunken stupor? I needed him to see that James's fate had been sealed long before Nicholas changed him. He sat quietly, seeming to think through my words. I watched him take a deep breath and expel it slowly through his nose. A few times he opened his mouth as if to speak, before shutting it again and prolonging the silence between us. Finally his shoulders slumped forward and he muttered, that may be so. I guess we'll never know. It was a small concession, but I'd take it. We turned off the dark country road and made our way up a gravel pathway through thick pine trees. When the foliage cleared, I saw we'd finally arrived at the training facility. The building ahead was a massive U-shaped ranch-style house with walls made of logs and multiple stone chimneys reaching toward the dark night sky. There were lights on in the house that cast a soft, inviting glow. The driveway led to a circle in the center of the U-shape, and we followed it around before parking in front of the front steps. As we stepped out of the SUV, the front door opened, and we were greeted by a smiling middle-aged woman. She wore khaki pants with a navy blue polo, and her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail. The woman smiled warmly at us as we approached her. Welcome. You must be Nicholas and Adrienne. She paused long enough for us to nod. It's so nice to meet you both. I'm Beatrice, but you can call me B. Nicholas stepped forward with his hand outstretched to her. Hello, B. It's nice to meet you too. Thank you for being here. She shook his hand and waved off his words. It's no problem at all. It's nice to have someone up here in the off-season. Off-season? I asked as I made my way up the stairs toward the front door. Yes. We usually only run this facility from January to March during the changing season. We were more than happy to make an exception for you, dear, B explained with a warm smile. Parliament prefers all changes to be made around the same time. That way they can be trained and monitored in an orderly fashion. Occasionally, a human will have to be changed unexpectedly and they have to make an exception, Nicholas added. Come in, you two, B insisted with a wave of her arm. Leave your bags and the keys. I'll have Edmund bring your things to your rooms and park your vehicle for you. I turned to Nicholas, who nodded for me to walk ahead of him. With a shrug, I followed her into the brightly lit house. The interior was finished in light glossy wood, with animal skin rugs and exposed brick walls. The first room we entered was a massive living room with an overstuffed couch and a fireplace that already held a crackling fire. I'll lead you to the hallway where the rooms are located, and you can each pick your own, B explained, leading us further down a hallway off the living room. Before long she stopped and swept her hand to the side. Pick a room, and Edmund should have your bags to you in just a moment. Go ahead and get comfortable, and let me know if you two need anything. We both shrugged and turned in opposite directions to the first rooms on the left and right of the hallway. The door I opened led to a large room with pale blue walls and a king-sized bed made up with soft-looking white sheets and about a dozen pillows. Upon further inspection, I found two doorways. One led to a large walk-in closet, the other to a spacious bathroom. I eyed the garden tub with jacuzzi jets, already planning a long bath. There was a soft knock at the door, and I called for them to come in. A tall, thin man who looked to be around the same age as B walked through the doorway with my suitcase in his hand. "Hi, miss. My name is Edmund. I've got your suitcase here. Where would you like it?" I hurried over and pointed to a dresser along the wall near the hallway door. "Right here is fine. It's nice to meet you, Edmund. I'm Adrienne." I held my hand out, and he took it in his firm grip. He immediately turned back toward the door. "Let me know if you need anything, Miss Adrienne." I smiled and nodded before he left the room. I spent the next few minutes unpacking my suitcase, wondering when my training would begin and what it would entail. I had visions of Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid dancing through my head, and I chuckled to myself. Wax on, wax off. Another knock at the door cut off my wayward thoughts. I walked over and opened it to a welcome sight. Nicholas stood in the entryway in dark-colored jeans, a tight black t-shirt, and his ever-present boots. A big grin spread across his face, and I couldn't help but reciprocate. "He said there's a lake out back. Would you like to go swimming?" "Swimming? What about training?" "We'll begin your training tomorrow night," he explained. "We have a few hours before dawn, and I thought it would be fun to go for a swim." I nodded, before I remembered I hadn't packed a swimsuit. With a pang of disappointment, I explained my predicament to Nicholas. "Don't worry. I'm sure B can find you something to wear." The man would not be deterred. I finally caved and went searching for Beatrice. She was in the restaurant-quality kitchen, with her back turned. The room was all large white cabinets and stainless steel appliances. What a vampire training facility needed with a kitchen, I had no idea. "B," I called softly, walking up behind her. She turned around with a genuine smile. "Hello, dear. Do you like your room?" "Yes, of course. Everything's beautiful. I was wondering if you could help me with something?" I asked. "Nicholas wants to go swimming, but I didn't bring a suit with me." B eyed me shrewdly before nodding. "In fact, I do. Just wait here a moment and I'll go grab it." I watched her dart out of the room, almost too quick for my eyes to follow. I still wasn't used to all the vampires in my life, and how fast they could move. B returned within seconds, holding a scrap of bright red material and grinning from ear to ear. "This should fit." I took the material from her and held it up dubiously. B, I don't think even half of me will fit in this." She chuckled and placed a hand on my back, leading me out of the kitchen and back toward my room. "Nonsense. You have a beautiful figure. You should show it off. Don't worry. This will cover all the important bits." I gave her a disbelieving look, to which she responded with only a benign smile. She led me to my bedroom door and left without another word. Minutes later, I stood in front of the mirror in my bathroom, trying to talk myself down. The top of the bathing suit was just two triangles that covered about 65% of each of my breasts. Even worse, the bottoms came up to well below my navel and left a good chunk of each butt cheek completely bare. This was definitely not the type of suit I'd ever pick out for myself. I felt self-conscious and hyper-aware of every inch of skin that was on display.
"Adrienne."
I heard Nicholas call before knocking on my door.
"Oh no."
I scrambled out of the bathroom and over to the dresser I'd filled with my clothes. I rummaged around until I found a long nightshirt that I quickly tossed over my head. "Adrienne," he said again, louder this time.
"Coming,"
I yelled, before sprinting over to the door and whipping it open. Nicholas stood on the other side in a pair of black swim shorts with a towel draped over one shoulder. And nothing else. My eyes were drawn from the waist of his shorts up over his well-defined abs to his sculpted chest. My mouth felt dry and my heart sped up. The clearing of a throat broke me out of my stupor, and my eyes finally made their way to Nicholas's. He stood there with a smug grin and knowing eyes. "You ready to go?" he asked around a chuckle. Now I had my wits back. I had to get even. I couldn't let him have the upper hand. With a smirk, I grabbed the hem of my t-shirt and slowly pulled it off over my head. I turned to throw the shirt on my bed before I met his eyes. His gaze burned a hot trail over my skin as I watched him watch me. His eyes roved over my long legs up to my flat stomach and came to rest on my barely covered chest. On the outside, I showed only a small smirk. On the inside, I was throwing a party that could rival Times Square on New Year's Eve. Got him. I cleared my throat and Nicholas's eyes snapped away from my chest to meet mine. Ready. I smiled before prancing past him into the hallway. Take that, Mr. Calm, Cool and Collected. Chapter 12. Riding on the high of my dramatic exit, I marched through the house and to the front door before realizing I had no idea where I was going. A second later, Nicholas breezed past me with a smug look on his face. Damn him. This way, he said before walking through the door and down the front steps. I followed him around one side of the large house and through a thicket of trees. We came upon the lake, only about 50 yards away from the back of the house. I'm sure I could have found it on my own, given the chance. With those pouty thoughts in mind, I surveyed the area. The lake was no bigger than a large pond, with a sandy beach before us and thick trees surrounding it. There was a short dock that led to about a third of the way into the lake, and I walked to the end of it. I felt Nicholas behind me before I heard him speak. Are you planning on going in? He asked, a hint of a smile in his voice. Truth was, now I was out there and saw how dark the water was, I didn't know if I really wanted to go in. Who knew what was lurking underneath? Without turning to him, I answered, not sure yet. I felt awkward and unsure of myself. The confidence I'd felt in my bedroom had waned during our short walk to the lake. The water might be cold, but as a vampire, you shouldn't feel it so intensely, Nicholas said. I sighed and turned to face him, determined to get him to stop asking me about going in the water. With movements faster than my brain could comprehend, Nicholas wrapped an arm around my bare waist and leaped off the dock, soaring dozens of feet into the air before dragging me into the lake. We plummeted into the murky water, Nicholas's arm still firmly wrapped around my middle. With a hard kick, he propelled us toward the surface and we broke through, me gasping for air and him laughing hysterically. While treading water, I turned and smacked his chest, unable to ignore the firm muscles beneath my hand. Nicholas, I admonished. He only grinned, his smile bathed in the pale moonlight. I lost a bit of my ire as I stared at his beautiful face. The harsh lines from earlier were erased in the moonbeams, and his obvious delight over dragging me into the water. I couldn't stay mad at him, so I just rolled my eyes and wiggled out of his grasp. You never would have gone in if I hadn't done what I did, he said, the smile still evident in his voice, although I couldn't see it anymore. I turned to face him once I was a safe distance away. You don't know that. His face turned contemplative as he assessed me. You're right. In fact, I don't know much about you at all. There's not much to know. He arched a brow. I'm sure that's not true. I shook my head and swam away, uncomfortable with the topic. I didn't let people know me, because then I'd have to know them too. And if I knew them too well, I'd miss them when they left. It was a defense mechanism I'd had to enforce, after losing my whole family in one terrible night. I hadn't been willing to risk getting close to anyone since then, and I was afraid I was already too close to Nicholas as it was. For the second time that night, I thought about how much we had in common, and lamented the fact that it was heartache we shared. Would you like to fish? His words broke me out of my dark thoughts. Fish? Do you have gear with you? I asked, confused. Nicholas smiled brightly at me. When you're a vampire, you don't need gear. I looked at him questioningly as he swam toward the shallow end of the lake, and motioned for me to follow. I swam to him, taking my time and luxuriating in the feel of the cool water sliding over my body. When the sandy bottom rubbed against my knees, I stood and walked the rest of the way toward him. His eyes roved over my wet body, and I felt my cheeks heat. In the house it had been fun to tease him, but out there, alone, it felt different somehow. Like I was poking a bear I wasn't sure I wanted to wake. "I'm sure we disturbed the whole lake with our rude entrance," he said. "Your rude entrance?" The corner of his mouth ticked up, fighting a grin, but he pressed on. "With our superior sight and reflexes, fishing gear isn't necessary," he repeated. "First, we're going under to see if we can spot any fish." "Why are we fishing again?" "This is part of your training," he explained before crouching low in the water. How fishing would help teach me to be a better vampire, I had no idea. I shrugged my shoulders and mimicked his position. "Dip your head beneath the surface and watch for movement." I nodded and submerged my face along with him. I opened my eyes and was stunned by the details I could make out. Even in the dark, I could see to the bottom of the lake unhindered. The sand we'd kicked up with our presence slowly drifted to the floor where plants swayed with a gentle motion of the water. I scanned around me, purposely directing my gaze away from Nicholas. Out of the corner of my eye I thought I saw something, but when I whipped around it was gone. I pushed up to break through the surface of the lake with a huff. When Nicholas resurfaced, I gave him a piece of my mind. "This is pointless. There aren't any fish here." He shook his head and drifted closer.
"You need to have patience, Adrienne.
"Every time you move, you scare away any fish in the area. Just sit still for a few minutes and let them come to you." With a roll of my eyes, I once more sank beneath the dark waters of the lake. I stilled my body and let it softly sway with the water. My hair floated gently around my face in tandem with the plants beneath me. The only part of my body I moved voluntarily was my eyes. I didn't have to wait much longer before a mud-colored fish slowly swam before me. My wide eyes met Nicholas's in wonder. He grinned, and I watched as his hand struck faster than lightning to snatch the fish up. His sudden motion kicked up enough sand that I could no longer see him through the water. I kicked off the floor of the lake and broke through the surface again. Nicholas stood there, smiling from ear to ear, with a fish wiggling in his grasp. "See? Easy," he declared before releasing the fish back into the water. "Now it's your turn." I nodded, before once more submerging my body. Holding still like I had last time, I only had to wait another minute or so before a similarly colored fish swam close. Squinting my eyes and centering myself, I waited until the fish swam right by me, before I shot my hand forward to grasp it. Once I felt the slimy flesh of the fish, I shot to the surface, beaming at Nicholas. I turned to get a look at the fish I'd caught, only to find a mangled mess of scales, bones, and blood. It took a minute for my mind to make the connection between the fish I'd seen swimming below, to the handful of fish guts I now held. My lip began to tremble, before my body followed suit. I looked up at Nicholas pitifully, as tears streamed down my face. I couldn't believe I was crying over a fish, but I was. It felt like a week's worth of emotions were finally bubbling over. A moment later, my nose was squished against a hard, wet chest, and Nicholas's hand was rubbing soothing circles across my back. "What happened?" I wailed. Without releasing me, Nicholas answered, "Your training here isn't just to test and push your vampire abilities, but also to teach you how to control yourself, so you don't accidentally expose your strength to humans. I'm sorry this had to be a hard lesson for you, Adrienne." His voice sounded sad and repentant while I tried to rein in my tears. Poor fish. We stood there for another couple of minutes while I got my emotions under control. At some indefinable point, my heart stopped breaking for the fish and started pounding due to my proximity to Nicholas. My breathing picked up and my chest heaved against his while I tried to control myself.
"Adrienne."
His deep voice rumbled across the non-existent space between our bodies, and I fought off a shiver. When I realized I was still holding the mangled fish, I dipped my hand below the surface of the water to wash it away. My hands then found their way to Nicholas's biceps, and I marveled at his sculpted arms. With a lightly trembling finger, I traced the dips and grooves of his muscles, watching in fascination as a line of goosebumps followed my finger. With a grin, I realized he was as affected by me as I was by him. One of Nicholas's hands slid up my spine to weave into the hair at the back of my neck. He gave a gentle tug, and I pulled my face away from his chest but couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze. What would I see if I looked in his eyes? The heated gaze of a lover, or the sad eyes of a mentor? In that moment, I didn't know which I'd rather see. His other hand left its place on my back to slide over my hip and trail up the side of my body. My breath stuttered as his hand made its way to my chin. With a light nudge, he tilted my face until it was bared to him. What did he see when he looked at me? A scared little girl, or a woman with her insides twisted into an unrecognizable mess? I studied his face as surely as he was studying mine, but couldn't yet meet his eyes. His thumb trailed across my cheek, wiping away the tears that hadn't dried yet. "So beautiful," he murmured, and my eyes finally flitted to his. I had a moment to bask in the heat of his deep, soulful stare before his lips descended on mine. The shock of his actions left me still for a moment until my brain caught up with my lips and I moaned against his mouth. My hands drifted from his arms to lock around the back of his neck, and I stood on my tiptoes to reach him better. His hand in my hair kept me locked against him, but there was nothing that could have made me move from that spot. Sparks bloomed behind my closed eyelids as his other hand snaked down my body, over the swell of my bottom down to the back of my thighs. With a grunt, he lifted me into his arms, and I instinctively wrapped my legs around his hips. Nicholas left one of his hands near the hem of my bathing suit bottoms, and silently requested I open my mouth to him. I tilted my head to the side and deepened our kiss, hearing him growl deep in the back of his throat. Our kiss went on and on, neither of us willing to end it. After several long minutes, Nicholas used the hand still tangled in my wet hair to pull my face away from his. He then peppered kisses along my jaw and cheeks. With my eyes still closed, I felt him kiss each one of my eyelids and the tip of my nose. I smiled, and he kissed the edge of my mouth. "So sweet," he murmured against the skin of my throat. When my eyes finally opened, I kept them on his chest, not yet willing to look him in the eye. There was blood smeared across his pectoral, and I gasped before jumping from his arms. "Nicholas! What happened? Why are you bleeding?" I roved my hands along his chest, searching for a wound. With a small groan, he grabbed my hands, halting my exploration. I looked up to see a smirk grace his handsome face. "There's nothing wrong with me, Adrienne. The blood was from you." I gasped again and ran my hands over my chest and stomach, searching for a wound of my own. How could I be bleeding and not know it? Nicholas grabbed my hands again to stop my frantic search. "Calm down. There's nothing wrong with you. The blood is from your tears," he explained gently, his eyes soft as they met mine. "My tears? We cry tears of blood," he said with a shrug. Clearly, this wasn't something that worried him, and I felt foolish for making such a big deal about it. But really, how the hell was I supposed to know I'd be crying blood now? "Well, that's disgusting," I concluded. Nicholas threw his head back, a hearty laugh spilling from his lips, the sound echoing in the otherwise quiet night. I couldn't help but smile as I watched him looking so carefree. These moments were few, and I treasured every one of them. It took another few minutes before Nicholas could control himself enough to stop laughing. Feigning hurt, I huffed, "If you're finished, we should get back inside. You probably just scared away every fish in a 5-mile radius." I turned around and walked toward the sandy shore. I heard him release one last loud guffaw before he splashed his way to shore behind me. He caught up with me easily and slid one of his thick arms around my shoulders. When I looked up at him, there was a new light behind his eyes that hadn't been there before. I smiled, thinking maybe I'd put it there. "I really am sorry about the fish, Adrienne. I hadn't expected you to mangle it so entirely on your first try," he said, barely containing his laughter. I snorted through my nose. Yeah. I just feel bad for the fish. What if he left behind a fish wife and little fish kids?" I asked, only half joking. Nicholas barked out another laugh. "I wouldn't worry about his fish family. And as for the fish, I'm sure being squeezed to death by a beautiful vampire was a better way to go than any other he could have expected."
Certainly better than being eaten by a bear.
Bear? I squeaked, hearing and storing the beautiful comment to dissect at a later date. Oh, Adrienne. He shook his head. You're a powerful vampire now. A bear is no match for you. I thought about that for a moment. Sometimes it was so easy to forget how much I'd changed. A bear was no match for me now. I couldn't imagine my barely muscled frame taking on a bear, even on a good day. I believed Nicholas's words, I just needed to see it for myself. Not that I needed to take on a bear or anything, I'd still avoid that confrontation. But I guess this week at the training facility would do me some good. Teach me the things I could and couldn't do now. I clearly needed a proper vampire education if I was going to continue living in this world. After all, I didn't really have much of a choice, did I? We walked back to the house in silence, my shoulders wrapped in Nicholas's towel since I'd forgotten to bring myself one. I thought about the soul-searing kiss we'd just shared. What would change now? Was that a one-and-done kind of thing? Or could I expect more kisses in my future? Did I want more than just kisses? How would this affect our living situation? This surely had the ability to turn sour, and then what? Where would I live if Nicholas wanted me gone? How would this affect our maker-progeny relationship? When we reached the hallway between our doors, I asked him one of the million questions spinning through my head. What kind of relationships do makers and their progenies usually have? Friends? Business associates? Lovers? I asked that last question in a voice so soft I was surprised he heard. Nicholas waited until I met his gaze before answering. His beautiful hazel eyes seemed to see straight through me. It depends. Usually a vampire will change a human because they already have some kind of relationship established. And yes, it's often because they were lovers first. My face heated at his words.
And in the case of fosters?
What then? I asked in a small voice. Nicholas took a step closer and used one of his large hands to grasp my chin and gently tip it up. My eyes found his, and I drowned in his heated gaze. Fostering is relatively rare in our world, and there isn't really a precedence that has been set. What does that mean? I whispered. We get to make our own rules, he explained before his soft lips met mine. Once, twice, 3 times he kissed me before he pulled away. My body swayed toward his retreating form before I caught myself. With a quiet chuckle, he said, "Good night, Adrienne. I'll see you tomorrow night for training." And I was left standing in the middle of the hallway with my head and heart racing. Chapter 13. I opened my eyes the next night to find a small bouquet of yellow wildflowers and a note with my name on it on my nightstand. I sat up eagerly and first pulled the flowers closer to inspect them. The petals were soft and the flowers smelled like sunshine and spring. I let loose a short squeal of excitement before picking up and unfolding the note.
Adrienne.
These flowers reminded me of you, bright and beautiful. The color matches the flecks in your eyes. Come find me in the living room when you're ready. Yours. N. I clutched the note to my chest and flopped back against the pillows. I'd never received flowers from anyone before, and the smile on my face would not budge. Lying there, I recounted the events from the previous night. My fingertips brushed my lips as I remembered our kiss. It had meant something to me, and I hoped Nicholas felt the same. The flowers and note made me think we were on the same page. Placing the note and the flowers back on my nightstand, I jumped out of bed to dress for the day. I took extra care in picking out a pair of tight skinny jeans and a tank top I thought flattered me without making it look like I was trying too hard. With a quick glance in the mirror at my flushed cheeks and bright eyes, I left the room to hunt down Nicholas. As he'd said in the note, I found him waiting for me in the spacious living room. His back was toward me, and as I approached, I suddenly felt overwhelming shyness. Before I reached the couch where he sat, Nicholas turned and spotted me, a huge grin spreading across his face. "Hi," I said. "Hi," he responded. I was glad he stood then, because I didn't know what I was supposed to say after hi. Nicholas stopped when only a few inches separated us. I looked into his eyes and my smile grew to match his. He reached up to push aside a lock of hair before leaning down and pressing his warm lips against my forehead. I closed my eyes and reveled in the warmth I felt whenever he was around. "Thank you for the flowers. They're beautiful," I breathed. He pulled away with a smile but trailed his hand down to grasp mine. "I'm glad you like them. I thought we could go hunt first before beginning your training. That way we'll have no distractions for the rest of the night." I nodded, and he pulled me across the living room toward the front door. "Are you two heading out?" Bea asked from the doorway of the kitchen. I watched her eyes assess our clasped hands before she raised a delicate brow. "Evening, Bea," Nicholas greeted her. "We're going to hunt but should be back soon." "All right. You two be safe," she called behind us as we left. We walked around the side of the house until we came to a large garage where Edmund had parked the Suburban the previous night. Nicholas walked over to the passenger side and opened my door before releasing my hand. I hopped in and fought to remove the goofy grin from my face. When Nicholas slid into the driver's seat, he clapped his hands together once before outlining his plans for the night. "We'll drive into town and over to a local bar where there should be plenty of people to choose from." Nicholas looked over at me for my opinion, and I nodded. "After that, we'll come right back and get to your training. Usually the program here lasts 3 weeks, but we only have one before I need to get back to the city. I think you can handle it though," he added with a wink in my direction. My heart beat so wildly I knew he must have been able to hear it from where he sat. I nodded again to prove I'd been listening, and then reached forward to turn the music on. After a few songs, Nicholas leaned forward to lower the volume.
Adrienne.
"Is everything okay? You've been quiet tonight and that's very unlike you," he added with a smirk. I rolled my eyes, feeling more like my old self. Clearing my throat, I said, "Yes, I'm fine. I just have a lot on my mind." We sat in silence for a few minutes before Nicholas spoke again. "Is it about last night? If you regret what we did, we can pretend like it never happened. I don't want to jeopardize the relationship we've built, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable. If..." I held up a hand to stop his rambling. He really was adorable when he was nervous. "I guess it is a little bit because of last night," I began but hurried on when I saw Nicholas's shoulders tense. "But I don't regret anything. I'm just having trouble acting normal around you. I don't know if I even know what normal is anymore. Was how we acted before normal? Is there a new normal that we'll have to adopt now after we, you know?" I finished lamely. From beneath my lashes I snuck a peek at Nicholas, who was grinning from ear to ear. Damn him. "Adrienne, nothing has to change between us. Except I'd like to kiss you again at some point. If that's all right with you." He was asking for permission. As if there was any other answer besides, "Yes, I'd like that." My voice was quiet, and I averted my gaze once more. "Well, that's settled then," he announced before turning the music back up. His hands tapped out the rhythm of the drumbeat in the song, and I watched him surreptitiously from my seat. After a few minutes, I loosened up enough to enjoy myself and sing with him. It wasn't long before we turned onto what looked like a main road and followed it down past closed storefronts and empty parking lots. About a mile down, we came upon the local bar, complete with motorcycles parked outside and a red neon light in the window that read "Bar." We drove past the entrance and parked a few buildings down. Nicholas turned and asked, "Ready?" I nodded, my mouth pressed tightly closed. I could do this. I'd already fed twice, and each time was a little easier than the time before. As luck would have it, there was a couple leaning against the wall outside, well past first base and racing toward second. When we got closer, Nicholas called out, "Good evening." The two broke apart, the man stepping towards us in agitation before Nicholas's glamour stopped him in his tracks. The woman he'd been with peeked out from behind her partner, and she too received a healthy dose of glamour. They both stood there, eyes glazed and arms limp at their sides. The man was in ripped jeans, a Harley-Davidson t-shirt, and a black leather jacket. I snorted at his stereotypical appearance before I took in the woman. She was tall and skinny, her hair a mess probably from her friend's wandering hands, and her small black dress had ridden up on her thighs almost indecently.
Which one would you like?
Nicholas asked me. I'll take the woman, I stated abruptly, which earned me a chuckle from Nicholas. He could laugh it up all he wanted. I wasn't going to let him put his hands on a half-naked woman right in front of me if I could help it. I stalked towards her and asked her, "What's your name?" "Carrie," she intoned. "Carrie, go stand against the wall and show me your neck." The woman took jerky steps back toward the building, but did as I asked. I walked over to her and without hesitation, bit into her neck. I pulled and pulled on the wounds, willing the blood to flow faster down my throat. Just as I had the notion to quit, I felt a familiar tap on my shoulder and pulled my mouth off the woman's throat. I quickly bit my tongue, licked her wounds, and gave her new memories of the past few minutes. I turned to find Nicholas a few feet away, watching me. Suddenly shy, I stared at my shoes as I walked over to him. When I got close, Nicholas reached out to pull me into his arms and I relaxed in his embrace. "I was just about to stop when you tapped my shoulder," I told him, my voice muffled against his chest.
"You're doing exceptionally well, Adrienne.
"I'm very proud of you." His words had my heart soaring and my stomach tightening. I realized it meant a lot that he was proud of me. We made our way back to the Suburban and spent the ride back listening to music and chatting amicably. Nicholas parked in the garage once more and led me to the grass behind the large house. The lights in the house cast a soft glow on the green grass, but I could have seen without them. Nicholas walked over to a large rock about the size of me. "Here's your first lesson, rip that rock in half." I stared up at him, completely dumbfounded. "Rip it in half," I repeated. Nicholas nodded and waved a hand for me to proceed. If he thought I could rip a small boulder in half, then I guess I should at least try. I leaned over, put one hand on either side of the uneven surface and pulled in opposite directions. At first nothing happened, but suddenly there was an ear-splitting cracking sound, and the two sides of the boulder fell apart. I stared down at the split rock and then at my hands. I couldn't believe I'd just done that. "Again," Nicholas instructed. I picked up one half of the rock and pulled it in two as well. Before he could tell me to split the other piece, I picked it up and tore it in half. This was actually kind of fun. "Keep splitting the rock until you have a piece roughly the size of your fist." I did as he asked, the sound of the splitting rock lessening with every fissure. When I had a fist-sized piece, I held it in my hand and looked up at Nicholas. "Now crush it." I looked down at the jagged piece of rock and squeezed my fingers around it, gently at first and then harder. Under slight pressure, the rock only bent to fit the indentations of my fingers, but with more, it crumbled into sand that seeped through my grip and piled in the grass at my feet. "Good. Now the rest." I sat there for the next few minutes, grinding the rock into dust and reveling in my vampire strength. I felt like I really could lift a car and toss it for fun, like I'd imagined doing when I first found out about my increased strength. When there was nothing but sand in front of me, I looked up to find Nicholas watching with a smile on his face and his hand behind his back. "Now I want you to peel this orange," he said before tossing me the bright fruit. I caught it in my right hand, and it exploded on impact, the sticky juice running down my hand and dripping onto the ground. "What the hell?" I asked. "You must learn to use your vampiric strength to its full extent when the situation calls for it, but also to soften your grip and do things delicately when in the presence of humans." "Again," he called before tossing me another orange. This time the fruit didn't explode, but my fingers still crushed it. I sighed and heard Nicholas chuckle. When I looked over to him, I saw he had a large sack full of the bright citrus fruit. Good thing I brought a whole bag. By my fifth attempt, I could catch the fruit without damaging it. However, once I stuck my thumbnail into its flesh to peel it back, my finger shot through to the center and ruined another orange. I held my hand up, and without looking, caught another one and began again. It was another dozen oranges later, before I successfully peeled the skin off the outside, without damaging the tender fruit within. I held up the naked fruit with a triumphant grin, and Nicholas clapped his hands for me. "Well done." Luckily for you, we're done with the fruit portion of our evening. Nicholas clapped his hands together. Okay, we'll do a little jump work before we call it a night. Jump work? Follow me and I'll show you. He walked away from the mashed pile of pulp I'd left on the ground and toward the line of trees surrounding the house. I followed him over to a thick pine, its branches starting at about 20 feet above my head and continuing up another 30 at least. Hop on up, he told me. Hop on up there? I asked, looking up. With a smirk, he bent his knees and sprang straight up, easily sailing past the lowest branch and landing on one another dozen feet higher than the first. The smug jerk had the nerve to smile down at me from his perch. With a growl, I crouched low like he'd done and pushed off the ground hard. I wasn't aiming for the lowest branch, and with a whoop of laughter I caught the one above Nicholas's head. My leg swung over the rough bark, and I pulled myself into a sitting position. How was that? I asked, feeling mighty proud of myself. Not bad, he conceded. But now it's time to climb. First one to the top wins, he yelled before he stood from his branch and leaped toward the next one up the tree. I scrambled off my own and dug my fingers into the thick bark, dragging myself up the trunk as fast as I could. Unfortunately, I was no match for the hundreds of years old vampire. He made it to the top without breaking a sweat, and I crawled up minutes later, cursing him. With a laugh, he grabbed my wrists and hauled me up the last few feet to sit next to him on the sturdy branch he'd found. I won, he said softly. What is it you won, exactly? I asked. We never set the terms. Oh, it was implied that the winner chooses his prize, he said with a grin. Oh, it was it? He nodded and slid an arm around my shoulders. My heart picked up its pace and I whispered, What's your prize? His gaze left mine and fixated on my lips. One corner of his mouth ticked up and he said just as softly, A kiss. I gulped once before his lips found mine, pressing with an urgency my body immediately responded to. His free hand caressed the edge of my jaw, before trailing along my neck and tangling in my hair at the base of my skull. He tilted his head to deepen the kiss, and I couldn't help the moan that escaped my throat. My heart felt like it would jump out of my chest, and I shivered as goosebumps covered my exposed flesh. The hand that held my shoulders slowly dropped to my waist where he gripped me, as if afraid I'd run off. Like I could have pried myself away from this man. The kiss lasted for several long minutes that had me forgetting where we were and what we were doing. I might have even forgotten my name for a minute or two. When he finally pulled away, I noticed his breathing was just as labored as mine, and my stomach clenched deliciously with that knowledge. Knowing I affected a man like Nicholas in such a way was a heady thing. We should probably get down, he whispered, the hand in my hair gently scratching my scalp. Huh. His chuckle made its way through my stupor, and I blinked to clear my vision. That was when I remembered that we were sitting near the top of a very tall pine tree. The old children's rhyme came to my mind, and I bit back a laugh. We certainly were sitting in a tree, and we'd definitely just been kissing. The laugh died in my throat as I recounted the last 72 hours, and how easily Nicholas had wormed his way into my heart. The heart I'd been guarding since I was 16. It felt so natural to be this close to him, but I'd learned the hard way that what felt too good to be true often was. When would the other shoe drop? Would I make it through another heartbreak? Should we climb down? I asked him quietly. Nicholas shrugged. Or we could jump. My eyes whipped to his as I tried to decipher if he was telling the truth or messing with me. His guileless eyes told me he'd meant it, and I looked down incredulously to the grass below us. With a laugh, Nicholas wrapped both of his arms around my waist and tugged me onto his lap. How about I jump, and you hold on to me? I thought I could do that, so I wrapped my long legs around his hips and secured my hands behind his neck. He tensed, and I squeezed him hard as he tilted forward and off the branch. The air rushed past us quickly, but I saw every branch, every pine needle we passed with startling clarity. Moments later, I felt a slight jolt as Nicholas's feet landed securely on the ground. Without letting him go, I met his eyes. You didn't think I would let you get hurt, did you? He asked, his eyes wide and clear. I shook my head with a bone-deep realization that I could trust this man with my life. Could I trust him with my heart too? Chapter 14. The next day was structured similarly to the day before. When I opened my eyes for the night, I dressed and found Nicholas waiting for me in the living room. We went hunting at the same bar as the night before. Tonight, it was only me who had to hunt. When we returned to the training facility, Nicholas parked the SUV in the garage and walked around to open my door for me. My heart fluttered at his chivalry as I slid out of the car. The door closed behind me, and his arms reached out to press against the car on either side of my head. He leaned in, pressing his chest against mine, his lips following swiftly behind. The kiss was gentle and exploratory. Before my heart had time to speed up, he pulled away with a smile. "You're so warm after feeding," he whispered in my ear, his breath sending shivers down my spine. I answered by pulling him back for another kiss. Kissing Nicholas was becoming my new favorite thing to do. After several long moments, he pulled his lips away from mine and moved his mouth to my ear. "If you keep this up, we won't get in any training at all," he murmured with a nip to my earlobe. I gasped and felt him smile against my neck. "What training?" He chuckled against my collarbone as he pressed feather-like kisses along the neckline of my shirt. With a groan, he wrenched his lips from my skin and took a step away from me. I watched him run a hand through his thick brown hair and exhale a huge breath. I smiled up at him, loving the powerful, sexy way he made me feel. Straightening my clothes, I took a step away from the car and clapped my hands together once, a habit I'd picked up from him. "All right then, what's my training for tonight?" Nicholas shook his head and took a look around the garage we were in. "I think this place could use a little rearranging." Arching a brow, I willed him to continue. "I want you to take each of these cars out of the garage and place them back in a different order." "Are you saying I'm actually going to get to pick up cars and toss them around?" I asked excitedly. Nicholas's smile vanished behind a scowl. "There will be no tossing the cars." I rolled my eyes but couldn't wipe the smile off my face. "Okay, fine," I relented. It didn't matter that I wasn't allowed to toss them around. Just being able to pick up a car was exciting. Were there any limits to what I could do now? I walked over to the smallest car first, a white compact parked at one end of the garage. I circled the car, trying to figure out the best way to do this. Nicholas stood to the side, arms crossed and face pensive. Clearly, I'd get no help from him. With a shrug, I walked to the front of the vehicle and crouched low. I reached under the bumper and stood, lifting the front of the car. With the front wheels off the ground, I simply rolled the car backwards until it was out of the garage. Proud of myself, I dusted my hands off and walked over to the next smallest vehicle. A silver sedan was parked near the middle of the garage, and I used the same tactic, rolling it out like a wheelbarrow. Next to where the sedan had been parked was a bright red sporty SUV. I bent low and lifted the front end as easily as the last two. However, when I tried to walk it backwards, the rear wheels stayed locked. I heaved, and the rubber wheels slid against the ground, producing an ear-splitting squeaking noise. I dropped the front end and placed my hands on my hips. What the hell was I going to do now? The vehicle must have had all-wheel drive, and the wheels were locked in park. I made a lap around, trying to figure out how to move it without making that awful sound again. With a shrug, I concluded the only way was to just pick it up and walk it out. I looked up at the ceiling of the garage, grateful it was high enough to allow me to maneuver the vehicle. I positioned myself at the back of the SUV, gripped the top corner, and tilted the whole thing toward the left side. Once it was balanced on just two wheels, I made my way to the driver's side and crouched low to grip the vehicle below its door, letting it rest against my chest. With a deep breath, I leaned back and caught its weight in my arms. When I was sure I had a good grip, I stood up, taking the whole vehicle with me. I walked confidently out of the garage and set the SUV down next to the other two cars. With a smug smile, I caught Nicholas's eye, and he nodded. Having already found a routine that worked, I walked to the last car, Nicholas's Suburban. This was the biggest vehicle I had to move, but I knew I could handle it. The last few felt like they weighed no more than a big bag of soil. It was a little awkward for my slight frame to carry such a massive load, but I was definitely strong enough. Once all the vehicles were out of the garage, Nicholas detailed how he wanted them replaced. I didn't bother wheeling the 2 smaller cars this time, just picked them up and carried them to their new places. When all the cars had been tucked away in the garage, I dusted my hands off again and placed them on my hips. "What else do you have for me?" He raised an eyebrow at my sass. "Now you're going to build a house of cards." I thought he'd been speaking metaphorically, but when we made it to the living room, I found a stack of playing cards on the coffee table. "I thought you were kidding," I said. He smiled and waved a hand for me to proceed. I sat with my legs folded on the floor and unboxed the cards. The first few packs I accidentally ripped open and understood why he'd gotten so many. 2 hours and countless crumpled playing cards later, I finally had a decent 3-story house of cards. I turned to beam at Nicholas, but he wasn't sitting behind me anymore. Standing up, I turned in a circle, but he wasn't in the room with me. I was about to call out to him when he walked back into the room from the hallway where our bedrooms were. In his hands was a thick cardboard box with a picture of the Empire State Building on the front. "What's this?" I asked when he got closer. "It's a 3D puzzle. You built the house of cards faster than I thought you would, so you're going to do today what I had planned for tomorrow." I grinned. I loved puzzles. He placed the box on the table, and I immediately opened it and dumped out all the pieces. Over the course of the next couple of hours, I lost myself in the puzzle. I had to use both my vampire abilities and the more delicate skills I'd learned to build the 3D building. I moved quickly, scanning the pieces and finding what I needed easily. However, using my enhanced speed without crushing the pieces proved to be more difficult than I'd expected. Fitting the last piece into the puzzle, I stood up and took a look at my work. With a triumphant smile, I turned to find Nicholas watching me with heated eyes. My stomach clenched and my heart rate sped up. "What?" I asked, my voice shaking. He didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his hand and used his pointer finger to beckon me closer. I took a step toward him, but his finger was still crooked. With a deep breath, I crossed to where he was sitting on the couch, stopping when my knees brushed his. I looked around, making sure we were truly alone. Nicholas saw my concern. "They're both out hunting," he assured me. Nicholas sat forward, bringing his face level with my stomach. He wrapped both hands around my bare calves and slowly ran his hands up my legs. My breaths were coming out in pants now, and I tried desperately to control them. It was almost embarrassing the way he affected me. "I can't stop thinking about you," he said, his voice husky. His hands reached the hem of my jean shorts and continued up and over my bottom until they reached my top. He gripped my hips under my shirt and slowly dragged the material upward. As soon as my navel was exposed, he leaned in to place soft kisses around it before nipping gently. I gasped softly but stayed where I was. Nothing could have made move at that point. "How soft your skin is," he continued. He kept pulling my shirt up, kissing the skin he exposed. I wove my fingers into his dark hair, my breath coming in short, loud bursts. When he reached the base of my white bra, he paused, both thumbs lightly tracing the lacy cups. His hands left my chest to wrap around my back, and he used them to pull me onto his lap. My knees landed on the couch on either side of his legs. Nicholas brought his hands back to the shirt bunched around my breasts, and with a tug, relieved me of it. He sat there for a moment, rubbing gentle circles on my back between my bra straps and studying my heaving chest. His eyes met mine as his fingers crept toward the hooks that held my bra in place. He made quick work of undoing them, and then slowly slid the straps down my arms. Nicholas's eyes were still glued to mine, but I felt too exposed. I pulled my hands from his hair and wrapped them around the front of me. He frowned and gently tugged my arms away from my chest. My hands balled into fists as his eyes slid from my face to my chest. His breath caught in his throat and some of my shyness melted away. No one had ever made me feel as beautiful and desired as he did. Both of his hands slid back up my sides and slowly crept to my breasts. He cupped their weight gently and slid his thumbs across my nipples. I couldn't stop the low moan that escaped my throat. "How sweet you taste," he whispered, his breath fanning across a tightened nipple. His breath was replaced by his warm, wet mouth, and I gasped, arching my back. He lapped at the little bud, before sucking it into his mouth and swishing his tongue back and forth. My thoughts were scattered as my brain tried to make sense of the sensations assaulting me. While Nicholas licked and sucked one nipple, his hand rubbed and pinched the other. When he switched, the cool air swept over the wet bud, adding a new dimension to my pleasure. Without realizing it, I'd begun to move against him, rolling my hips gently in his lap. He sucked hard and I ground into him, making us both groan. I reached forward to stroke his back, and decided he was wearing way too many clothes. Tugging on his shirt, I inched the material up, until it was bunched below his arms and I could go no further. He realized what I wanted, and nipped my breast with his flat front teeth quick and hard before pulling away and ripping the shirt off. As soon as his shirt was gone, his mouth returned to my nipple and the tortuous pleasure continued. My hands traveled across his broad shoulders to his thick arms. I touched every dip and groove, his skin so soft atop his hard muscles. The juxtaposition drove me crazy. I skimmed my hands down his back, scratching lightly, and heard him groan my name. With a lightning-quick move, Nicholas picked me up off his lap and laid me onto the couch next to him. Before I could blink, he was on top of me, his lips on mine, and the proof of his arousal nudging my hip. I reached up to wrap my arms around his neck and pull him deeper into the kiss. Our tongues slid and dueled, moving together in toe-curling synchronization. I pulled my knees up and spread my thighs. Nicholas immediately found his way between them. He ground against me and I bit his lip, careful not to draw blood before sucking it into my mouth. His hands roamed all over my body, touching and rubbing the exposed flesh. There wasn't an inch of my upper body that hadn't been treated to Nicholas's expert touch. His big hands drifted down my stomach, meeting the waist of my jean shorts. There was a quick moment of indecision on my part. Were we moving too fast? A ringing noise cut through the gasps and pants in the room, and we reluctantly parted. I looked at him questioningly, and for a moment he seemed to be confused by the sound as well. With a shake of his head, he leaned back and reached into the front pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a sleek black phone, the ringing sound louder than before. His brows furrowed, and he wiped a hand down his face before sliding his finger across the screen.
"Hello."
His voice was gruff and I bit back a smile. Then I remembered I was naked from the waist up, and quickly crossed my arms over my chest. Nicholas saw my quick movements and frowned at me. The voice on the other line spoke, and his eyes grew unfocused. "Yes, this is." The voice spoke again, and Nicholas's eyebrows bunched together. He climbed off me and stood next to the couch. "When did this happen?" His voice was quiet and angry, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. "Don't call the authorities yet, I'm on my way." He hung up the phone and shoved it back in his pocket. His hands reached up to run violently through his hair and he growled. He looked around the room quickly, and when his eyes landed on me, they softened. "We need to go," he said. I sat up, my arms wrapped around my chest. "Go? Where?" He stalked around the room, rounding up our clothes, and laid my bra and shirt in my lap. Nicholas cupped his hands around my face and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. "Get dressed. We're going home." With that, he shrugged on his own shirt and stalked from the room. I speedily dressed and followed him down the hall into his room. Not bothering to knock, I walked in to see him zipping around, tossing clothes into a suitcase sitting on his bed. "Nicholas," I called. When he finally stopped to look at me, I continued, "You need to tell me what's going on. Who just called you?" He ran another frustrated hand through his hair, and it landed on the back of his neck. That was the superintendent. "Someone broke into our apartment." His words echoed through my head. Broke in? Did they steal anything? What other reason was there for breaking and entering? He said it didn't look like it, but he didn't want to compromise the scene. He's waiting until we get there. Why would someone break in and not steal anything? He walked over and gripped my shoulders. "I don't know yet, Adrienne. I just need you to go pack your things, so we can get back to the city and find out what happened." I didn't know when my body began to shake, only that Nicholas needed to pull me into his arms and rub my back before the trembling subsided. Adrienne, no matter what, I promise you'll be safe. I will not let anything happen to you, okay? I took a deep breath in an attempt to calm my racing heart and nodded.
Okay.
Now go get packed and let's get on the road. The sooner we get back, the sooner we can figure this all out. Chapter 15. The drive back to Manhattan was starkly different than the ride upstate. There was no music or singing, no lighthearted banter, and Nicholas drove so fast we made the trip in half the time. When we reached his apartment, he pulled into a garage I'd never been in before. Once we were parked, he led me to the elevator, and we rode it up to the lobby. The doors opened to reveal 3 human men all huddled together with worried looks on their faces. The elevator noises announced our arrival, and the group of men broke apart. One of them, a man with thick white hair and a matching mustache, left the group and walked toward us.
Mr. Talbot.
He greeted Nicholas solemnly, his hand outstretched. I'm sorry our phone call cut your vacation short, but I knew you'd want to be informed. Nicholas shook the man's hand, a grim expression marring his pale face. Thank you, Rob. You did the right thing. Tell me everything you know. Rob turned to wave over a short, pudgy man before speaking. This is Scotty. He's our overnight doorman. Nicholas nodded in greeting. Scotty, tell them what you told me, Rob urged. The short man wrung his hands together in obvious discomfort, his eyes flicking between mine and Nicholas's. A few days ago, a man came in asking about a woman matching her description. He pointed at me. I thought I knew who he meant, but I told him I wasn't able to give out any personal information about our residents. He didn't seem too happy with my answer, but I guess he left after that, because I don't remember seeing him again. Scotty drifted off, seemingly lost in thought. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but a few hours ago, one of our residents came downstairs and reported seeing a problem with your door. Apparently, he hit the wrong button and wound up on your floor. I went up there myself to check it out, and saw your apartment door was ajar. When I got closer, I realized it had been ripped from the hinges and was resting in the doorframe. I left it alone and called my boss. Rob picked up the story at this point. When I got the call, I went up to take a look for myself. I checked every room but made sure not to disturb anything. Whoever did this was long gone by the time I got there. Nicholas remained quiet, but I saw the anger simmering beneath the surface. His hands fisted, and his shoulders tensed beneath his black t-shirt. With his jaw clenched so tight I was surprised he could still speak. The man who asked about Adrienne, do you remember what he looked like? Scotty's brow furrowed and his lips pinched. No. I don't. I think he was tall. Nicholas sighed in resignation and clasped the pudgy man's shoulder. It's all right, Scotty. Could you contact a cleaning crew and a contractor and have them in here tomorrow morning? The doorman looked relieved to be given a task. I'd be happy to, sir, he said before scuttling away. Nicholas turned to the superintendent. Thanks for keeping this quiet, Rob. Let me get in there and make a few phone calls before we involve the authorities. Rob nodded in agreement. It's your call, Mr. Talbot. We'll take care of the cleanup and any repairs necessary. Let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. Nicholas nodded at the man before grasping my elbow and propelling me back toward the elevators. When the doors opened, Nicholas led me inside before retrieving his cell and pulling up his texting app. His fingers raced across the screen too fast for me to follow from where I stood. I was still processing everything that had happened in the past few hours. The drive here had given me plenty of time to think, and my thoughts all pointed to one suspect, my maker. I knew in the pit of my stomach he was responsible for this. He was still looking for me, and he'd finally found my home. Nowhere was safe from him. He'd keep coming and coming until he found me. My breaths were escaping my lungs fast and heavy when Nicholas wrapped his arms around me. I know what you're thinking, and I won't lie to you. There's a good chance the vampire who changed you and assaulted your friend is also the one to blame for this break-in. We will go in, gather any belongings we might need for the next couple of nights, and then we're going to stay in a hotel I just booked for us." I pulled away to look up at him. His tone was cheery, but the strained lines around his eyes told me the truth. He was just as stressed about this as I was. The elevator doors opened, and we exited to the hallway. Our apartment was directly across from the elevator, and I saw from where I stood that the door was propped up like the doorman had described. The jagged splinters of wood proved it had indeed been ripped off its hinges. My heart raced as I followed Nicholas. He pulled the door out of the frame and set it aside. I shadowed him into the apartment, peeking over his shoulder to view the foyer. Everything looked just as we'd left it, and I breathed a sigh of relief. We walked through the marbled entry toward the living room, and I held my breath, bracing myself for the worst. Once again, the room looked completely untouched. With a frown, I passed Nicholas to take a look in the kitchen. Not even a stool out of place. I walked back into the living room to see Nicholas had climbed the stairs to the second floor and was peering in our room. When I got closer, I saw the stiffness in his back and shoulders and prepared myself. Something was definitely wrong. I moved to step around him, but he blocked my path with his strong forearm. "No, Adrienne. You don't want to go in there." "Why the hell not?" He turned, and the look on his face had my stomach plummeting to my feet. "What's wrong?" I whispered. Nicholas placed his hands on my shoulders and gave a little shove to turn me away. "Don't go in there." Of course, since he didn't want me in there, there was nothing I wanted more. "Why?" I strained on my tiptoes, trying to look over his shoulder. "It's nothing you need to see. Let me get a cleanup crew in here and we'll get you a new bed, no problem." "A new bed? What's wrong with my old one?" The look on his face was full of regret and chagrin. He'd let slip something he hadn't meant to. "Nicholas, I'm going in there." I shook off his hold and stalked past him. With my hands on my hips, I surveyed the room, looking for what had Nicholas so upset. His bed was there, the dark red sheets perfectly made and tucked in on both sides. My eyes roved over the furniture, his black and mine white. Nothing seemed amiss. I stepped farther in, and even with the lights off, I finally saw what had prompted Nicholas to try to keep me out of there. On the opposite side of the room was the first hint that an intruder had been in our apartment. My bed looked like a wild animal had attacked it. The white gauzy material was ripped from the canopy, and only one of the 4 posts remained standing. When I walked across the room, I saw there were multiple gouges ripped into the mattress, so deep that the springs were visible. There was foam and cloth littered all over the top of the king-sized bed. My pillows were shredded and the sheets had been torn into strips. The anger with which my bed had been destroyed shook me to my core. "Why?" I squeaked out when I finally found my voice. Gentle hands settled on my hips, and I jumped at the contact. I turned around abruptly to find Nicholas with his hands in the air and a sorrowful look on his face. Steeling myself, I straightened my spine and looked him in the eye. "Could I have a moment alone?" He looked like he wanted to argue, but nodded. "I'll go check on the rest of the apartment." Turning back to my once beautiful bed, the tears gathered behind my eyes and I fought to hold them back. I walked a circle around it, fingering the soft material that now lay in heaps. Why was the question that kept resounding in my head? Why couldn't he leave me alone? Why did he want me so badly? Why did he do this? I looked around the room and tried to see it from a stranger's perspective. It was obvious that if a man and woman lived in this apartment together, that this would have been her bed. So he knew this one was mine, and all of this anger had definitely been directed toward me. But why was he so angry? What had I ever done to him? He was the one who'd attacked me. He was the one who'd ripped me from the life I knew and hurled me into this underground fantasy where I found myself with my head just above water. Had he been angry when he'd come here and not found me? But why tear my bed apart? It made no sense. I gave myself another moment to wallow before stuffing my emotions into a box and locking them away. I couldn't afford to fall apart now. If I could make it through the change and everything that came along with it, without buckling under the pressure, I could make it through this too. Turning away from my destroyed bed, I grabbed a few essentials and left the room. I found Nicholas in the library with his back to me. With a gasp, my eyes roamed over every corner, trying to take it all in. It looked like a tornado had whipped through the room. Every drawer had been ripped out of his desk and smashed into splinters in the middle of the floor. There were pens and other office supplies littered here and there atop the papers that now carpeted the floor. Hundreds of sheets of official-looking documents were splayed from one end of the room to the other. I quickly scanned the room and was relieved to find all the books and my favorite chairs had been left alone. Nicholas's shoulders were tensed again, and I watched his forearms strain as he clenched his fists over and over. He looked madder than I'd ever seen him, and I couldn't even see his face yet. "Has anything been taken?" I asked, breaking the silence. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I can't tell in all this mess," he growled through his teeth. "Can you help me put these away?" He gestured to the mess of papers with a jerky motion. "I don't want the human cleaning crew to see anything they shouldn't." We spent the next few minutes crouched on the floor of the library, gathering papers and setting them in small piles around us. Nicholas was quickly scanning through the pages, but I didn't know what he was looking for. The further he got through the mess of papers, the more frantic his search became. Finally, he stood and made his way to the desk. He looked in all the spaces where drawers had previously been, but came up empty-handed. Nicholas stood with his head bowed, breathing heavily, and I let him take his time to explain himself. He finally lifted his eyes. The look on his face was one of intense anger and regret. "There is something missing." I stood to join him. "What is it?" He swallowed before answering. "Your foster papers." We stood there as the ramifications sank in. Had that been the reason for the break-in? Or was that an unhappy coincidence? Why would he take those? "I don't know, Adrienne. There was a lot of information on those forms." "Nicholas, do you think that's why he destroyed my bed? Do you think he's mad that you're fostering me?" I asked softly. His eyes met mine and regret burned in their brown-green depths. "I don't know, but it's possible." That means he's mad. Even madder than before. Tremors raced through my body and I fought to control them. Who knew what he was capable of? Where would I ever be safe from him? Nicholas's arms wrapped around me, and this time when I jumped, he didn't let go. I buried my face in his chest, working to slow my breathing and get a hold of myself. I couldn't lose it. I needed to remain in control. "Do you have everything you need from here?" Nicholas's voice rumbled through his chest, the deep timbre soothing me. I nodded but remained quiet in his arms. "Then let's get out of here." I nodded again, letting him take my hand and lead me from the room. "I'll send Alexander over here to make sure there's nothing incriminating left out." We exited the library and quickly made our way past the bedroom. I kept my eyes down and followed him through the apartment. We rode to the parking garage in silence, Nicholas's eyes on me and mine on my shoes. When the doors opened, he took my hand and led me to the Suburban. The ride was short and quiet. When we arrived, it was at a large warehouse that looked nothing like a hotel. Nicholas held the front door open for me, and I gaped at the interior. The lobby was decadent enough to rival any five-star hotel in the city. With dark hardwood floors and several seating arrangements, the hotel looked both high-end and homey. The front desk was an impressive slab of marble, behind which sat a pale man with almond-shaped eyes and ink-black hair that I immediately pegged as a vampire. Nicholas walked up to the man and said, "Reservation for Williams." I looked at him curiously, but he shook his head and I remained quiet. The vampire, whose name tag read Ken, smiled as he passed Nicholas the keycards to our room. "You're in room 135, about halfway down on the left. Let us know if there's anything you need." Nicholas took the key packet and led me down the one hall that led from the lobby. It looked as though all the rooms in the hotel were in this hallway. We walked across the forest green carpet until we came upon our room. Nicholas inserted the card into the slot, and when the little green light came on, he turned the handle and gestured for me to enter first. The room opened into a lavish sitting area with large cream couches and a big screen television hanging on the wall. I stepped in further to examine the exquisite artwork adorning the walls. It was then that I noticed the artwork was hung where windows should have been. Of course, there wouldn't be any windows in a vampire hotel, which was what this must have been. In the bedroom was a large king bed with crisp white sheets. The carpet was so thick my shoes sunk in while I walked, muffling my footsteps. This was the only room type they had left. Nicholas's voice reached me from where he stood in the doorway. I hope it's okay. If not, I can take the couch. His thoughtfulness made me smile. This is fine. Actually, I'm glad you'll be next to me. I'll feel safer that way, I admitted. He crossed the room to place his hands on my upper arms. He gently rubbed from my shoulders to my elbows up and down, the rhythm making me sway on my feet. You'll be safe here, Adrienne. The only person who knows where we are is Alexander, and I trust him with my life. More importantly, I'd trust him with your life. His words soothed the frayed edges of my nerves, and I relaxed slightly for the first time in hours. I stepped forward to wrap my arms around his waist and rest my head on his chest. I heard the steady beat of his heart thumping against my ear in time with mine. Thank you, I murmured. You don't have to thank me. I haven't done anything. My eyelids felt heavy, and I was finding it harder to make my mouth form words. You're taking care of me. He must have heard the sleep in my voice because he slowly walked me over to the bed and with a small push, had me sitting on its edge. I watched him kneel in front of me through slitted eyes. He untied and removed first one, and then the other sneaker, before lifting my legs and swinging them onto the bed. Rest, Adrienne. I'll be here when you wake up. With that, darkness consumed my vision and I gave up the fight for the night. Chapter 16. I opened my eyes to another new ceiling in another new room, and I held back a sigh. When would my life have consistency again? I don't care what it takes. Find him. Nicholas's angry voice sounded from beside me, and I turned to take in his profile. He was glaring down at his phone, unaware I'd woken up and caught the tail end of his conversation. I let my eyes wander down his long, lean frame, admiring the way his muscled thighs filled out his dark jeans. His feet were bare, and my heart gave an uneven thump. I'd never thought a man's feet could be sexy, but Nicholas was changing that for me. How long have you been up? His voice startled me and my eyes found his. I felt my cheeks heat slightly, and I hoped he hadn't seen me staring at his bare feet. How awkward. Just a few moments, I said and stretched my arms above my head. Since I didn't technically sleep, there was no need for my stretches, but some habits were hard to break. His hazel eyes heated as they roamed the length of my body, stopping longer on the sliver of my stomach revealed by my shirt. I fought the urge to cover up, and instead rolled over to face him, and tucked my hands beneath my cheek. Who were you talking to? I asked. Nicholas set his phone on the nightstand, and then slowly slid his body down the bed until he was level with my face, his position mimicking mine. One of my guards. I wanted more information, but decided not to pry. If he wanted to tell me more, he would. As I fought my curiosity, the look in Nicholas's eyes told me he was fighting a battle of his own. I have a question I want to ask you, he began. It's more of a favor, I suppose. I furrowed my brow and waited for him to continue. He let out a big breath, and the warm air fanned across my face. I was wondering if you would attend this year's Parliament Ball with me, he said in a rush. Parliament Ball? I asked, the name ringing a bell, but I couldn't place where I'd heard it before. Yes. Every year Parliament holds a huge ball, and I'd like you to accompany me. My attendance is required, but I'll face whatever repercussions there are before leaving your side. His face got hard for a moment before his brow smoothed, and he smiled softly at me. Besides, it would be a lot more enjoyable if you were there with me. Recognition zipped through me, and I arched a brow. I thought you were supposed to be taking Victoria to that ball. his brows pinched in distaste. I'm not supposed to take anyone. Victoria and I attended the ball together last year, and I suppose she counted on another invite this year. I couldn't let it go yet. Why would you want to take me and not her? Nicholas huffed. I like your company a great deal more than hers. I would have thought that was obvious by now. I averted my gaze and used a finger to trace the pattern of the comforter below me. Won't she be mad? I asked. Nicholas reached forward to tilt my chin up, so I was forced to look into his beautiful eyes. I don't care what she'll be. I want you. Butterflies swirled through my stomach in near painful joy, but my mind still raced with unanswered questions. Emboldened by his words, I finally voiced one of them. Did you and Victoria date? He shifted uncomfortably on the bed. I wouldn't call what we did dating, he answered vaguely. So you slept with her. It wasn't like I hadn't slept with other men, but the idea of him and that harpy made my blood boil. Yes. Once. I realized it was a mistake almost immediately, and made sure she knew there wouldn't be a second night for us. I nodded. When was the last time you dated? I don't date. Ever. No. I haven't been serious about anyone since my wife. My heart skittered to a stop. You were married. I couldn't even phrase it as a question. Widowed, he responded, his voice quiet and pained. I snapped my head up to meet his gaze. Nicholas, I began, taking a moment to collect my thoughts. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, it was a long time ago. I shifted closer and placed my hand on his arm. Tell me. Nicholas wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his side. I rested my head on his chest and tried to suppress a sigh of contentment. Anne and I grew up together in Virginia, but we didn't marry until I returned home from war. War. The Revolutionary War, he answered quietly. Holy shit. It was so easy to forget how old he was. Things like this reminded me just how different we really were. We were only married for a short time when Bridget found me. She later admitted she'd been watching for weeks before she approached. I was out in the fields late one night, just finishing up for the day when the sun set. Bridget found me alone and changed me into what I am now. When I awoke 3 days later, she told me she'd killed my wife while I was changing. I gasped and covered my mouth with my hand, unable to fathom the pain Nicholas must have been in. I didn't believe her, of course, so I ran home faster than I'd ever run before. When I arrived at our house, there were no lights on, and I could smell death even from outside. I buried her that night, he finished quietly. Why would she kill your wife? Nicholas snorted darkly. So we could be together. I was stunned silent. His story sounded so similar to mine. Both of us changed without our consent for the pleasure of our makers. Were you? Nicholas was quiet for a few moments before he answered, his voice strong. I stayed with her for a few decades before I was strong enough to rebel. She was an evil woman. She killed hundreds of humans during my time with her. I couldn't stand to see the bloodshed, but she wouldn't let me leave. Said I owed her for changing me. He laughed humorlessly. She forced me to kill too. If I didn't murder the human I fed on, she'd do it for me, and it was never quick or merciful. I knew I needed to get away from her. I was sick of the loss of life, but with her I had no choice. One night, right before the sun came up, I cut off her head and left her body outside to meet the dawn. The next day I left and never looked back. Nicholas's strength astounded me. It must have been hard to be alone after all that time, I whispered. It was better than being with her. And you get used to being alone after a while. We sat quietly for a few minutes, both of us lost in our own thoughts. When I'd finally digested his story, I spoke up. Why haven't you dated since your wife? Are you still mourning? I wasn't sure if I was ready for the answer, but I had to ask. I came to terms with Anne's death a long time ago. I'll always be sorry for the way she met her end, but that's not why I've abstained from dating. I propped myself up on an elbow, so I could look him in the face again. Then why? Nicholas reached out and gently ran a finger down my face from my hairline to my jaw. I'm not sure. I suppose I was waiting for someone worthwhile to come along. My heart sped in my chest as butterflies kicked into gear in my stomach. I opened my mouth to say something else, I wasn't sure, when Nicholas quickly sat up and pulled my face to his. His lips were warm and demanding, and I opened up for him immediately. One of his hands landed on my hip, before tracing a path up my side and over my shoulder to tangle in my hair. He used that hand to pull my face closer to his and deepen the kiss. I moaned and slid my hand up his arm, marveling in the strength he exuded in every inch of his body. With quick movements, he pushed me onto my back and leaned over, sliding one of his knees between my legs. I wrapped both arms around his neck and pulled him closer. His jean-clad leg crept higher until it reached the apex of my thighs, and I twitched at the new sensation. He reached for the hem of my shirt, and our lips parted for only a fraction of a second while he pulled it over my head. My bra was quickly disposed of, and I found myself naked from the waist up again. He used both hands to massage my breasts before pinching each of my nipples in tandem. His mouth left mine and traveled down my neck, trailing kisses to one of my pert nipples. He sucked on the tight bud and my back arched off the bed. My movements ground my core onto his thigh, and I reveled in the multitude of sensations. I continued grinding against his leg while he licked, sucked, and nibbled at first one nipple, and then the other. My hands raked up his corded muscles and delved deep into his soft, thick hair. I pulled and scratched at his scalp as the pleasure rippled through me. With one hand still on my breast, his other hand traveled down my stomach to the button of my jeans. Nicholas pulled away to look me in the eye, asking me silently if I wanted him to continue. I whimpered and nodded, my eyes wide with yearning. His chuckle blew warm air across my wet breast, and I arched into him again. With sure movements, he unbuttoned my jeans and tugged them off my body. He pressed his thigh between my legs again, and I hissed in pleasure. Nicholas's mouth was still alternating between breasts, while both of his hands rested on my hips and slowly peeled my underwear down my legs. In any other circumstance, I might have felt self-conscious, but I was so aroused that my clothes were just in the way of me and my pleasure. One of his hands returned to my tightened nipple, pinching and then rubbing his palm over the tip. The other slowly traced a line from my calf up the inside of my thigh to the slit between my legs. I shook in anticipation, while he slowly dragged a single finger from the top to the bottom. With each pass, he increased the pressure but still wouldn't enter. I groaned in frustration and Nicholas chuckled again, sending desire shooting through my body. I pulled his hair until his head was level with my own again, and kissed him ferociously. He kissed me back, and as his tongue entered my mouth, his finger finally filled me. My body spasmed from the penetration, my nerve endings lit from within. He slowly dragged his finger out and up to the bundle of nerves that craved his touch. His fingers circled methodically before once again dipping inside. He added a second finger and continued the tortuous pleasure over and over. In, out, up, and around until I thought I'd lose my mind. My breath was escaping my chest in sharp pants, and my fingers clenched and unclenched the sheets beneath me. The pleasure was tightening and coiling in my lower belly, inching closer to detonation with every rub of his skilled fingers. Nicholas dragged his mouth away from mine to whisper in my ear. "Let go, Adrienne." His words coupled with his smooth ministrations pushed me off the cliff, and I shattered around his fingers. I gasped, filling my lungs to capacity before moaning loudly to the ceiling above me. The next several minutes were lost in a haze of post-orgasmic ripples and shudders. I finally regained enough composure to open my eyes and peer around me, certain the room would be as destroyed as I'd just been. I caught Nicholas's hazel gaze and smiled a warm, sated smile at him. Turning, I captured his lips with mine and showed him my gratitude. My hands crept along the bed before coming into contact with his fully clothed body. I skimmed down his torso until I met with the button of his jeans. With quick fingers, I popped the button and began to unzip his pants. Nicholas caught my hands and brought them to his mouth with a small shake of his head. I frowned, confused. "I thought you wanted me." Hurt coursed through me at his rejection. "I do, Adrienne." I promise, he said and glanced down at his lap. Following his eyes, I saw the very real, very large proof of his arousal. I looked up at him, even more confused. That was for you, beautiful. He swept a lock of hair off my face and gently tucked it behind my ear. But that's all we have time for. You need to hunt, and I have another dozen or more phone calls to make. He kissed my forehead before rolling to a standing position at the side of the bed. He offered me a hand, and I scooted my body across the sheets, suddenly terribly aware of how naked I was. I kept my eyes averted as I pulled the sheet off the bed and wrapped it around my body. Nicholas took both hands and framed my face, forcing me to look at him. We'll get there, I promise. But I don't want to rush this, he explained, and the sincerity in his eyes forced me to believe him. He wanted me, but he wanted to take things slow. And I wanted that too, didn't I? I'd been worried that we were moving too fast at the training facility, and now I was hurt he wasn't hurtling us toward home base. My emotions were out of control. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. My libido had clearly run off with my good sense, and I was lucky Nicholas still had some left over for the both of us. He caught my gaze again. Are we okay? The hesitation in his voice sent a pang through my heart. I smiled warmly at him before leaning up on my tiptoes to place a kiss on his surprised lips. We're great. You're right. We're not in any rush, I assured him and sauntered away to retrieve my clothes. Nicholas stayed frozen where I left him. When I turned, I found his eyes had heated as they roamed down my barely covered body. I need to leave this room or there will be no more waiting. I watched him walk stiffly to the door and leave without another glance in my direction. My smile almost split my face in two. I ran in place and did a little dance before I could compose myself. When I was dressed and calm, I opened the bedroom door to find Nicholas leaning against the doorframe. Oh. Nicholas. What are you doing standing there? I had to put my hand over my heart to keep it from jumping out of my chest. He smirked and his eyes roamed down my body once more.
You never answered my question.
I quirked a brow and mentally reviewed the last few minutes. Had he asked me a question? I could only remember his heated gaze, his warm mouth on my skin, his skillful fingers. I shook my head to clear those thoughts. Seeing that I was at a loss, Nicholas chuckled and ran his hand down my cheek before cupping the back of my neck in his big, lightly calloused hand. I asked if you would accompany me to the Parliament ball, he said as he came closer, skimming his nose down my throat. Parliament ball? I squeaked. His breathy laugh sent pleasurable shivers down my spine as his teeth grazed over my pulse point. That's right. It's tomorrow night. My attendance is required, but I won't leave you alone. You can come with me to the ball or we can stay here. His tongue was now tracing the path his nose had made down my throat. It's your choice. I began intelligently. I don't have anything to wear to a ball. I'll take care of that, he whispered in my ear. I began again. Did I even want to go to this ball? It was so hard to think with Nicholas's mouth on my skin, scrambling my brainwaves. He bit down gently on my earlobe before sucking the tender skin into his warm mouth. I gasped and my knees shook. Placing both palms on his chest, I used every ounce of willpower I possessed to push him away. Breaking his contact with my skin vastly improved my mental functions. He looked at me questioningly. I can't think with you that close. A smirk tilted the edges of his lips, and my heart thudded against my chest. If I wasn't a nearly indestructible vampire, I'd have had serious concerns about that organ's longevity. I'll take care of everything. All you have to do is say yes, he said. I thought about my options quickly. Would I rather get all dressed up and attend this ball with him, where I would know no one but the man in front of me? Or would I rather sit in this hotel room for another night and risk him getting in trouble for blowing off the event? I suppose I couldn't hide behind Nicholas forever. There would come a time when I would have to enter this world and find a place for myself in it. Another thought brought me up short. What about the vampire who's looking for me? The one who changed me? I was careful not to call that vampire my maker again. The smile on Nicholas's face fell, and he picked up one of my hands to clasp between both of his. Only Parliament employees and their dates are invited to this ball. If that vampire had any connection to Parliament, we would have found him by now. All of Parliament's guards will be in attendance, and I'm certain he won't be there anyway, or I'd never risk taking you. Your safety is my #1 priority. The sincerity burned in his eyes, and I knew as always that I could trust him. I smiled up at the handsome vampire. Okay, I'll go with you. His answering smile was dazzling, and I was even more glad I'd agreed to go. The one thing that still worried me was Victoria. A woman scorned was nothing to make light of, and I imagined a vampire woman scorned was even more frightening. Maybe she wouldn't attend, since Nicholas hadn't invited her. Or if she was there, maybe she wouldn't care that Nicholas had brought me and not her. I was probably worrying over nothing. If this ball was as important as Nicholas made it out to be, we might not even cross paths with her. That thought put my mind at ease, and I found I was looking forward to it. Chapter 17. Just before my eyes could open, my mind registered a gentle touch against my face. I stayed still as something soft trailed down my cheek and across my jaw before tracing a line around my lips. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. Good evening, Adrienne. Nicholas's deep voice whispered in my ear. Turning, I found his handsome face so close we were practically nose to nose. Good evening, Nicholas. I repeated his formal greeting with a cheeky grin. His finger that had never left my face now trailed up the other side before disappearing into my thick mane of hair. Feeling bold, I leaned forward and pressed my lips against his. He gasped quietly before pulling me close and deepening the kiss. For an immeasurable amount of time I lay there, lost to the feeling of his lips against my mouth and his fingers against my skin. When he finally pulled himself away, I couldn't help the sound of discontent that escaped me. He grinned before placing a small kiss on the tip of my nose. Enough of that for now, he said with a raised brow. There are people in the next room who have been waiting for you to wake up. I frowned.
Who's waiting for me?
Nicholas wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me into a sitting position. Well, let's see. Annabelle's here to dress you, Brian will do your makeup, and Nathan will fix your hair for this evening. My eyes widened with shock. You called all these people here. Technically they're vampires, but yes, I did. This is too much, Nicholas. You didn't need to go to all this trouble. I thought you'd just take me to a department store to pick something out. He raked his fingers through my hair and cupped the back of my neck. I want you to feel special tonight. This was no trouble at all. My eyes watered, and I sniffed a very unladylike sniffle. It had been so long since someone had taken care of me. I didn't know what else to say besides, thank you, Nicholas. He nodded, before placing a kiss on my forehead and helping me up. I followed him to the door, suddenly self-conscious. With Nicholas's arm around my shoulders, I felt a sense of security that helped me to step through the doorway and into the living room of our hotel suite. 3 pairs of eyes swiveled toward me as soon as I entered the room. There was a woman standing by a rack of garment bags. She had a blonde pixie cut and bright blue eyes with small pert features giving her a cute childlike quality. When I met her gaze, her pale pink lips tipped into a sincere smile. The vampire standing closest to me was tall and thin with sandy blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He quietly assessed me, before waving a hand in greeting. The last man was sitting on the couch with his legs crossed, hands clasped on his knee. When my eyes met his dark gaze, he leapt up from his seat and approached us. Hello, I'm Nathan. I'll be doing your hair today, he said, before shoving both hands into my dark hair and massaging my scalp. Torn between discomfort at his familiarity and the exquisite feeling of his fingers rubbing my head, I looked to Nicholas for help. With a chuckle, he placed a hand on Nathan's arm. Ease up, friend. Not everyone is comfortable with your hands-on approach. Nathan immediately looked contrite. Forgive me, Adrienne. I just wanted to see if your hair was as thick and soft as it looked. He gave me a wink.
It is.
I smiled tentatively at him as the other male vampire made his way over to us. Hello, Adrienne. I'm Brian, I'm your makeup artist for the day, he said with a sparkle in his eye and a pop of his hip. I stifled a chuckle and pumped the hand he offered. Lastly, the female vamp came over. Adrienne, she began in a sweet, soft voice. I'm Annabelle. I'll be helping you find something to wear to the ball tonight. I shook her hand as well and greeted the group warmly. I'd never found myself at the center of so much attention and was feeling out of my depth. Nicholas's arm snaked around my waist as he placed a kiss at my temple. I'm heading out for about an hour while you get ready. I've left my number next to the phone, so you can call if you need me. Try to have fun, he added when he saw the indecision in my eyes. I watched him walk out of the room, leaving me with 3 strange vampires. Turning to their eager faces, I shrugged. So what now? I asked. Annabelle stepped forward, placing her hands on my shoulders and gently turning me back toward the bedroom. Why don't you go take a shower while we get set up out here? I nodded and allowed her to lead me into the bedroom and over to the bathroom door. She deposited me in front of the shower and quietly closed the door behind her. I was grateful someone was willing to direct me through this process. I quickly stripped off my bedclothes and stepped into a scalding hot shower. Since the change, I found that temperatures didn't affect me as acutely as they did when I was human. If I wanted a hot shower, it had to be on the highest setting for me to feel the heat. I took my time, washing my long hair and cleansing my skin with the pretty smelling soaps the hotel had left in here. Another thing I'd noticed since becoming a vampire was I needed to shower a lot less frequently. Since I didn't feel temperatures the same way, I also didn't sweat the same way. Actually, I couldn't remember breaking a sweat from physical exertion once since I'd become a vampire. When I'd run out of things to wash or rinse, I reluctantly turned the water off and stepped out to dry. As I patted the beads of water off my skin, I tried to get control of my feelings. I decided my initial hesitation was mostly due to having 3 strange vampires sprung on me as soon as I woke for the night. Although I no longer suffered from the grogginess I used to have upon first waking as a human, it was still a little disconcerting to find a room full of strangers outside my bedroom door. I mentally thanked Annabelle for her quick thinking in sending me for a shower. Those few minutes of solitude had helped greatly in turning my attitude around. I was now ready to face whatever these vampires threw at me. With a terrycloth bathrobe wrapped around my body, and my hair tied up in a towel to dry, I exited the steamy bathroom. All 3 vampires were busy setting up their things in the sitting room when I arrived. The first to notice me was Nathan. Hello, gorgeous. He greeted me loudly, attracting the attention of the rest of the vampires. Come. You'll sit here where Brian and I can get to work, and Annabelle can show you what she has picked out. He waved me over to the leather office chair that had been rolled into the middle of the floor. I walked over confidently and sat with ease, crossing my legs primly. I was hoping I could prove to them I wasn't the shy, timid girl they'd met a little while ago. Brian seemed to notice my change in attitude and nodded approvingly. Both men rolled over carts with their respective tools littering the tops and drawers while Annabelle organized garment bags. Nathan grabbed a bottle, squirted a quarter-sized amount of fruity-smelling amber-colored liquid, and ran his fingers through my hair. I'm going to let that sit in your hair while it air dries and Brian gets started on your makeup, Nathan explained. While he did that, Brian rubbed moisturizer on my face and eyed the makeup he had spread out. Annabelle clapped her small hands and shot me a grin. So, would you like to see Mr. Talbot's pick for you first? Or some of the other dresses? I thought about that. Let's save his for last. I have a feeling I'll like it best. With a conspiratorial wink, Annabelle unzipped a black garment bag that hung at the far right side of the rack. When the zipper reached the end, she wrapped her thin arm around the bottom of the voluminous dress and tugged it out, turning it on the hanger to show me. The pale pink ball gown had a sweetheart neckline and a fitted bodice that flared at the hips into yards and yards of tulle. The dress was stunning, but definitely not for me, and I relayed that to Annabelle. She crinkled her nose as her eyes examined me from head to toe, before turning to the dress in question. "You're right." Annabelle pushed the dress back into the bag and zipped it up. Brian was using a light-colored stick to mark up my face, and I struggled to see past his lightning-fast hands as Annabelle opened the next bag. This dress was a black number with off-the-shoulder sleeves covered in large crystals that caught and reflected the light. The sweetheart neckline dipped modestly in the front, and the material gathered at the high waist before flaring down to the floor. I furrowed my brow and shook my head as Brian stepped back to view his work. Annabelle studied me again, before nodding. She stood there with her chin clasped in her delicate fingers, and her foot tapping to a beat only she heard. She sighed and turned toward me. "I think you'll like the one Mr. Talbot picked out. Are you ready to see it?" "Yes." If she agreed with his taste in dresses, I was sure it would be the right one for me. She unzipped the bag that hung on the left side of the rack, and I was relieved when a pile of tulle didn't immediately come falling out. Annabelle pulled the bottom of the dress from the bag and positioned it so I could see. The bright red color shocked me. It was the exact same shade as the bikini Bea lent me to swim in at the training facility. A blush warmed my cheeks, and Brian stopped his ministrations to look at the dress on display for me. Another sweetheart neckline graced the top of the simple dress, but this one had thick halter straps that fastened at my neck. The dress wasn't fancy or made up with hundreds of crystals that would take away from its simple beauty. In this dress, I'd be on display, not the fabric. "I'm all done here, sweetie," Brian said as he finished painting my lips. I stood up to examine the dress closer, although I could see it perfectly fine from where I sat across the room. I ran my fingers down the silky fabric, marveling at its soft but sturdy feeling. My eyes rose to find Annabelle watching me intently. "This is it," I told her. She smiled knowingly at me. "I know it is." With a wistful sigh, she tucked the dress back in its bag. "Go on back and let the boys finish up with you. I'll find accessories and shoes to go along with this." I returned to my seat as Brian cleaned up his station, and Nathan got to work. The lights in the room dimmed as he started up a hairdryer, and I settled in. I'd have felt bad for him having to blow dry my long, thick hair if he hadn't had vampire strength. Ignoring his hands, I let my mind wander to the night ahead. I had been nervous about being Nicholas's date, and what my presence might mean for him. Although I didn't know much about his job, it was clear he played an important role in Parliament. In this dress, though, I would look like his equal. As I daydreamed about waltzing in Nicholas's arms, thoughts of my maker crept in. Nicholas promised he wouldn't be at this ball, but I was still worried. Even with a room full of guards, I was scared to expose myself this way. It felt like chancing fate, but I trusted Nicholas to not risk my safety. I would have thought that being a nearly indestructible vampire would have been protection enough, but that clearly wasn't the case. My maker was angry, and it was very obviously aimed toward me. The mystery of his anger still nagged at me. If either of us should have been angry at the other, it should have been me. He'd attacked and changed me against my will, before leaving me to fend for myself. His motives were another mystery I'd yet to unravel. What had he been doing in Nicholas's apartment? Was he looking for me? Or something else? The only two rooms he'd shown his presence in were the bedroom and the office. Had he gone there with a specific goal in mind? And why did he take my foster paperwork? What was his end goal? My mind was still spinning as Nathan took a curling iron to my hair. I was grateful for his vampiric speed because I was tired of sitting still and being left alone with my thoughts. Annabelle approached me with a pair of strappy silver heels and a silver clutch embellished with dozens of crystals. I gave her a slight nod, and she smiled before prancing back to her station. Shortly after, Nathan informed me he was done, but I wasn't allowed to see myself until I had the dress on. I followed Annabelle into the bedroom, and she helped me dress in the fine fabric. The dress halter top fit and accentuated my chest perfectly, while the waist was just the right size for me. The hem was a little long, even with the heels, but Annabelle assured me she'd be able to make the adjustments before I had to leave for the ball. What I hadn't expected was for my entire back to be exposed from the halter around my neck to right above my bottom. I hoped it would look classy and not trashy on me. I turned to the door when Annabelle stopped me with a hand on my arm. "I almost forgot," she exclaimed. "Sit tight and I'll be right back." The fairy-like vampire dashed through the door and was back within seconds. She quickly fastened chandelier earrings onto my ears and stood back to take a look at me. With her chin clasped between her fingers, her eyes roamed over me from head to toe. When her eyes made it back to my face, she sighed. "You're perfect," she said with a shrug. I chuckled nervously. I'd never been described as perfect in my life. She opened the bedroom door and gestured for me to step out into the living room. When both men's eyes found me, they wore matching expressions of wonder. "Adrienne, girl, you look amazing," Brian said as he took my hands and spun me around once. Nathan took my hands next, the smile on his face contagious.
"Mr. Talbot isn't going to know what to do with himself."
His eyes narrowed, lips pursing to the side.
"What's he like, anyway?"
Out of the corner of my eye I saw Annabelle and Brian's heads whip in our direction, but they remained silent.
"Nicholas?"
Nathan shrugged. "Yeah, he's a bit of a mystery." I frowned. "Really?" All three of them just nodded. It was my turn to shrug. "I don't know. I struggled to come up with a strong enough word to describe Nicholas. Finally, I settled on amazing. Nathan's eyes softened. "So, you're not intimidated by him?" My frown deepened.
"Intimidated?"
"No. Never." Nathan and Brian exchanged wary glances before looking back at me. "He's got a bit of a reputation," Annabelle explained from behind them. Oh. I felt like I should know this already, but how would I? The only vampire I'd ever really talked to was Nicholas. Surely he wouldn't tell me something like this. Nathan shrugged, his eyes studying me carefully. "Yeah, tonight was the first time I've ever actually heard him talk." "Or smile," Brian added. My lips twitched. "He talks to me all the time. And he usually smiles a lot too." Brian's face stretched into a wide grin. "Yeah, we can see that." "What does that mean?" Annabelle stepped in, her eyes darting between us. "He just means we've never seen Mr. Talbot like this before. It's clear you're good for him." My face heated and I chuckled softly, not knowing what to say to that. Was I good for him? What did that even mean? I shook my head and cleared my throat, not having the time to process all this at the moment. "Can I see myself now?" Annabelle took one arm while Nathan took the other, and Brian held his hand over my eyes as they led me to the mirror near the entrance of the suite. They positioned me. Nathan fiddled with a lock of my hair one last time before Brian finally lifted his hand off my face. My jaw dropped as I took in the barely recognizable woman in the mirror. My hair fell past my shoulders in soft luxurious waves and was pinned up gently behind one ear. The makeup was subtle on my face, with a perfectly smoky eye that enhanced their light brown color. The red dress accentuated my curves up top, before flowing seamlessly to the floor where an inch or two rested on the ground. While I stared at my reflection, Annabelle came to kneel at my feet with a pincushion in her hand and a needle held between her lips. "Don't move," she muttered. She pinned up the excess material almost faster than my eyes could follow. She then twisted the needle in and out of the bottom of the dress, until it was the exact right length. When she was finished, she rose to her feet and dusted off her hands. "There," she said proudly. "Now you're perfect." I turned to thank her when a knock sounded at the door. My eyes grew wide and my gut clenched tightly before I heard the familiar timbre of Nicholas's voice. "Can I come in yet?" he asked through the door. I looked at the three vampires who had been like fairy godmothers to me. They all nodded in unison. I took a deep breath and called, "Come in." Chapter 18. Nicholas stepped through the door and froze. His gaze followed the length of my body before settling on my face. I gulped, the heat in his eyes making my blood race through my veins. The rest of the room disappeared, and it was only Nicholas and me, communicating without speaking a word. When I finally pulled my gaze away from his, I got a good look at what he was wearing. His broad chest was encased in a perfectly fitted ink-black tuxedo jacket. My eyes trailed along the trim lines down his chest to muscular legs covered in the fine black material, ending with polished black shoes. The diamond cufflinks at his wrists glimmered in the soft light of the hotel room as he expertly adjusted his tie.
Nicholas. Adrienne.
We both spoke at the same time. Our grins matched the way our words had. He reached out to grasp my hands in his warm, calloused grip and pulled me closer. I looked up into his handsome face and shivered as he found the skin where the dress didn't cover. "Adrienne," he warned, his voice gruff. I stepped away from him and placed my hands on my hips. "This was the dress you picked out," I reminded him. "Yes, because I knew how stunning you'd look. I hadn't taken into consideration all the other men that would see you in it, and I'd like to change my pick now. I'm sure we have a potato sack lying around here somewhere." He trailed off as he jokingly scanned the interior of the hotel room. I slapped his arm and rolled my eyes. "Men." I turned to walk away, but Nicholas grabbed my elbow and spun me to face him again. "Truly," he began, his voice soft and deep, "you look devastatingly beautiful." My heart leapt to my throat where it insisted on pounding an erratic tattoo. Clearing my throat, I managed to answer him. "Thank you. You look very dashing yourself," I added with a wave of my hand encompassing his sharp suit. He picked up my hand and brought it to his mouth before placing a gentle kiss on my knuckles. "Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. We strive to please," he said with a cheeky grin. Someone cleared their throat behind us, and I spun around to 3 pairs of wide eyes. I had honestly forgotten they were even there. With heated cheeks, I held my hands out to them. "Thank you all for tonight. Everything is absolutely perfect," I gushed. Nathan stepped up first, gently repositioning a loosely curled lock of my hair and placing a chaste kiss on my cheek. "You're more than welcome, sweetheart." Brian was next, and he wrapped his arms around my shoulders, careful to not ruffle my hair or smear my makeup. "You were already so beautiful, you made our job easy," he said. When he released me, Annabelle stepped up and took both of my hands in her small grip. "I'm so glad you like the dress, you look amazing." I stepped away from Annabelle and into Nicholas's embrace. "Can you all see yourselves out?" Nicholas asked them. The 3 vampires nodded, and he swept me out of our hotel room. We hustled down the long hallway and into the lobby that was deserted, save for Ken at the front desk. Outside, the black Suburban was at the curb with Alexander once again behind the wheel. Nicholas held the door open for me, and I climbed into the large vehicle, thankful for the dress length. With my door closed, Nicholas hurried around the other side and hopped in before Alexander drove off. "Hi Alexander," I said. "It's nice to see you again," I said in an attempt to make my way over to his good inside. He grunted, his dark gaze darting to mine in the rearview mirror. His brows unfurrowed for the briefest moment before he nodded and turned back toward the road. It was practically a warm welcome. I smiled with pride and looked over at Nicholas. His smoldering gaze had my smile slowly slipping off my face. He wrapped an arm around my waist and tugged me closer. As his fingers traced soft circles on the bare skin of my back, I fought off shivers of pleasure. "I'm not sure we'll be able to stay long at the ball," Nicholas whispered in my ear, sending little hairs fluttering and tickling my skin. I turned to him, our faces only inches apart. "Oh. How come?" Somehow, his brownish-green gaze burned hotter, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. "I don't want to share you for long," he growled. There was no fighting off the shiver his words caused to ripple up my spine. The vehicle slowed, and I silently thanked Alexander for his speedy driving. I didn't think I'd be able to spend much more time in the backseat with him without combusting. Nicholas quickly exited and made his way around the car to open my door. He offered me a hand as I slid off the leather seat and onto the city sidewalk. I looked up and was surprised to find we were at Parliament headquarters. I suppose this was the most ideal place for a big vampire shindig. They already had all the secrecy and security in place. We stepped through the door and nodded to the doorman, who buzzed us in without a word. Walking through the doorway, I halted my steps as soon as I got a look at the lobby. The room was dim, and lit by hundreds of little twinkling lights that were placed so high up they looked like stars in the night sky. The marble gleamed in the soft light between hundreds of vampires, about half of them dressed in all black tuxedos, the other half in every color of the rainbow. My eyes followed the elegantly dressed guests as they twirled and swayed, seeming to float above the ground. Lining the dance floor were round tables, covered in lace tablecloths, with giant blooming centerpieces of extravagant flowers and crystals. The soft light from dozens of candles reflected off the glass, leaving the tables in a soft glow. I took in the luxurious splendor of the room, wishing I could capture its beauty. After allowing me those few moments to gawk, Nicholas finally tugged on my elbow and led me toward a table. Upon further inspection, I noticed there were no place settings save for crystal goblets rimmed in delicate gold, and soft-looking napkins folded in intricate designs. I looked at Nicholas curiously. "They'll be serving blood soon," he informed me. "That's why I didn't take you hunting tonight." With all the excitement of getting ready for the ball, I'd completely forgotten I hadn't hunted yet. I quickly checked my need for blood and found it manageable. Thankfully, Nicholas had me on a strict feeding schedule that left no room for error. If I never got too hungry, I'd never accidentally do something I'd regret. A man in a sharp gray suit appeared by our side with a flourish. "Good evening, sir and madam," he said with a slightly nasally British accent. "We are serving types B and O this evening. Which would you prefer?" I looked to Nicholas questioningly. How the hell was I supposed to know which type I'd prefer? It wasn't like I asked the humans what their blood type was before I bit them. I'd never tasted much of a difference from one human to another anyway. Nicholas spoke up. "We'll take 2 O negatives, please." The man gave a deep bow before retreating as quickly as he'd appeared.
O negative?
I asked him once we were alone again. "It's the rarest blood type and some say the most decadent."
"And what do you say?"
He grinned. "I prefer type AB myself, but I like O too." It was so weird talking about blood types like we'd talk about wines in a restaurant. Although I'd adapted to this lifestyle over the past week, there was still so much I didn't know and so much I'd yet to experience. It would take me a lifetime to learn everything. With a wry chuckle, I realized I'd have more than one lifetime to get it all right. It was still strange though. It felt like I was at a new job, meeting my coworkers, learning what my responsibilities were, figuring out all the lingo. I knew that one day I'd look back at these early days and laugh at how ignorant and naive I was, but that seemed pretty far off from where I sat. The waiter returned with a round tray in hand that held 2 goblets full of rich red liquid. He swiped our empty glasses from in front of us and gently placed the full ones down. When he was done, he bowed deeply again and retreated. I looked at Nicholas for any social cue I was missing. Were we supposed to dig right in? Did I take small sips or big gulps? Should I stick my pinky out as I held it? I turned to study my glass when I heard a chuckle and whipped back around to Nicholas. He was laughing at me. "You look like you're concentrating really hard on that glass of blood." I hissed at him, "I don't want to make a fool out of myself. Give me some direction here." He chuckled again, but the fire in my eyes must have cowed him because he pressed his lips into a thin line in an attempt to control his humor. "I've only ever drank from the source," I reminded him. "Am I supposed to sip? Or chug? What if I spill it? What?" He raised a hand to cut off my rambling. "Why don't you start with small sips to see how you do?" I almost didn't catch the twitching at the corner of his lip, indicating he was still holding back a laugh. Damn him. I arched a brow to let him know he wasn't fooling me, before I turned to my glass of blood. This was weird. We were all expected to sit around like civilized vampires, sipping on O-neg. It felt more normal to slink around in the darkness and back alleyways to get my meal. The normalcy was throwing me off. I picked up my glass and brought it to my nose, taking a small sniff of the liquid. It smelled so good my mouth started to water. Bringing the glass to my lips, I tilted it at the slightest angle, until the thick blood just touched my lips. I sucked down a small sip and closed my eyes as the delicious flavor coated my tongue and whet my appetite for more. I brought the glass to my lips once more and opened my mouth a little wider. The blood rolled along the crystal glass and past my lips, bringing with it an exquisite flavor that burst on my tongue. I couldn't help the moan that reverberated deep in my throat. Tipping the glass up, I drained the rest in a couple of swallows. I licked my lips and used the napkin at my place setting to dab at the corners of my mouth. I hadn't spilled a drop. With a smug smile, I turned to Nicholas to find him completely riveted, his full glass of blood still suspended in the air next to his mouth. His gaze smoldered, and that familiar fire once again ignited inside me. "That was one of the sexiest things I've ever seen," he croaked. I watched him shake his head abruptly, before tilting his own glass back and draining it. He plunked the glass down onto the table and rose from his seat. With his hand outstretched, he asked, "Dance with me?" I placed my hand in his as I rose from my seat. His eyes still burned, but there was something else lurking in there. Some other emotion I couldn't quite pinpoint. He led me out to the dance floor and used his grip on my hand to twirl me around once before pulling me into his arms. A breathless giggle escaped me as his other arm slid around my waist and pulled me closer. We were lined up perfectly, chest to chest, thigh to thigh, without an inch of space between us. I looked up into his eyes as we stood there. "I don't know how to dance like this," I confessed. With a grin, he told me, "Relax and let me lead you." Those words struck a chord and seemed to spill over into our lives outside of this dance. I'd let him lead me this far, and he hadn't steered me wrong yet. This man had been by my side without fail through everything since almost the moment I'd woken up changed. He'd proved time and again that I could count on him and that he wasn't going anywhere. With our hands clasped and our bodies aligned, he took a step to the side, and we were dancing. It was a little rough at first as I tried to navigate and predict where he'd lead me next. With a little prodding, he got me to relax enough to let him lead us through the moves. We twirled across the floor, weaving in and out of the other beautiful couples but lost in our own world. His hazel eyes held mine, almost like a physical embrace. They spoke to me, making promises not just for the night ahead of us but for the months and years to come. "See, you dance beautifully," he said. A corner of his full lips tipped up, and without warning, he spun me around before dipping me low, my hair almost touching the glossy marble floor. With one hand supporting my back, he brought the other one up to trace along the side of my face and across my jawline. He then pulled me closer and pressed his soft lips against mine, putting every ounce of longing and promise into the kiss. Moments later we parted, both of us breathless but smiling, and he pulled me up so I was standing again. He placed his arms around me and went to step into another dance when a vampire I'd never seen before came rushing over. "Mr. Talbot, I must speak with you," the dark-skinned vampire said in a deep melodic voice. Nicholas frowned at the man before turning to me. "Excuse me, Adrienne. I'll meet you over at our table in just a minute." Releasing his hand, I watched his lips tick up into a small grin at my reluctance. I shuffled back over to his table, already missing the airy feel of twirling around the dance floor with Nicholas. When I reached the table, I saw a thin woman with pitch-black hair in a deep red skin-tight dress. She turned around, and I recognized the vampire as Victoria, the woman who'd expected Nicholas to bring her to this ball. Why she was sitting at our table, I didn't know, but I assumed it wouldn't be pleasant. As I approached, she remained in my spot, and I cleared my throat gently. "Excuse me, but you're sitting in my seat," I said. Her beautiful face twisted into an ugly grin. "Well, if it isn't little Ariana." "It's Adrienne," I corrected her through gritted teeth. I just knew she wasn't here to play nice.
Adrienne.
"Whatever. It doesn't matter," she said with a wave of her hand. Her eyes scanned me from head to toe. "Nice dress. I know Nicholas loves his women in red." Her comment struck a nerve, but I held my ground. "Is that why you chose to wear it as well? Hoping you'd attract his attention?" I asked with a laugh. Her eyes narrowed, and I felt a hint of trepidation. I wouldn't get too comfortable, Adrienne. She sneered my name. Nicholas doesn't hold on to his women for long. You'll be out on your ass soon enough. Her words hit their mark again, but besides a blink, I gave no other reaction. Is that what happened to you? I asked with false pity in my voice. She laughed, the sound high-pitched and a little off.
Listen, you little bitch.
Is there a problem? Nicholas thundered from behind me. Victoria's eyes widened, and I watched her throat work nervously. I couldn't help the smirk that formed on my face. Nope. Vicky here was keeping my seat warm for me.
Weren't you, Vic?
Her eyes shot flaming hot daggers at me, but she smiled at Nicholas. Of course. I was just coming over to say hi, but you weren't around. She rose and wrapped her long pale fingers around his bicep. I was hoping you saved a dance for me, she purred, her thick black eyelashes quivering. He grunted and said, no. Turning to me, he held out a hand.
Adrienne, come. We need to leave.
Leave? I asked, confused as I took his hand. He nodded, his lips pressed together firmly as he dragged me from the table and along the edge of the dance floor. I watched the other couples twirling around and lamented the fact that we weren't one of them. When we reached the front of the lobby, I dug my heels in and brought Nicholas to a stop. What's going on? Why are we leaving so suddenly? He ran his hands through his hair in frustration and paced away. When he finally turned back to me, his eyes were bleak and my stomach fell to my feet. Your maker is contesting the fostership. We need to prepare for the hearing tomorrow evening. Wait, I don't understand. What hearing? Is my maker here? He doesn't need to be here to ruin our evening, he growled. What it means is he's trying to get you back, and this time he's going through the court system. He's essentially suing for custody of you. Chapter 19. The drive back to the hotel was spent in tense silence. As Alexander drove, I watched Nicholas's jaw twitch and his hands clench and unclench where they sat on his lap. I didn't know what to say, so I stayed quiet, lost in my own thoughts. Although I was having trouble thinking logically around the lump in my throat. We reached the hotel, and Nicholas once again ushered me through the lobby. I smiled grimly as I thought about how different our attitudes had been the last time we'd made our way through. Nicholas faced me once we were inside our suite. Why don't you go get changed? I have a few phone calls to make and then I'll join you. With a swift kiss to my forehead, he stalked over to the desk in the corner of the room and pulled out his cell phone, his fingers already flying across the screen. Once inside the bedroom, I slumped against the door, letting all the emotions of the past half hour wash over me. My maker still hadn't given up. Not that I'd really expected him to, but a girl could hope. I guess he was done slinking around, breaking and entering. Instead, he'd chosen to get the vampire's legal system involved. Unfortunately, I didn't know enough about Parliament to guess what the outcome might be. Would they let me stay with Nicholas? He'd taken me in when I had nowhere to go. Gotten me off the street where I was in danger of exposing all vampires. He taught me how to control my new abilities, how to protect myself, and how to feed responsibly. Surely all of that had to count for something. But would it be enough? My heart squeezed painfully, and I raised a hand to my chest. What if they took me away from Nicholas? I couldn't imagine being separated from this man who'd not only become my friend, but so much more in the short time we'd been together. Alone in the darkness of the bedroom, I admitted to myself that I'd come to have very real, very deep feelings for Nicholas. It would be physically painful to be separated from him now. And what about my maker? What kind of vampire was he? The little I knew wasn't in any way a glowing commendation. His first strike had been when he'd attacked me and changed me without my consent. I knew the mechanics of the change now, and there was no need for him to toss me around like he had. He'd been rough and cold in a situation that was meant to be exciting and magical. His next offense was when he left me in a basement to wake up alone. It hadn't even been light-proof. If I'd stayed there past dawn, I would have been dust. I fought off a shiver and continued to list my maker's offenses. He'd also attacked my poor roommate. Beaten her so badly he'd almost killed her. And for what? Just because she was connected to me. Clearly, he had no regard for human life, my own included. I clenched my hands into fists as I remembered the destruction of my beautiful, brand new bed. He destroyed it and trashed Nicholas's office when he hadn't found me there. How he knew I lived there was still a mystery, although it had fallen to the wayside in light of the more recent events. I guess now we knew why he'd taken my foster paperwork. He'd obviously used it to file his claim against us. Would this get Nicholas in trouble? Would it compromise his position in Parliament? I still didn't know exactly what he did, but I knew he was important, and this would probably look bad for him. Why wouldn't my maker just go away? I took a deep breath and crossed the room to my dresser, my mind still spinning in circles. With trembling hands, I reached up to unfasten the halter at the nape of my neck. The material gave way, and the top of the dress slid down to gather at my waist. Adrienne, Nicholas's words ended with a strangled groan. I covered my front and turned toward him. His hand was still on the doorknob, looking like he'd frozen mid-stride. Nicholas's eyes were hot as they roamed over the naked skin. He stepped the rest of the way in the room and closed the door, his gaze never leaving my body. Nicholas walked slowly toward me, his expression equal parts hungry and questioning. He stopped next to me, and I got a whiff of his spicy masculine scent. I closed my eyes as one of his fingers trailed down my spine from my neck to where the dress was bunched at my waist. He then spread out his fingers and rubbed circles on my overheated skin.
Adrienne, he said again.
The ball was in my court. He wasn't going to do anything I didn't want, and I needed to make a decision now. Did I hide and deny myself the pleasure of being with Nicholas? Or did I be brave and give myself over to the man who already has such a big part of me? I took a deep breath and turned to face him, letting my arms fall to my sides. His hand wrapped around my waist as his eyes slid over my exposed chest, heating my skin and pebbling my nipples. "You're gorgeous," he said, his voice rumbling from deep in his chest. Feeling bold, I reached forward to unbutton his white shirt, thankful he'd already lost the tuxedo jacket. His molten eyes watched me as I slowly bared his chest, caressing every inch as I exposed it. When I'd run out of buttons, I peeled the shirt open and pushed it over his shoulders. His broad chest was like a marble sculpture. The rock-hard pecs preceded a defined set of abs I wanted to run my tongue across. My eyes raked over his skin, and I watched his flat nipples harden under my gaze. "You're beautiful," I said. He shook his head, before gripping the back of my neck and pulling me to his mouth. His kiss was starved, like he'd waited years to get his lips on mine. I kissed him back with everything I had, hoping to show him all the things I couldn't put into words. His hands drifted down to my waist and tugged my dress loose, the silky material falling around my ankles with a whisper. I shivered as he slid his hands down until they cupped my ass. With a choked groan, he pulled away from my mouth, his eyes wide. "What kind of undergarment is this?" I looked down, my mind so scrambled by this man I wasn't sure what I had on. With a breathy chuckle I answered, "It's a thong, Nicholas." His fingers dug into my exposed flesh. "It hardly covers anything," he said, his hands still squeezing and caressing. "Anything else would have showed panty lines in that dress. Besides, I don't see you complaining." His hot gaze met mine and a rueful smile pulled at his lips. "Not complaining when you're here with me in private. If I had known you'd worn this out in public." With another groan, he cleared his throat and continued, "If I'd known what little was beneath that dress, we might not have made it out of here." I laughed lightly, my breath ending in a gasp as his fingers traced below the skimpy material. Nicholas caught my gaze and held it. "I want you, Adrienne, but if you don't want this to go any further, you should tell me now." I'd already made my decision. Nothing would stop me at that point. "I want you to." The words were barely out of my mouth before Nicholas let loose a low growl and tugged on my panties, ripping them from my body. I gasped as he slid an arm behind my shoulders and dipped low to grasp the back of my knees with his other arm. He lifted me with ease and carried me to the bed. He stood above me, shirtless and panting, his eyes roaming over my naked flesh, and I'd never felt more beautiful. Silently, he unfastened his pants and stepped out of them, before joining me on the bed. He crawled until he was on top of me, his weight held up by both arms planted by my shoulders. We lay like that for a breathless moment, the anticipation and sexual tension rising until it felt like a physical presence in the room. When I couldn't take it any longer, I reached up to wrap my arms around his neck and pull his lips to mine. I devoured his mouth like a starving woman, my hunger growing by the minute. Nicholas groaned into my mouth and shifted his weight, freeing up a hand that he used to palm my breast. His skillful fingers caressed and pinched, squeezed and soothed. "More," I demanded between kisses. Nicholas chuckled, but trailed a hand down my stomach to the place I needed it most. His fingers lightly traced my folds, but he didn't tease me for long. I gasped as he used 2 fingers to enter me, finding no resistance whatsoever. His nimble caress brought me to the fringe of my climax over and over again, as his lips left mine to tease my hardened nipples. I panted, struggling to catch my breath, as his mouth and fingers brought me to the edge of my sanity. "Nicholas, let go, I've got you," he whispered against my nipple. He bit down hard as he pinched the bundle of nerves at my center, and I shattered beneath him. My nerve endings fired in rapid succession as the pleasure swept through my body, leaving me breathless. When I came back down to earth, he was softly stroking my velvety folds and kissing every inch of skin he could reach. "You're so stunning," he murmured against my neck. When I finally caught my breath, I said, "I need you now." Nicholas shifted until he was fully on top of me, between my parted legs. He stroked my thighs gently as his gaze roamed over me. He surged forward and nudged me with his thick hardness. I fought off a shiver and shifted closer, eager to feel him inside me. He fell forward, catching his weight on his hands once more and capturing my lips with his. Groaning into my mouth, he finally thrust it inside me with one powerful push. My head snapped back and I moaned as I felt him stretch and fill me. Nicholas continued to kiss my neck and chest, not moving while my body took the time to adjust to his girth. When I was confident I could accommodate him, I lifted my hips and ran my fingernails down his back. "I need you," I said again, my voice deep and throaty. Nicholas picked his head up and looked at me, the depth of his hazel eyes incalculable. In them I saw his raw emotions and hunger for me. He leaned forward and kissed my lips again as he pulled his hips back, almost leaving me completely before surging forward again. After the first few thrusts, we found a steady pace that worked for us as lovers. We spoke silently, a language only we understood. We kissed desperately as he drove me to the brink of another climax. I'd never had 2 in one night, and I almost couldn't believe the way my body was reacting to this devastatingly hot man. He sat up and gripped the tops of my legs, entering me from a new position that heightened my pleasure. His hips hammered him in and out, grinding against me on the downstrokes. My head thrashed back and forth as the pleasure coiled deep in my belly, threatening to toss me over the edge at any moment. "Look at me," he demanded, his voice rough. I opened my eyes and his molten gaze met mine. It was enough to send me spiraling into another orgasm, my body shaking with the force of it. With a growl, Nicholas followed me off the cliff, his body finally still as he climaxed with his own pleasure. His hands that had been gripping my thighs almost painfully now stroked my skin softly. The only sound in the room was our gasping breaths as we stared into each other's eyes and tried to understand what just happened. I was nothing close to a virgin, but I'd never experienced sex that explosive in my life. Was it because this was my first time as a vampire? Something told me it had more to do with my partner than my vampiric state. Nicholas slipped out of my sensitive core and fell onto the bed next to me, his arms immediately circling my spent body. He pulled me close and wrapped his limbs around me, his nose pressing deep into my hair. "That was," he began but trailed off.
"Earth-shattering."
"Something like that," he said, the smile clear in his voice. We laid there in silence as our breathing returned to normal, and my mind had a chance to start racing. Would this be our last night together? Impossible. Nicholas would never let anyone take me from him. "Right. Nicholas, I'm scared," I said, my voice small. He pulled me closer, his hand raking through my hair and massaging my scalp. "I'm scared too," he said softly. My eyes widened at his confession. Pulling back slightly to look him in the eye, I asked, "What do you have to be afraid of?" He watched me for a long moment before replying. "I'm afraid of losing the person who's come to mean the world to me. The one person I can't live without." My heart stuttered at his words. I'd been holding back, but if he could admit his feelings for me, I felt safe doing the same for him. I didn't want to lay everything on the line yet, but I could give him something at least. In case this was it.
"You mean a lot to me too, Nicholas."
"I don't know what I'd do if I lost you." My eyes tingled with the tears I was struggling to contain. As we lay there quietly, I finally voiced a question I'd been meaning to ask him for some time.
"Why me?"
Nicholas's hand froze on my scalp for a moment before he answered. "I don't understand. Why did you let me in after being alone for so long?" Nicholas's fingers ran through my hair again.
"You needed me," he said simply.
"I haven't been needed in so long. Haven't had someone want me for something else, besides the power I wield in Parliament. But you do." His voice held a note of wonder in it. "I do," I echoed his words. "And I don't want to leave you," I added in a broken whisper. He pulled my head to his chest and squeezed me tighter, almost as if by sheer will he could predict the outcome of the trial tomorrow. I fervently hoped it would be enough. Chapter 20. I awoke the next night to Nicholas's tender gaze staring back at me. His eyes were wide and expressive, all of his emotions seemingly on display. "Good evening, Adrienne." Nicholas's sweet breath fanned across my face. His smile was genuine, but there was no hiding the worry lines on his forehead. I reached out to smooth the wrinkles myself. Nicholas's eyes closed as my fingers made contact with his skin. "Good evening, Nicholas," I said with the same propriety. His smile grew. "How long do we have before the trial?" I watched his smile slowly fade away to tight lips and a clenched jaw. "It starts in a few hours. I should have prepped you last night." "I'd come in here to do that, but you distracted me," he said, the glint in his eyes unmistakable. My face heated. "That wasn't my intention." Nicholas's fingers fanned out against my cheek and slid down to grasp the back of my neck. "Perhaps not, but the outcome was the same." "No regrets?" he asked softly. "Not for me," I answered without hesitation. His smile finally reached his brown-green eyes.
"Never for me."
He pulled me close and gently kissed my lips. In that kiss, I felt the deep feelings he had for me, and his uncertainty about the future. I kissed him back with everything I had, hoping to convey that no matter what happened, my feelings for him wouldn't change. We broke apart, and he laid his head against mine, both of us gasping for air. With a gentle kiss to my forehead, he sat up and climbed off the bed. "If I don't leave this room, we'll never get anything accomplished," he said over his shoulder as he walked toward the door. "Get dressed and meet me out here." He left, and I couldn't help the huge grin that spread across my face. I sat up and the blankets fell down to pool in my lap, exposing my still naked body. Gasping, I pulled the sheet up to cover myself. No wonder he needed to leave the room. When I was decent again, I went searching for Nicholas. I found him sitting at the desk on his phone, his back to me. He was in a perfectly tailored charcoal gray suit. It was odd to see him dressed so formally 2 days in a row, when all I'd seen him in were jeans and t-shirts until now. I sat on the couch and let him finish his conversation in peace, trying to give him privacy by tuning out his words. He turned around to see me sitting on the couch, and held up a finger. "Listen, I've got to go. Call me back if you find any new information," Nicholas said in a stern voice. He pulled the phone from his ear, tapped the screen, and placed it on the desk. Taking a deep breath, he stood from the chair and came to join me on the couch. "Is it bad?" I asked. He sighed again.
"It's unprecedented."
"To my knowledge, there has never been a maker that came back to claim an offspring they'd left. There's never been an instance of a fostership being contested. Does this look bad for you?" He shook his head and took my hands in his. Don't worry about me, Adrienne. I did nothing wrong, and this won't affect me at all. My only worry is for you. He reached up to stroke the side of my face. I can't lose you. I lunged across the space between us and threw my arms around his neck. Don't I get a choice? I asked desperately. I don't want anything to do with that vampire. He changed me against my will and left me to burn in that basement. That ought to count for something. Nicholas ran a hand through my hair and rubbed circles against my back. It does. You'll be able to tell your side of the story and have your say in the matter. Unfortunately, the Parliament Board will make the final decision, but they'll take all of our accounts into consideration first. I collected myself enough to pull away so I could look into his beautiful eyes. I saw pride and support shining in his gaze, and it gave me the strength I needed to get through this trial. To see my maker again for the first time since the night he attacked me. Okay, what do I need to know? A few hours later, we were in the Suburban with Alexander at the wheel, headed toward Parliament and the trial that would decide my fate. My stomach was in knots and my palms wouldn't stay dry. I wiped them against my dress slacks again. Nicholas pulled me closer until we were aligned thigh to thigh. He rubbed up and down my arm, but no amount of comforting from him could settle my nerves. We finally arrived at Parliament, and I took a deep breath before exiting the vehicle. I stood there on the city sidewalk, staring up at the building. Somewhere in there was my maker. That thought sent a violent shiver down my spine, and I froze, unwilling to step any closer. Nicholas's face filled my vision, and I focused on his lips as they spoke.
Adrienne, I'll be with you the whole time.
Don't fear him because there's nothing he can do to you here. I won't leave your side, he promised. His earnest voice gave me courage, and I nodded. With a deep breath, I took Nicholas's hand and let him lead me into the building. The pudgy vampire, Benny, was sitting at the desk as usual. He gave us a nod, and I heard the telltale buzzing noise that indicated the heavy door leading to the lobby was unlocked. I wiped my palms against my pants again as Nicholas grasped the door handle and ushered me through. The lobby was completely transformed since the night before. Gone were the hundreds of twinkling lights and elegant tables. The room was still breathtakingly beautiful, but more utilitarian again. I sighed as I remembered the carefree way Nicholas had spun me around the dance floor, and regretted the circumstances that brought us there again. Nicholas's palm landed on the small of my back as he led me to the elevators and pressed the up button. We waited only a short time before a car arrived. He pressed the button for the 12th floor and wrapped his arm around my shoulders again as the elevator climbed steadily. A ding sounded and the doors opened. The sign hanging on the wall indicated this floor was only comprised of courtrooms. I let out a nervous breath when we found the hallway empty. I was trying to prepare myself for the moment I'd see my maker again, not at all confident in my ability to handle it in stride. Nicholas led me down the quiet hall until we reached a room with a large number 3 above huge wooden doors. Are you ready? Nicholas asked. I wasn't, but I had no choice. My head bobbed up and down, and Nicholas took that as enough confirmation to grasp the large brass handle and pull the tall door open. My eyes scanned the room quickly, and I released a breath when I saw my maker hadn't arrived yet. Along the far side of the room were 13 empty chairs before which sat 2 large wooden tables. It looked a lot like a human courtroom, aside from the multiple seats up front. We walked past empty pews, through a swinging half door and over to the table on the left side of the room. We took a seat in a pair of uncomfortable wooden chairs and settled in. I thought we should get here early so you could get acclimated to the room, Nicholas explained. I nodded, thankful he'd been that thoughtful. I just need to tell my side of the story, right? I asked in a choked voice. I'd never been fond of public speaking, and the stakes riding on my words were higher than ever. Nicholas pulled my chair closer and clasped both of my hands in his own. Right. Start from the beginning. Tell them what you remember of the attack, and what happened after you woke up. Be honest and be thorough. That's all. I nodded and jumped when the door behind us opened. Whipping around in my seat, I watched as a few vampires I didn't recognize filed into the room and found seats in the empty pews. Releasing another breath, I turned back to Nicholas. "He can't touch you here," he reminded me. I slipped my hands from Nicholas's grasp so I could wipe them against my pants again. He put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me close to place a kiss on the top of my head. I inhaled his familiar scent and fought to control my breathing. My fear of this vampire was like a physical presence. I couldn't shake it, despite Nicholas's assurances. This was the person who'd ripped me from my life and changed everything for me. I grudgingly admitted he'd also brought me to Nicholas, and for that, I was thankful.
Can you talk to me?
Distract me in some way? I asked desperately. He nodded absent-mindedly as he looked around the courtroom. I've been in this room a lot, although never for a case this personal to me. I looked around too. Why would you be here so often? He jerked his head at the seats up front. One of those is mine. My eyes widened at him. I'm on the board, but we agreed my presence as a governing force today would be a conflict of interest. You're on the board? How did I not know this before now? He shrugged. It never came up. So, what do you do? My job is to investigate and deal with any issues that arise between vampires and humans. That's why I was called when your friend Charlotte was attacked. It's my job to find and persecute whoever did that. Why were you able to take so much time off when you have such an important position? He looked sheepish. I'm what you would call a workaholic. I haven't taken any time off in decades. When I found you and saw you needed my help, I decided it was time to finally use some of the vacation time I'd racked up. My guards handled any new issues that arose in my absence, he said as he brushed a lock of hair behind my ear. The door at the front of the room opened, and I watched as vampires in long black robes entered the room and found their seats among the 13 chairs. With a quick glance behind me, I saw that most of the courtroom's pews had been filled and more vampires were streaming in. The oddity of the case must have drawn an audience. The dark-skinned vampire occupying the chair in the center banged an unseen gavel and spoke up.
Mr. Talbot, it's good to see you.
I assume this is Ms. Wilkinson beside you? He asked, looking curiously at me.
Mr. Sutherland, he said with a nod.
Yes, this is her. Very good. Now where is our complaining party? He asked, scanning the crowd. I turned in my seat as the large door opened and in walked the man who'd changed me. I recognized him immediately. The shoulder-length wavy blonde hair, the slightly crooked nose set above thin, cruel-looking lips. I gasped and his eyes zeroed in on me. His mouth twisted into a grin, and his eyes gleamed covetously. I watched him glare at the arms slung around my shoulders, and his body tense with displeasure. Nice of you to join us, Mr. Romano, the vampire up front called dryly. My maker's eyes shifted to the dark-skinned vampire, and he bowed with a flourish. Pardon my lateness, he said in a heavy accent as he strode through the courtroom. I watched his large form walk closer and my body trembled. He pushed open the swinging door and stopped beside our table. It's good to see you again, Molière, his deep voice rumbled. I felt Nicholas's shoulders tense and a low growl escape his lips. Wrapping my arm around his waist, I squeezed him tight to prevent him from standing up and confronting him. My maker's lips twisted into a grin before he spun around and took his seat at the table across the room from us. Mr. Sutherland banged his gavel again, and I jumped at the loud sound. All eyes turned toward him as he read from a piece of paper in his hands. We're here today at the request of Massimo Romano. He claims his progeny was taken from him, and he is demanding her return. Is that correct, Mr. Romano? Si. Yes, he said. All right, Mr. Romano, would you like to start by giving your account of what happened? Sutherland asked with a pointed glance at my maker. I could feel Massimo's eyes on me, but I refused to look at him. With pleasure, he purred. Adrienne and I are in love, he declared, and I couldn't stop another gasp from escaping my lips. We met months ago, and fell in love immediately. She begged me to change her, and for a long time I abstained. I wanted to make sure it was what she truly wanted. She finally convinced me to change her, and I promised we would marry when she awoke. On that night we made love and I bit her, exchanging my blood with hers, fulfilling her wishes. I stayed with her every night while her body changed, only leaving when the dawn forced me from her side. Then one night I returned to find her missing. I have spent every night since then combing the city for my future wife. I promised I would not rest until she was back where she belonged. By my side, his last words were growled. I finally turned to look at him, and saw he was staring at me with a manic gleam in his eyes. A chill raced down my spine and my hands trembled. He was out of his mind. I was sure of it. "Is that all?" Sutherland asked. With a nod, he responded, "See," and bowed deeply to the Board of Vampires before taking his seat. Sutherland, who'd been taking notes during Massimo's speech, looked up at me. "Ms. Wilkinson, would you like to tell your side of the story?" I nodded and slowly rose from my chair, surreptitiously wiping my damp hands on my pants again. Nicholas wrapped one of his hands around my clammy palm and squeezed once. I let his touch calm my nerves and boost my confidence. Clearing my throat, I raised my voice to speak. "I had never laid eyes on this man before he attacked me," I said, pointing at Massimo. "I was walking home one night when he snatched me off the street and attacked me. I'd never known vampires were anything more than a myth, until I woke up as one. Alone. In a basement that wasn't even lightproof. I was left to discover my abilities by myself, and it was only Nicholas Talbot's intervention that stopped me from exposing all of us that night. Nicholas has been nothing but helpful and supportive since the moment I met him. I don't want anything to do with the vampire that changed me. He's a monster, and should be prosecuted for what he's done." With that declaration, I plopped into my chair and tried to keep my gaze pointed straight ahead. I failed. Shifting my eyes but not my head, I saw Massimo glaring at me with his hands clenched into fists. Quickly shifting my eyes back to the front, I watched Sutherland finish his notes.
"Mr. Talbot, do you have anything to add?" he asked, looking up.
Nicholas nodded and stood. "I can attest to Adrienne having no knowledge of vampires prior to her change. When I found her, she was running up and down a city street at close to 100 miles an hour. Upon questioning her, it was clear she had just awoken and had only been testing out abilities she didn't understand yet. At first, she couldn't remember anything about being changed, but after a couple days the memories came back, and she admitted she was attacked and made a vampire against her will. I can't personally attest to that, but I can tell you she fears that vampire," he said, pointing at Massimo, who was now vibrating with anger. I don't believe she'd ever met him before that night, let alone agreed to the change. Nicholas sat down and once again, Sutherland finished his notes before looking up. "Do any of you have anything to add?" he asked, looking at the three of us. Massimo stood. "They lie. Adrienne is mine. I changed her and she belongs to me." Nicholas jumped up from his seat. "Changed her without her permission. I don't know about where you're from, but here that isn't allowed," he said, his voice low and lethal. Massimo growled and took a step toward Nicholas when Sutherland banged his gavel again. "Enough," he yelled. "Both of you will reclaim your seats immediately," he said in a tone that left no room for discussion. Both men sat down and Sutherland spoke up again. "We will discuss this matter and reconvene when we've reached a decision." With a bang of his gavel, all 12 members stood and left to decide my fate. Chapter 21.
"Adrienne, I was wondering if I could have a word with you."
I heard the deep, heavily accented voice behind me and froze. Nicholas sprang to his feet, both hands clenched into fists. "No, you cannot have a word with her," he snarled. "I am her maker. She will do as I say," Massimo said, his voice rising. "You are nothing to her," Nicholas yelled. Knowing I needed to intervene, I jumped from my seat and placed both hands on Nicholas's chest. "Nicholas, look at me," I pleaded with him. His chest heaved and his eyes were spitting fire. I trailed my hands up to his shoulders and wrapped them around the back of his neck. With a gentle tug, I pulled his face down toward me. He finally broke eye contact with Massimo, and I saw the fire settle slightly. Not here, I warned, my voice soft. I turned back to my maker. I have nothing to say to you. Nicholas nodded once, before gently pulling my hands from around his neck. With a pointed glance at my maker, Nicholas kissed one of my hands before lacing his fingers with mine. Let's go, he said, his voice low and dangerous. My maker stood there watching as I followed Nicholas across the courtroom and over to a side entry. He pushed the thick door open and pulled me inside before closing it behind us. With a deep sigh, he leaned against the door and pulled me into his arms. I'm sorry, Adrienne. I shook my head. There's no reason to apologize. You were just protecting me, I said, pulling back slightly so I could look into his beautiful eyes. You're always trying to protect me. And I always will, he promised before a pained look crossed his face. But I can't predict what the board will do, and I'm so afraid they'll let him take you from me. Don't I have a say in this? I asked indignantly. I don't want to go with him. How can they make me? He pulled my head against his chest again, and I heard his heart thundering. I don't know, Adrienne. I just don't know, he admitted, his voice rough. I stayed quiet after that, content to be in his arms for as long as I could. I thought this trial would be an open and shut case, but Nicholas's attitude was making me nervous. Could they force me to go with my maker? Would they believe the lies he'd told the board? It was his word against mine, and he was a much older vampire. Would his word hold more water than mine? Voices from the other side of the door rose in pitch, and the banging of a gavel sounded. Time to go, he said reluctantly. We stood there for a moment, staring into each other's eyes. His fears and worries were blatantly broadcasted across his face, and I was sure mine looked similar. This was a pivotal moment in my vampiric life, and I was hesitant to face it. If I wasn't a public figure, I'd leave with you, Nicholas admitted quietly. I stared at him wide-eyed. You can't do that. Anger flashed through his eyes as they broke contact with mine. I know that it isn't possible. We wouldn't get far before someone recognized me. I just want you to know if I could, I'd take you away from all this. I know, I said quietly. Because I did. I had every confidence he would do anything to protect me. He nodded once and turned to open the door, leading me back into the courtroom. The board had returned to their seats, along with the rest of the audience. A quick glance confirmed my maker was at his table, his body turned toward us, a hostile look in his eyes. I ignored him. We walked back over to our table and took our seats. It was only another moment or so before Sutherland looked up from his papers and spoke. This is an unprecedented event, he began solemnly. When a newly changed vampire is abandoned, their maker does not come looking for them. Nor do they bring a battle for their custody to Parliament, he said, leveling a stern look in Massimo's direction. We are ready to reveal our final decision. Is there anything any of you would like to add? When the courtroom stayed silent, Sutherland nodded. Very well, if there is nothing further, we'll continue, he said. We here do not know the circumstances that led to the changing of Ms. Wilkinson. This is a classic case of he said, she said, and only the two of them know the truth. Since their accounts are in disagreement, we will set that issue aside for the sake of this case. Okay, that didn't sound great, but it wasn't the end of the world. It seems as though Mr. Talbot has done an exceptional job of fostering Ms. Wilkinson, and for that, the court thanks you. I looked at Nicholas, and saw the corner of his lips lift in a small smile before it disappeared. It is our understanding that it is in the best interest of a newly changed vampire to be in the company of their maker. Although a foster is often a great substitution, it doesn't compare to the bond that is formed between a maker and their progeny. However, since Ms. Wilkinson has spent so much time apart from Mr. Romano, their bond has been fractured. It is unclear if it can or should be repaired. What does this all mean? I looked at Nicholas again, but his posture gave nothing away. Sutherland cleared his throat. It is our belief that an unprecedented circumstance calls for an unprecedented ruling. That did not sound good. Our final decision is that Ms. Wilkinson will spend a period not to exceed a fortnight with Mr. Romano. At the end of this time, Ms. Wilkinson will be free to choose who she would prefer to live with from that point on. Her decision will be backed by the full power of this board. That is all. Sutherland raised the gavel, but before he could swing it down and dismiss the court, Nicholas jumped out of his seat. "Adrienne and I are mates," he yelled into the quiet courtroom. My eyes widened as I stared at Nicholas in open-mouthed shock.
"Excuse me?"
Sutherland asked.
"We're mates,"
he repeated. The courtroom erupted into chaos, but all I could do was stare at Nicholas. Mates? What did that mean? Could it sway the court's decision? With a bang of his gavel, Sutherland silenced the noisy room again. He leveled Nicholas with a stern look. "Have you bonded?" "Bonded? I'd say we had. We'd spent tons of time with each other, opened our hearts and shared things I knew neither of us had shared with anyone else." Nicholas's shoulders drooped and his head fell down a notch. "No, we haven't yet." His words held equal parts regret and resignation. "You know very well that the only thing that can trump a maker's right to his progeny is bonded mates, Nicholas. There's nothing we can do." He looked down at his notes once more. "Our ruling stands." Following the bang of his gavel, the rest of the board rose from their seats and retreated through the door behind them once more. I sat there, still in silent shock. What just happened? My brain was furiously trying to piece together everything that was said. First, the court had ruled in Massimo's favor. I'd have to spend a fortnight with him. Wasn't that 2 weeks? I'd really be subjected to living with the man who assaulted me for 2 weeks. What about all that talk of mates and bonding? When Nicholas admitted we hadn't bonded, I'd felt a stab of hurt. I thought we'd been getting along fine. Better than fine. I thought he'd come to really care about me. I knew I cared for him as more than just a foster maker. I shook my head to dispel those thoughts. Now was not the time to pay attention to my raging hormones. My future was in such turmoil I didn't know which way was up or what was in store for me. My life was once again not in my control. I looked at Nicholas, who'd plopped back in his seat after the court's final ruling. He sat frozen, his eyes still trained on the seats that were now empty at the front of the room. I placed a hand on his shoulder, and he slowly turned to me. "Nicholas, what does this all mean?" He sat there silently, staring at me as if studying my features. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. "It means you'll have to go with him," he said, confirming my worst nightmares. "No," I whispered. How could they do this? Couldn't they see he was a monster? How could they just sign me over to him? "It's only for 2 weeks," Nicholas said softly, his hand rubbing circles on my back. "After that you can come back to me." "It won't be so bad," he promised, but I could tell he didn't believe his words. "Let's go," I heard the deep, demanding voice come from behind me. I jumped up from my seat and spun around to face my maker. "Wait now," I yelled. "I have to go with him right now?" I asked, turning back to Nicholas, who had also stood. Nicholas's body was trembling, but I knew it was from anger and not fear like my own was. His jaw muscles twitched, and from between clenched teeth he said, "She will go home first and pack her belongings. We will meet you here tomorrow night, and she can go with you then." His tone left no room for argument. Massimo's eyes flashed dangerously, and I gulped, my throat suddenly dry. "Fine," he purred, his eyes finding me and lighting with a possessive glint. "You have until tomorrow." "I'll see you then, Molière," he said before turning sharply to leave. His ink-black trench coat's tail snapped in the air before fluttering after him. I watched his retreating form. When he was finally gone, I released the breath I'd been holding. "I can't believe this," I said, still facing the door Massimo had disappeared through. He stepped in front of me, and all I could see was him. I looked up into his deep hazel eyes, and saw a torment that matched my own. "What are we going to do?" I asked pitifully. Nicholas remained quiet but wrapped his arms around my shoulders, and pulled my face against his chest. He rocked me gently side to side while pressing soft kisses on my head. "There's nothing we can do, Adrienne. His tortured confession came out in a whisper. I wrapped my arms around his waist and clenched his shirt in my fists. Taking a deep breath, I let his spicy masculine scent fill my nose. I had only a few more hours before I'd be ripped away from him for 2 whole weeks. Wait, I said, pulling back slightly from Nicholas. The court said, a period not to exceed a fortnight. Does that mean Massimo could let me go early? Nicholas's eyes that had filled with hope a moment ago now dimmed again. I think that's unlikely, but it's possible. I nodded, knowing he was right but trying to find some way out of this. I just don't understand how the board could hand me over to someone who attacked me and changed me against my will. Nicholas looked contrite. I can understand it from their point of view. There's no way for them to know who's telling the truth. Massimo's story differs greatly from yours. If this case had been brought before me, I don't know that I would have decided any differently. It's not really the board that deserves your anger, he said softly. I knew rationally that he was right, but I was feeling very irrationally at that moment. Let's go home, Nicholas said softly. He took my hand and led me out of the empty courtroom and through Parliament. When we got outside, the black Suburban was waiting faithfully for us at the curb. I climbed in the car ahead of Nicholas and retreated into my head. During the ride, Nicholas tried several times to engage me in conversation, but all I wanted was to be left alone with my thoughts. What would my life be like for those 2 weeks? I highly doubted I'd be treated with the same kindness I'd been shown by Nicholas. He kept calling me his Molière, his wife. Would he expect me to act as one? Clean the house, do the laundry, things like that. Or would he take it a step further? I tried to swallow down my fears, but the lump in my throat prevented that. What if he forced himself on me? There was no way I'd be able to defend myself against a vampire that much older than myself. I would be completely at his mercy. For those 2 weeks, he could do whatever he wanted to me, and I'd have no way to stop him. When we reached our destination, I numbly crawled out of the car and followed Nicholas with my head down. We stepped into the lobby, but I realized with a start, it was the lobby of Nicholas's apartment and not the hotel's. I looked at him questioningly and a small smile graced his face. The cleanup and repairs are completed. I thought you'd like to sleep here today, he explained with a shrug. I smiled for the first time in hours. When I remembered I'd only get 1 night back in this apartment, the smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. We took the elevator up to the penthouse, and Nicholas swiftly unlocked the door. I stepped in the repaired doorway, relieved to see it was as it had been before the break-in. Following Nicholas, he led us upstairs and immediately into our room. I hesitated for a moment, remembering the destruction I'd seen the last time I was there. Calming my nerves with a deep breath, I reminded myself that Nicholas said the repairs were complete. He wouldn't have brought me here if things weren't perfect. I stepped into the room cautiously, but my fears were for nothing. Standing across the room was a large white bed identical to the one Massimo had destroyed. I walked over to it and gently fingered the gauzy material hanging from the canopy. Nicholas followed me across the room and sat down. I thought you were partial to this bed, so I had a replacement sent, he said with a shrug. I nodded, too choked up to respond right away. With a sigh, I joined him on the bed, our arms touching and my head resting on his shoulder. Will you sleep with me tonight? I asked him quietly. Of course. With a nod, I took off my shoes and crawled to my pillows, not bothering to turn the sheets down or change my clothes. Nicholas stood and removed his shoes as well, before joining me on the bed. His hand cupped my face gently before raking his fingers through my hair. I scooted closer and wrapped my arm around his waist. We laid there staring into each other's eyes for countless minutes, as I tried to find a way out of leaving with Massimo. Nicholas, why did you tell the court that we were mates? What does that mean? He broke eye contact and shifted on the bed. A mate is what you would call a spouse or partner. I had a feeling he wasn't telling me everything. So you told the court we were a couple. He shifted again, before sitting up and propping his back against the headboard. Basically. Why would you do that? Is that how you feel? Shouldn't that have been a conversation we had before then? Nicholas sighed and ran a hand through his hair before cupping the back of his neck. I was desperate, Adrienne. I would have told them anything they wanted to hear if it meant I got to keep you. My heart stuttered at his words, but I pressed on. So you don't think of us as mates? I couldn't keep the disappointment from my tone. Nicholas finally turned toward me, his eyes full of something I couldn't name. I care about you. A lot. More than I ever thought possible. But you're right, if I want to call you my mate, that's something I would have to discuss with you first. I smiled. I care about you too, Nicholas. His words sent heat radiating from my chest throughout my entire body. As I stared into his deep hazel eyes, my own feelings sped toward the surface. I didn't just care about him, I was without a doubt in love with Nicholas. How could I not love the man who'd literally caught me every time I fell? Who'd taken me in and cared for me for no other reason than because I needed help. The man whose touch ignited my veins and set my world on fire. My revelation had me suddenly shy, and I averted my gaze, afraid that he'd see the love in my eyes as surely as I felt it. Now that I knew I loved him, what could I do about it? Did I tell him and take the risk that he didn't feel as strongly as I felt? We'd only known each other for a week. Was that even enough time to fall in love with someone? I knew the answer for me was a resounding yes. I'm glad to hear that. His soft voice snapped me out of my thoughts, and I met his gaze again. Another thought crossed my mind as my eyelids began to feel heavy. Nicholas. What are bonded mates? My words were slurred as I fought to keep my eyes open. His body tensed next to mine again. He leaned over and kissed my head before brushing a few stray strands from my face. You're about to succumb to the dawn. We can talk about it tomorrow. I opened my mouth to argue, but daylight caught up to me, and everything went black. Chapter 22. I opened my eyes, and dread immediately filled my stomach with bile. Tonight was the night I would be given over to my maker. I'd be stuck with him for 2 long weeks. How that would go, I still wasn't sure. He kept calling me his wife, and he'd lied to the Parliament Board by telling them we were in love. Did he really think that? Or was that just a lie he'd made up to cover his actions? Would he expect me to treat him as a lover? My mind kept screaming that question as my skin crawled, and a shiver raced down my spine. I hadn't realized Nicholas was still in bed with me until he wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me toward him. I buried my face in his chest and inhaled his scent, trying to burn it into my memory. His big hand ran through my hair and down to the middle of my back. He meant to calm me, but nothing could help at that point. You need to get packed soon, he murmured into my hair. I nodded slowly, but refused to move from Nicholas's warm embrace. And I got you a few things, he added. I pulled back slightly so I could look at his face. What kind of things? He pulled his arms away and sat up. Reaching over to the nightstand, he grabbed a sleek black cell phone and handed it to me. So you can contact me anytime you'd like, he explained. My eyes watered as I stared at the phone in my hand. This was making our separation more real. The fact that I'd need a phone to contact him and couldn't just talk to him anytime I wanted was just hitting me. I looked up into his handsome face and tried to memorize all his features while I still could. His gorgeous hazel eyes had big dark bags beneath them that I'd never seen before. I used the pad of my thumb to brush the tender skin under his eyes. What's this? I asked softly. Nicholas took my hand and brought it to his mouth to place a reverent kiss against my palm. He then threaded his fingers through mine and rested them on the bed. I didn't sleep today. My eyes widened in shock. How did you not sleep? I thought we all passed out at dawn. Nicholas shook his head. When you get older, it becomes possible to withstand the pull of dawn and stay awake during the daylight hours. Of course, you still can't be out in the sun. But it is possible to stay awake. You're still very young, so the dawn affects you more strongly. Why did you do that? I needed to think. And plan. I couldn't afford to lose those hours. He slid to the end of the bed and stood. Get dressed and packed. I'll meet you downstairs when you're done. With that, he strode to the door and left the room. Watching him walk away was painful, especially knowing how little time we had left together. I rose from the bed and quickly found an old backpack I could fill with clothes. I packed a few outfits and threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. My picture frames I left on top of my dresser. I used a finger to trace my parents' faces. They'd be staying here with the rest of my things, because I'd be coming back. Massimo couldn't keep me forever, and the minute my 2 weeks were up, I was gone. I walked slowly through the room and paused when I reached the doorway. It felt like I was leaving for 2 years and not 2 weeks. I had the urge to memorize everything as it was now, as if I wouldn't be back. Shaking my head, I left the room and closed the door firmly. I was being ridiculous. Of course I was coming back. My maker wanted a chance to woo me back to him, but nothing he'd say would work. I wanted to be with Nicholas in every way, and I would be coming back here. Nicholas was sitting on a stool at the island in the kitchen when I finally found him. He had a faraway look on his face that vanished when he saw me enter the room. All packed? He asked, the words seemingly ripped from his throat. Yep. I'm just bringing some clothes. All my personal things I'm leaving here for when I come back, I told him sternly. I'm not sure if I was trying to convince him or myself. You've got your phone? I patted my jeans pocket and nodded. Right here. He nodded as well, and we stood there staring at each other for a moment. His eyes had that distant look again, and I tried to imagine what he was really seeing. I have something else for you, he said, his voice monotone. He took my hand and led me to the kitchen table where I saw a few gadgets and wires I couldn't identify. Nicholas leaned over and picked up a black piece of plastic about the size of a credit card. I opened my hand and he placed it on my palm. This is a GPS tracking device. I want you to wear it at all times, he said. I looked at the tracker and back up at him questioningly. I don't trust him. I haven't been able to find a permanent residence for him here in New York, so I don't know where he'll be keeping you for the next 2 weeks. I'm not willing to take any chances with your safety. If you have this on you, I'll be able to monitor where you are at all times. His words were firm, but his face was tortured. Will you do this for me? I digested his words slowly. Do you know something I don't? Nicholas shook his head quickly. That's the problem. I know far less about him than I'm comfortable with. This is a precaution, Adrienne. I just want to know where you are so I know you're safe. When he put it that way, how could I refuse? I nodded and went to slip the GPS in my front pocket, but Nicholas shot out a hand to stop me. I think we should hide it on you just to be safe. His precautions were worrying me. You think Massimo's going to search me? Nicholas's eyes blazed with a dangerous fire. He better not, he said in a deadly tone. This is just another precaution. Please. The pleading tone of his voice did me in. Okay, where should we put it? I've thought about this a lot already. I snorted because what hadn't he thought of? He ignored me and continued. I think if we slip it into your bra under your arm, it should be secure and difficult to notice. What do you think? He really had thought of everything. The elastic of my bra would hold the slim tracker in place, while the out-of-the-way location would assure Massimo wouldn't discover it by accident. I think that's perfect, I said. Reaching to the hem of my shirt, I lifted the thin cotton up over the swell of my breasts. A low growl had me looking at Nicholas to see his eyes on fire again, but for a very different reason this time. I released a shaky breath and swiftly tucked the tracker into the elastic that sat against my ribs on my side, right under my armpit. When I was done, I released my shirt and let it slide back down my body. I looked up to see Nicholas had moved much closer, his body radiating heat against my skin. He slid a hand under my shirt, his warm palm resting against the bare skin of my back. With a tug, I was in his arms, breathing in his masculine scent again. His other hand found its way under my shirt as well, and he held me tightly against him. "I'm going to miss you," he whispered against my ear. "You've become my whole world. What am I going to do without you?" My eyes watered again, and my throat constricted. "I don't know," I choked out, unable to articulate all the ways I'd miss him too. We stood like that for another few minutes, our bodies fitted against each other like two puzzle pieces. Finally, Nicholas stepped back, his hand sliding from my skin. I missed his touch already. "I have one more thing," Nicholas said. He sprinted from the room, and was back moments later with what looked like a knife sheathed in leather. My wide eyes met his, curiously. "This is a silver dagger. I want you to have it on you when you go with Massimo. I don't think he'd work this hard to get you back just to hurt you, but I won't risk your safety." I immediately shook my head. "Nicholas, I'm more likely to stab myself with that thing than to hurt anyone else with it. Please." His tortured gaze captured mine, and I saw the depth of his worry for me. "This strap's to your ankle, and it's sheathed so you can't accidentally hurt yourself. Please take it and wear it for me." My shoulders drooped, and I nodded. Nicholas gave me a swift kiss on my forehead before he kneeled to strap the knife to my ankle. When he was done, he rolled my jeans over it gently, and I gave my leg a little shake. Surprisingly, the dagger stayed in place, and I could barely feel it there. "See. Piece of pie." I choked out a laugh. "Cake, Nicholas. Piece of cake." He waved his hand dismissively.
"We need to get going," he said. "You need to feed before we meet with Massimo."
"With all the excitement of the trial, you didn't hunt at all yesterday. I want you to feed twice as much today to make up for that." I nodded as he reached for the backpack I had slung over my shoulder. With a gentle hand against the small of my back, Nicholas led me through the apartment and out the front door. Alexander was at the curb as usual, and as soon as we were seated, he drove us toward an unsavory neighborhood. He swiftly found a pair of drug dealers, and I glamored and fed from them. Although Nicholas was there to stop me, I was able to stop feeding from each man in a timely manner. I closed their wounds, gave them new memories, and a little pep talk about their choice of careers before I hopped back in the Suburban to head toward Parliament. Now that there was nothing standing between me and Massimo, the worry set in. I was really leaving Nicholas for Massimo. Although it wasn't my choice, it still felt like a betrayal. My body shook, and I knew I needed to get myself under control. I didn't want to show any fear to my maker. A man like him would revel in that, and I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. "I'm a vampire now." Those words played over and over again in my head. Although I hadn't tested it out, in theory I should have been pretty indestructible. What harm could Massimo really do to me? Even if he beat me like he did Charlotte, I would recover much faster. And if he wanted something more, something sexual, he'd better be expecting a fight. I'm strong now. I thought back to my time at the training facility, when I'd lifted huge vehicles above my head. The vampire blood running through my veins made me so much more than what I'd been the first time I was at the mercy of Massimo. This time would be different. He wasn't dealing with a human woman he'd snatched off the street anymore. I was a vampire. The stuff of legends. And I was pissed. I let the anger for my maker rush through my body, stealing my nerves and strengthening my resolve. This meeting would be different than the others. I wouldn't be beaten down this time, and I wouldn't have Nicholas there to defend me. It was just me and my maker, and he would not come out on top again. With this resolve in mind and my new mantra running through my head on repeat, the tremors slowly subsided. I sat up straighter in my seat and unclenched my fists. "I'm a vampire now," I repeated under my breath.
"What are you saying?"
Nicholas asked from beside me. I'd almost forgotten he was there. "I'm a vampire now," I spoke up. Seeing his look of confusion, I pressed on. "I'm not the same weak human Massimo encountered last time. I'm strong, I'm fast, and I'll be fine." I added that last part to assure him. He looked like he needed it. Nicholas's eyes shined with pride.
"Yes, you are.
You're also smart. Don't forget that your abilities lie both outside and inside you. His belief in me strengthened my resolve further. I'd play this game that Massimo insisted on playing, but I'd win it. He wanted me for 2 weeks. Well, he'd get me. At the end of it, he'd be begging Nicholas to take me back. That thought brought a small smile to my face that was still there when we pulled up outside Parliament headquarters. Chapter 23. I scoured the city streets but saw no sign of Massimo and breathed a sigh of relief, my body relaxing slightly. Either he wasn't there yet, or he was inside waiting. Nicholas. What are bonded mates? You never told me, I reminded him. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Alexander, could you give us a minute alone, please? Nicholas said. Alexander grunted, before sliding out of the vehicle and disappearing inside the door to Parliament. Nicholas turned to me and ran an agitated hand through his hair before answering. 2 mates become bonded when they share each other's blood simultaneously. It is a union that is permanent. Once 2 mates are joined, their life forces are forever entwined. If one were to die, the other would perish shortly after. So, it's a bit like a human marriage without the option of divorce. Nicholas's lips twitched. I suppose it's similar. But not only is there no divorce, there is no separating their lives. They will always be bonded. And that trumps a maker's rights to their progeny? He hesitated before answering. Yes. Then why don't we become bonded mates? That question burned my throat as I swallowed it down. If Nicholas even wanted to be plain old mates, he would have asked by now. But he hadn't. I needed to get a hold of my rampant emotions. Besides, I knew I was in love with him, but was I sure I wanted to be bonded to him for the rest of my very long life? If I wasn't entirely sure, then the answer had to be no. Nicholas's voice broke through my muddled thoughts. I want you to be careful with Massimo. We don't know a lot about him, but we know he can be violent. I wouldn't be able to stand it if something were to happen to you. The look of anguish on his face undisguised. I reached forward to run my palm against his whiskered face. The bags under his eyes were more pronounced than they'd been earlier, and I hoped he'd get some sleep soon. My gaze traveled up to his beautiful hazel eyes, and I let myself get lost in them. I'll be careful. I promise. He let out a deep breath, and I saw some of the lines around his eyes diminish. This man was practically worrying himself sick over me. When was the last time someone had cared that deeply? Worried that much on my behalf? When was the last time my well-being was so vitally important to someone? My mind flashed to the unconditional love my parents had given me, and I knew I had my answer. It had been many years, but the feeling of being cherished was there, in the SUV between Nicholas and me. I felt my love for him pulse inside my chest, threatening to spill over. Should I keep this to myself? Let the words remain unspoken until a later time. What if there was no later time? What if something happened to me while in Massimo's possession? I knew I'd always regret not admitting how I felt, if I didn't do it now. Maybe it wasn't the right time, but was there ever really a right time to tell someone you love them? The ticking clock made me bold, and I placed my hand back on Nicholas's face, gently turning him to look at me. Nicholas, I need to tell you something. He looked at me expectantly, and I fought for air, my lungs squeezing painfully with the knowledge of what I was about to do. How would he receive this? Deciding to just get it over with, I blurted out, I'm in love with you. Nicholas's eyes widened as he stopped breathing. I didn't know how to interpret his silence, so I babbled on. I don't know if you feel the same or not, but I wanted to tell you I love you, in case I don't get another chance.
Adrienne.
I slapped my palm over his mouth. No. Don't say anything. It doesn't matter if you love me back or not because it won't change how I feel. I don't want you to feel obligated to say it back, so I'd rather you not say anything. His eyes were still wide, but he'd begun to breathe again. I suppose that was a good sign. I'm going to take my hand off your mouth, you're going to kiss me, and then we're going to get out of the car. Got it? I could feel Nicholas's lips smiling beneath my palm as he nodded. I slowly slid my hand off his mouth and let it fall to my lap. Nicholas's body moved so fast he was just a dark blur. He pulled me across the seat until I was in his lap, straddling his hips. Without a word, he pulled my head towards him and fit his lips against mine. His kiss was domineering, and I melted into him as his mouth devoured my moans and sighs. I opened my mouth and my tongue met his in a battle I knew I'd lose. His kiss conveyed his worry for my safety and his longing for me. There might have been a deeper emotion in there, but I refused to analyze it. I wanted to live in this moment forever and not ruin it with thoughts of whether he loved me back or not. Like I told him, it didn't matter. He had my heart, and there was nothing either of us could do about it. We finally pulled away from each other, both of us struggling to breathe past the intensity of our kiss. Nicholas opened his mouth to speak, but I placed a finger against his full lips and shook my head. He rolled his eyes but stayed silent. He speared me with a searching look before he opened his door and slid off the seat. I took the hand he offered and exited the vehicle as well. Taking a deep breath of the smoggy city air, I felt good about the coming confrontation. I told Nicholas my deepest feelings, and with that off my chest, I felt lighter than ever. Now I just had to get past these next 14 days and get back to him in one piece. Nicholas and I walked sedately across the sidewalk toward the Department of Sanitation door that hid Parliament headquarters. I wonder if Massimo is inside waiting for me, I wondered out loud. A deep, heavily accented voice had us both halting in our tracks.
Adrienne.
I turned to see Massimo striding down the street toward us, his ever-present trench coat flapping behind him. He reached us, and we all stood there silently for a moment, both men blatantly sizing each other up. Massimo turned his dark eyes to me, and I fought to control the shiver that sped down my spine. "You came," he said. I rolled my eyes. I didn't have much of a choice, did I? Massimo's eyes flashed in anger, and a low growl came from behind me. Nicholas gently pushed me aside and faced my maker, the look on his face deadly. "Let us make a few things clear, Romano," he spat. "You will return Adrienne here to me in 2 weeks' time. You will not lay a finger on her while she is in your care. You will not raise your voice to her. You will not upset her in any way. Are we clear?" Massimo faced off with Nicholas for a few tense moments before he smiled a cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Of course, Mr. Talbot. I only have Adrienne's best interests in my heart." He clutched his chest for effect, and I barely suppressed another eye roll. "I only want the chance to know my progeny, and have her know me. After all, there is no substitution for a young vampire's true maker," he said, malicious joy evident on his face. Nicholas's jaw twitched and his hands clenched into tight fists. He opened his mouth once to speak before shaking his head and turning toward me. Taking my backpack off his shoulders, he gently slid the straps onto mine and stepped back. "I'll see you soon, Adrienne." His voice was soft and his eyes were distraught. He ran the back of his hand along my jaw before turning on his heel and striding toward Parliament. I watched Nicholas's rigid shoulders walk away from me, and my heart clenched in my chest. This was it. I was really on my own with my maker. At the mercy of the man who stole my human life from me. Nicholas's form disappeared through the door to Parliament, and my shoulders slumped. I felt his absence physically, like a huge hole in my chest. In such a short amount of time, he'd come to mean everything to me. He was my best friend, my teacher, my confidant, and more recently, my lover. I felt the heat rise to my face as I thought about the night we'd spent in each other's arms. When nothing and no one stood between us, and we were left with only our passion and deep feelings for each other. I knew that I was in love with Nicholas. There was no mistaking the gut-wrenching devotion I felt toward him. I wondered if Nicholas would have told me he loved me too if I'd given him the chance. My insecurities and nerves hadn't allowed me to let him express himself. At the time, I'd thought it would be better to not know than to hear that he didn't love me like I loved him. I don't think I'd have survived that. "Let's go," a sharp voice barked, breaking me out of my thoughts. I whipped my head around to Massimo, but only caught his back as he stalked down the street away from me. For a moment I hesitated, debating whether I could just walk away, disregard Parliament's orders, and run back to Nicholas. My heart swelled with hope and I took a step back, watching Massimo's retreating form carefully. He stopped abruptly and turned on his heel, his dark eyes piercing me with a glare. With a low growl I only heard because of my vampiric hearing, Massimo stormed back over, faster than he should have been moving in the presence of so many humans. I looked around nervously to see if anyone noticed his abnormal speed as he reached my side and grasped my upper arm in a punishing grip. Without a word, he took off again, easily dragging me along with him. I stumbled the first few steps before I was able to right myself and move along, keeping up with his pace. We walked like that for several blocks, Massimo's grip never letting up. I knew if I'd been human, he'd have bruised me with his tight grasp. Knowing better than to try to escape again, I dutifully walked alongside him. When we traveled several blocks away from Parliament, Massimo led us down the stairs of a subway station. He hopped over the turnstile, dragging me over it behind him. I quickly looked around, but thankfully, none of the human workers had seen us. My maker walked along the length of the subway tracks, and finally came to a halt on a deserted stretch of platform. We stood there silently, both of us looking in opposite directions with his hand still tightly grasping my arm. I heard the roar of the subway car before it came rushing past us, the wind it caused blowing my hair away from my face. When the subway stopped and the doors opened, Massimo dragged me into the last car, which was mostly empty. He took a seat at the rear and pulled me into the chair next to him. Once seated, he finally removed his hand from my arm. "If you even think about moving from that seat, I'll kill everyone on this train," he whispered. I turned wide eyes toward him, but he was already faced away, staring out the window, his body perfectly still. This man was out of his mind. And just as I'd suspected, he had no regard for human life. I fought off a shiver at the thought of his threat. Did I really think he'd risk exposing himself by murdering everyone on the train if I tried to leave? A little voice in the back of my mind that was steadily growing stronger whispered, yes, he would. I clearly needed to watch my words and actions around him. Play my cards right until my 2 weeks were up, and then get as far away from him as I could. The decision to choose Nicholas over Massimo had already been made even before hearing his deadly threat. I cautiously moved my hand to the front pocket of my jeans, fingering the phone Nicholas had given me. Once we got where we were going, I'd try to find some privacy so I could contact him. He'd programmed his number already, and I longed to pull out the phone and send him a text now. However, that voice of warning in the back of my mind urged me to keep the phone hidden from Massimo. If he knew I had a way to contact Nicholas, he would most likely take it from me. Then I'd be left with no way to reach him for 2 whole weeks, and that was unfathomable. The subway train slowed as it approached the first stop, and Massimo gripped my arm once again as he stood and walked toward the doors. Once the doors opened, he dragged me through the station and up a set of stairs. We walked another few blocks before descending into a second subway station. We got off that train at the first stop and repeated this process another 2 times. After the first repetition, I realized Massimo was working on losing anyone who may have been following us. Why he felt the need for such secrecy, I didn't know. We finally arrived at an apartment building, and Massimo pulled out a small key ring, unlocking the outside door and leading me to a set of elevators in a dingy hallway. When the car arrived, he pressed the button for the 7th floor and we rode up in complete silence. The elevator came to a stop, and he dragged me through the doors and down the hall. We stopped in front of a door with the number 712 affixed to the front. Another key opened this door, and Massimo shoved me inside before slamming it closed. We were in a short entry hall that was empty save for a pair of sandals. I looked curiously at them, noticing they looked like women's sandals. Does he have someone else here? My maker brushed past me, and I followed him to the end of the hall that led to a small living room and an open kitchen. The carpet was threadbare and stained with a ratty-looking leather couch that had been patched in several places, and a small television set sporting aluminum-wrapped antennae. I stood awkwardly in the living room while Massimo stalked past me, down another hallway, and disappeared through one of the doors. With a shrug, I wandered into the off-white kitchen with wooden cabinets and a dirty floor. I was no snob, but pride surged through me as I realized Nicholas's place was much nicer than Massimo's. The slamming of a door had me whipping around to face a scowling Massimo. "I need to go out." "You will stay here or I will find your false maker and kill him," he deadpanned. I gaped. "You can't kill Nicholas." Massimo covered the space between us and took both my shoulders in his firm grasp. His fingers pressed into my skin painfully, and I bit my tongue to prevent a whimper from escaping. "Let us get something straight. I can, and I will kill your foster maker if you give me any trouble. I am much older and stronger than him. He would be no match for me," he said proudly. "If you do as I say, I will leave him alone. Only you can assure his safety. Think about that while I am gone." Chapter 24. He shoved me away and quickly exited the apartment, slamming the door on his way out. When I heard the elevator door close, I finally let myself succumb to the terror that was clawing its way out of me. Sinking to my knees on the kitchen floor, I fell forward on my hands, struggling to get my breathing under control. The frantic gasps were coming quicker and more violently the longer I thought about Massimo's threat. Could he really kill Nicholas? I had no doubt he would, but could he? He said he was older, which was what Nicholas said too, so I believed that. I fervently hoped Nicholas was taking some kind of safety measure. Were there vampire security guards? Nicholas said they had all types of professions, so I didn't think that was out of the realm of possibility. I needed to get myself together. I wouldn't do anyone any good falling apart on the kitchen floor. With a sigh, I walked back into the living room, set my backpack on the ground and plopped onto the couch. A musty smell wafted from the cushions, but I ignored that and pulled the phone from my pocket. Pulling up the text app, I shot a quick message to Nicholas. "Me, made it to Massimo's apartment." The phone beeped, signaling an incoming message almost immediately. "Nicholas, are you alone?" "Me, yes, he just left." "Nicholas, he left you alone already?" "Me, I was glad to get rid of him." "Nicholas, why? Did he hurt you? Tell me and I'll come get you right this minute." My heart skittered and my fingers flew across the screen. I could not let Nicholas get involved. "Me, no, he didn't hurt me. I'm fine. He's just a jerk, but we already knew that." "Nicholas, are you telling me the truth?" "Me, yes. I promise I'm fine." "Nicholas, why did you walk around in circles before stopping in Harlem?" I rolled my eyes. Obviously, he'd been watching the progress of the GPS tracker I wore. "Me, I'm not sure. I think he was trying to make sure no one followed us." "Nicholas, he's paranoid. That's not a good sign. I want to make sure you tell me if he's mistreating you. I'll get the court to repeal their decision and get you out of there." My heart beat frantically in my chest. Could the court really protect us from Massimo? My gut clenched and I fought down my panic. I couldn't let Nicholas get involved. I needed to wait out my sentence, so Massimo had nothing to complain about. If I did my time with him, he'd have no choice but to let me go at the end of it, right? "Me, I'm fine. Stop worrying." "Nicholas, I care about you. I can't stop worrying." My heart thumped unevenly, and I smiled down at the phone. It wasn't love, but it was something. "Me, I know. I'm fine. I promise I'll tell you if I'm not." There was something that was still bothering me. Something that I hadn't been able to let go of since earlier. Staring at a phone on the other side of town made me feel braver than I was. I decided if there was a time to get answers I was afraid of hearing, now would be it. "Me, why don't you want to bond to me?" There. I said it. It was a little blunt, but I figured it was best to not beat around the bush. If I was going to ask an uncomfortable question like this, I might as well get to the point. It was a few minutes before Nicholas responded, and my heart kept pace with the seconds that ticked by. What was taking him so long? Nicholas, I think you misunderstood. It was never a question of if I wanted you or not. I would never bond with you just because you were scared of the alternative. A bonding is forever. That's not a decision to make when you're being forced. His answer relieved some of my doubt. But what did it really answer? He still hadn't said if he wanted to bond with me or not. He just said he did not want to bond. That still wasn't a definitive answer. I still didn't know if I wanted to bond with Nicholas. I'd never felt this strongly about someone so quickly, and it had me doubting myself. My heart knew I loved him, but my head argued that doing something as permanent as bonding was premature. I pocketed my phone, knowing I could think myself in circles for hours. Standing from the couch, I picked up my bag and figured I'd have a look around the apartment to see if I'd be getting a room or sleeping on the smelly couch. It would have been nice for Massimo to give me a tour, but Massimo wasn't nice. With a shake of my head, I walked down the only hallway in the small apartment. There were 3 doors and I tried the closest one first. The door was unlocked, and I swung it open to find a small linen closet. Sheets and towels neatly folded lined the multiple shelves. Closing that door, I walked over to the next and tried the handle. This door opened just as easily to a tiny blue and white bathroom. With a sigh, I realized there must be only one bedroom in the apartment, and that meant I'd be on the couch. I highly doubted Massimo was chivalrous enough to give up the bed for me. As I walked down the hallway, an odd scent reached me and my nose twitched. The smell became stronger as I got closer to the door, and I hesitated for a moment. With a deep breath, I quickly turned the handle and pushed the door open. The force had it banging against the wall and almost closed again. I stopped the door with my hand and stuck my head in. Not seeing anything from that position, I stepped in. The smell was stronger in this room, and I pulled my t-shirt over my nose to help lessen the scent. I made my way into a basic bedroom with white walls and a wood-framed bed. Picture frames were lined up on an old dresser, and I walked over to pick one up. A cute couple, both looking to be of Hispanic descent, smiled adoringly into the camera in the first picture. I smiled at it, unable to stop my reaction to their happy faces. The next picture frame I picked up had that same couple at the base of the Statue of Liberty. The next few frames had similar pictures of the couple at various tourist attractions around New York City. Who were these people? Did Massimo know them? That seemed unlikely. Was he squatting in their apartment? Were they out of town? I had a bad feeling they weren't on vacation. I made a lap around the bedroom, stopping when I reached a closed door that looked to be a closet. The smell was stronger here. With a shaking hand, I grasped the handle and turned, flinging the door open. 2 sets of unseeing eyes stared up at me from pale faces. I gasped and jumped back, unable to stop the squeak that escaped my lips. My trembling hand covered my mouth and nose as I realized what the awful smell had been. And where the couple from the pictures were. The ding of the elevator snapped me out of my stupor. I raced to shut the closet door and return to the living room. I plopped back down onto the couch and tried to school my face into a mask of indifference as the front door unlocked and opened. Good. You're smart enough to do as I say, Massimo said upon entering the living room. Where'd you go? I asked conversationally. Massimo ignored me and stomped down the hall to the bedroom, closing the door behind him. I released a breath and let my shoulders slump. He killed those people and stole their apartment, once again showing he was a ruthless murderer. My hand itched to text Nicholas, but I knew I needed to keep him out of this for as long as I could. I wasn't a human, and should have less to fear from him. He couldn't kill me for my blood, and for whatever reason, he wanted me with him. That should ensure my safety to some extent. I heard a noise from down the hall and rose from my seat. Massimo stepped through the bedroom door and strode down the hall, heading straight toward me. What? My question was cut short as blinding pain radiated from my cheek to the rest of my face. The force of the blow propelled my body across the room, slamming me into the opposite wall where I fell into a heap on the ground. That was for not staying where I left you in that basement, and making me search all over this city for you." Blood pooled in my mouth, threatening to choke me. I spat onto the shabby carpet and held a shaky hand to my face. The pain was severe, but I already felt my body mending the bone he'd broken with his fist. Massimo stalked over to my prone form, pulled back one of his thick legs and slammed the tip of his leather boot into my ribs. There was a loud cracking sound, and I doubled over in pain. My side throbbed, and I fought to drag air into my lungs. That was for having the nerve to take another maker in my stead. He lifted his foot again, this time striking the side of my face with devastating force. My head snapped back, cracking my skull into the wall behind me and leaving a dent. The room spun as I urged my body to stand. I didn't know if I could take another one of his brutal kicks. That was for forcing me to go through their ridiculous court system to get you back where you belong. I rolled over onto my hands and knees, struggling to breathe as I tried to gain enough strength to stand. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Massimo rear back and let another kick fly, this one aimed at my gut. All the air in my lungs dispelled with a grunt, and my body flew through the air, landing me on my back. My shirt had ridden up during the attack, and I looked down to see a mottled color spreading across my abdomen. He must have ruptured one of my organs. That was for making me wait a whole day before you came with me. I lay there wheezing in and out of my battered body. My head still spun, and blood was bubbling up my throat and dripping out of my mouth. I tried to roll to my side once more and stand, but the pain in my stomach was excruciating. "Oh. What's this?" I looked up to see my maker pick up the smartphone Nicholas had given me. He stared at the phone, his finger scrolling through what I assumed were our messages. I watched as his face turned from slight agitation to blinding fury. "You want to bond with this false maker of yours?" he asked, his voice low and lethal. Without waiting for an answer, he stormed over and purposefully stepped on one of my arms that were flung out at my side. He increasingly applied pressure until I heard the bone snap and cried out in pain.
"Answer me."
I whimpered as his foot continued to press down on my fractured bone. "No, I didn't." He brought it up and I told him no, I lied. I would have said anything at that point to make the pain stop. "That's not what this says," he said through gritted teeth, holding up my phone as evidence. I was just asking him a question. Massimo ground his foot down harder, twisting it back and forth a few times before he finally removed it. I snatched my mangled limb out of the way and cradled it against my chest. Blood was pooling around my head, and I didn't know if it was from my injuries or from the ceaseless tears pouring from my eyes. "Please, Massimo. I'm here with you now. Do not try to placate me, girl. You are only here because you were forced, and because your false maker willingly gave you up." He laughed humorlessly. "He didn't even fight for you, Adrienne. He was probably glad to be rid of you." I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing it were my ears I could close. Nicholas tried fighting for me the legal way, but he failed. That wasn't his fault. He told me he would have disappeared with me if he could, but he was too recognizable. He'd done everything he could, hadn't he? "I gave you this gift and you owe me. I will take my repayment whenever and however I choose. You will obey me, or you will suffer. Do I make myself clear?" I nodded vigorously, sending the room spinning. I would have agreed to anything. The heavy thump of Massimo's boots retreated, and I peeked through one swollen eye. When I saw he'd left the room, I breathed a sigh of relief. The beating was over with for now. I struggled to assess the damage while I lay there helplessly. The different types of pains twisted and melded, until I didn't know where one started and another began. He'd cracked my skull in a few places, and at least one rib was broken. It was obvious that I was internally bleeding, and I was willing to bet my lungs had been punctured based on the wheezing, whistling sound each breath made. Vampires had incredible healing abilities, but I didn't know how that worked with such extensive damage. How long would it be before I was well enough to stand and walk again? And when I did, what would I do? I couldn't call Nicholas anymore since Massimo had taken my phone. I doubted he'd leave me alone again after what just happened. He wasn't stupid enough to think I'd willingly stay any longer. I heard Massimo walking back down the hallway and closed my eyes again. Maybe he'd think I'd passed out from the pain. I heard a soft clinking noise alongside the thunk of his boots across the thin carpeting. I strained my ears and searched my memory, trying to understand what the other sound was, when white-hot blinding pain enveloped my entire body. My eyes shot open to see a delicate chainmail covering my face. Smoke rose before my eyes and I smelled burnt flesh. I struggled to throw the metal off my body, but found I could barely move. "That's silver, Molière," Massimo said from above me as he placed large weights around the edges of the blanket. The heavy thud of each one sounded like nails being hammered into my coffin. "You won't be able to move from that spot, and you'll be in excruciating pain the whole time," he said almost cheerfully. "This is what will happen every time you disobey me." I watched him peel off thick black gloves and tuck them into a pocket in his trench coat. "I'm going to leave you here like this while I run a few errands. Be a good girl, Adrienne." With that, he walked leisurely from the apartment and locked the door behind him. I was in agony. Every inch of exposed skin was burning like a fire had been set, and I'd been placed in the middle of it. The stench of my burnt skin invaded my senses and made me cough, jostling the silver so it touched new places on my body. My previous injuries were all but forgotten in light of the agonizing pain I was in now. My eyelids felt heavy and panic set in. I couldn't fall asleep now, under this silver and with Massimo able to return at any minute. I shifted again, hoping I could throw even one corner of the metal blanket off me, but my limbs felt heavy and useless. The silver wasn't only burning me, it was sapping my strength and energy. Couple that with the approaching dawn, and I was in poor shape. I lay there for the last few minutes of consciousness, desperately trying to formulate a plan.
Anything that would get me out of this situation.
I knew now that Massimo had never intended to honor our 2-week agreement. He'd find a way to keep me, and I'd never get to see Nicholas again. Tears leaked from my eyes again, and I thought through every moment I'd had with Nicholas. Although he'd come into my life during one of my most trying times, our brief encounter had been nothing but amazing. It was then, when I'd been stripped bare of almost everything, that I'd never wanted anything more than to bond with Nicholas. There would never be anyone who cared for me like he had, and I'd never love anyone the way I loved him. It was pure chance that we'd met, and I wondered if I'd ever get to look into the depth of his beautiful hazel eyes again. Ever feel his strong arms around me again, protective and soothing. If I'd ever get to know if he loved me like I loved him. With that last thought drifting through my head, blackness consumed me and mercifully I lost consciousness. Chapter 25. When my eyes opened for the night, I couldn't help the small whimper that escaped. I was still covered from head to toe by the silver net, and from what I could see, my exposed flesh was almost unrecognizable. It seemed as though my eyeballs were the only parts of my body that weren't in agonizing pain. I quickly assessed my injuries, and found them much the same as the night before. It seemed the silver was slowing my healing abilities. "I'm glad to see you're finally up." My eyes rotated upward, and saw Massimo seated in one of the ratty couches near where I lay. He stood from his seat and slowly made his way over. His eyes were black, and his face emotionless as he assessed my limp form. "Please," I whispered, the effort making me wince in pain. Massimo nodded once. "I see that my punishment is working. I think another night of the silver should do it." Another night? How could I possibly withstand another night of this torture? How could my body hold up under this pain and the constant burning of the silver? Looking into Massimo's fathomless eyes, I saw he had no remorse whatsoever. There wasn't a single ounce of empathy in him. It was then I decided I'd rather be dead than to live any length of time with this man. Massimo reached in the pocket of his coat and extracted the same pair of black gloves he'd worn the night before. Once they were in place, he removed one of the weights and carefully lifted the silver chainmail off my body. The relief was instant. My body slowly stitched skin back over the raw patches, itching as it went. I was busy watching my skin repair itself, so I had no warning for the kick Massimo landed in the center of my face. A loud crack told me he'd broken my nose, and blood immediately poured from my face. I cried out at the abrupt pain, and raised my good arm to my face to staunch the flow of blood. With a light tinkling noise, Massimo settled the silver blanket back over my body, and any skin that had repaired itself during my reprieve now burned again. The silver felt as if it weighed many times more than it should, pressing me into the thin carpeting. The sizzling of my skin filled my ears as blood continued to pour from my broken nose. He quickly replaced the weight and stood to survey his work. "I think that should do it. You may thank me for keeping your punishment light for tonight." I peered past my hands to look at him incredulously. "Thank him." He lifted a heavy boot and pressed the silver into the exposed skin on my arm, embedding the metal into me and searing my flesh. "Thank you. Thank you," I screamed, my survival instinct taking over for my pride. Massimo lifted his boot, but the silver stayed embedded in my skin, burning it into a bloody lattice pattern. I tried to pull my arm closer to my body, hoping it would separate from the chainmail, but it was stuck. Whimpers escaped my trembling lips as the metal burned deeper and deeper into my flesh. He stood there, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as they roamed over my mangled body. "Tonight, when I return, we will be bonded." I couldn't stop the gasp of horror that slipped past my lips. "And tomorrow we leave for Roma," he said, his deep accent embellishing his words. "We're leaving?" I asked pitifully. "Of course. We will return to my home in Italia. I refuse to stay in this dirty, brutish city any longer than necessary." With that, he spun on his heel and left the apartment, the ding of the elevator signaling his descent from the floor altogether. As I lay helpless on the filthy floor, I tried to imagine the horror my life had become. I was being held captive by a psychotic vampire who delighted in causing me pain and thought nothing of breaking bones and burning me with silver. He'd even had this chainmail waiting for me to get here. And tonight, he'd bond us together. How could he do that without my willing participation? I wasn't sure about the specifics of the process, but I knew I'd have to drink his blood. How could he force me to do that? With a humorless chuckle that rattled the silver and burned a new spot on my skin, I realized he could make me do whatever he wanted. Look where I was. Lying in a heap, covered in my blood while I slowly roasted beneath this silver blanket. To top it off, he was taking me from the city. There would be no hope of rescue once he took me off American soil. Hell, once I left New York City, I was as good as lost to Nicholas forever. After all, how would he find me? My GPS tracker. In the haze of torture and pain, I'd completely forgotten about the little card-shaped contraption Nicholas had asked me to wear. I squeezed my arm against my side gently, feeling the hard plastic exactly where I'd placed it yesterday. Nicholas could find me using the tracker. He'd already tracked my position to this apartment. In fact, he knew where I was right then. He just didn't know what kind of trouble I was in. I let loose a strangled sigh. Even if Nicholas knew what was going on, I didn't want him getting involved. Massimo had already threatened to kill him, which from my point of view, seemed merciful compared to what I was experiencing. There was no way I'd want Nicholas to get tangled up with Massimo. It would be best if he let me go, and I faced my fate alone. It had been sealed the moment Massimo snatched me off the street over a week ago. It had just taken a while for it to catch up to me. The silver was still sending sharp shooting pain throughout my body, from every place it touched my bare skin. Add to that the pain of all my broken bones and ruptured organs, and I again wished for death. Maybe I'd get lucky and perish from my injuries before Massimo returned. It seemed the only way out for me. If you'd asked me when I awoke for the night what my pain level had been at on a scale from 1 to 10, I would have told you 10 without hesitation. Now I realize the pain scale must go higher than that, because the agony I felt was much more acute than before. Every minute I spent with the silver against my skin was like being dipped into acid, and then set on fire. A new pain surfaced as I realized how desperately thirsty I was. It had only been 24 hours since I'd last fed, but the massive blood loss must have depleted me. My tongue felt like sandpaper and my throat burned. Not as devastating as the silver, but the pain was mounting as time ticked away. I lay there for what seemed like hours, but very well may have been only minutes. When your entire body was engulfed in desperately agonizing pain, time moved differently. Every second was like a lifetime of torment. I began to feel rage boiling under my surface, threatening to escape. How dare Massimo treat me this way? As if I was an object, and not a human being or vampire. My anger brought with it a surge of energy. I needed to find a way out of this. I couldn't just lie here and wait for Massimo to come back and bond with me. I didn't want that, and I needed to fight back. It was then that I remembered the dagger Nicholas had strapped to my ankle. If I could pull it out from its sheath and have it in my hand when Massimo returned, maybe I'd be able to get a few good swipes in before he caught me. Maybe I'd even be able to incapacitate him long enough to escape. If I could make it to the street, it would be a lot harder for him to bring me back here undetected. I slowly curled into a tighter fetal position, bringing my knees up to my chest. The silver rattled and burned, but I gritted my teeth and kept moving. The pressure of the silver was almost unbearable, but I reached down with my good hand and was able to just barely grasp the hem of my pants. The silver singed the back of my hand, but I pressed on, pulling up my pant leg and extracting the dagger from its sheath. I brought the knife to my chest and clenched it tightly. I knew I'd be able to hide it beneath my mangled form when Massimo returned. I just hoped I was strong enough to use it on him. The elevator in the hall dinged, and I froze beneath the silver, rattling the chainmail and causing another puff of smoke to rise from my flesh. I heard the thundering of feet coming down the hallway and stop in front of the door to the apartment. Had Massimo brought others back with him? I whimpered as I imagined the pain of being beaten by multiple vampires, and not just the one. With the knife clutched tightly in my fist, I heard a loud crash, and the apartment door exploded inward, shards of wood flying across the small space.
Adrienne.
I heard my name being called, but the voice wasn't the one I'd been expecting. Was I hallucinating? Was the pain finally so unbearable that I'd lost consciousness before the dawn? Loud footsteps sounded down the hall, moving closer to where I lay.
Adrienne?
The beautifully deep voice called again. Here, I managed to squeak past my bloody lips. A massive form blocked the light overhead, and I cringed away, trying to curl in on my body to protect myself from further abuse. A masculine gasp reached my ears.
Oh my God, Adrienne.
I opened one of my swollen eyes to see Nicholas's horrified face staring down at me. I watched as he, without hesitation, grasped the silver blanket laying over me. His hand smoked, and the fresh scent of burnt flesh reached my nose. With a yell, he tossed the silver into a corner and turned back to me. His hands healed as I watched him studying my body, taking in all my injuries. Oh, Adrienne, he whispered, his voice almost too soft for me to hear. Nicholas, what are you doing here? If Massimo finds you, he'll kill you. My speech sounded garbled to my ears, and I wasn't certain he understood. I tried to sit up, but only lifted a few inches off the ground before flopping back down with a groan. Nicholas ignored my protests and gently pried the dagger from my grasp before he slid his hands beneath my broken body and lifted me with ease. Don't worry about Massimo, Adrienne. We'll take care of him and he'll never hurt you or me again, he vowed. Although he tried to hold me steady, even the slight sway of his steps aggravated my injuries, and I moaned into his chest. I didn't know what to feel. Relief. Joy. Fright. It was too much, and they all bombarded me at once, trickling out in the form of tears. How I still had any blood left in me to cry, I didn't know.
How did you know?
I asked the half-question, knowing he'd understand what I meant. When I noticed your GPS tracker hadn't moved at all from the night before, I thought something might be wrong. I had my guards surrounding the building and watching Massimo. They're trailing him as we speak. When I saw he'd left without you, I had a feeling you needed me. I'm so glad I trusted my instincts, he said as his tortured eyes roamed over my beaten body. I'm so sorry, Adrienne. More sorry than you'll ever know. He was going to make me bond with him tonight, I whispered. Fuck. Hearing Nicholas swear stopped me short. I almost didn't tell him the rest, but I figured he should know. Massimo said we were leaving for Italy tomorrow. Nicholas clutched me harder against his chest, causing me to squeal in pain. He immediately loosened his hold and shot me a contrite look. You aren't going anywhere but home with me. Where you belong. Tears welled up in my eyes again, but for the first time in a long time, it wasn't from the pain. I looked up into the face of the man I loved and let all the worry and torture I'd been subjected to out in a cathartic cry. I didn't know how, but I knew Nicholas would make things better. We made it outside, and after looking both ways down the sidewalk, Nicholas hustled me over to the black Suburban. Alexander was at the wheel as usual, and as Nicholas climbed in with me, I saw the look on his face turn from sorrow to rage in seconds. When I tried to crawl to the seat next to Nicholas, he pulled me closer, and I fell limp in his arms. It felt so good to be held by him, after being so brutalized. Alexander sped through the city streets, barely following the rules of the road. We pulled up to a familiar warehouse, and Nicholas slid out of the SUV the moment it stopped. He carried me through the luxurious hotel lobby, with barely a nod in the concierge's direction. When we reached our room, Nicholas brought me right to the bathroom and set me gently on the counter. Without a word, he turned the taps and filled the large garden tub. Gentle hands tugged my clothes off until I sat there naked before him, all my injuries on display. Nicholas's eyes were on fire, but not the kind I'd been used to seeing while naked in his presence. I watched as he found and catalogued every bruise and cut. When his eyes finally met mine, they were full of regret and remorse. This wasn't your fault, I reminded him weakly. He simply nodded and stripped the clothes off his body. When he was gloriously naked, he switched the taps off and turned to me. I shouldn't have been able to react to him in the state I was in, but I couldn't help myself. Every inch of him was perfectly sculpted and toned. My own mangled body was a sorry comparison to his perfection. Nicholas gently picked me up again and stepped into the tub, taking a seat with me on his lap, his chest against my back. I sighed long and loud, causing my chest to spasm, resulting in a fit of coughs. I'd forgotten about my punctured lung. Nicholas tensed behind me, and I knew I'd made him angry all over again. With gentle hands, Nicholas used a wet washcloth to wipe away the old blood from my face and body. He cupped water into his large hands and let it drip on top of my head. I watched as the water turned from pink to red as the blood was washed from me. Seeing the state of the water, Nicholas stood with me in his arms again. He used a foot to drain the water, and when it was gone, he filled it back up. We sat together in the steaming water, and I felt my sore muscles uncoil as I relaxed into his embrace. His sure fingers gently rubbed first shampoo and then conditioner in my hair, getting the last of the blood out of my dark brown locks. When was the last time you fed? He asked, his deep voice rumbling against my back.
With you, I admitted.
I'd been on the floor under that silver since yesterday evening. Nicholas's body tensed behind me again, and a low, deadly growl escaped him. I unwillingly flinched at the sound, and it instantly cut off. He grasped my hips and gently turned me around to face him in the water, my legs sliding around him as I straddled his waist. You fear me, he stated, not asked. I shook my head vehemently. No. Never. I guess I'm just a little skittish right now. Nicholas's full lips thinned out as he pressed them together roughly. I knew he was fighting back another growl. I'd never hurt you. I placed the hand of my uninjured arm against his whiskered jaw. I know that, I said as I stared deeply into his eyes, willing him to believe me. He sighed and broke eye contact.
You need to feed.
The thought of leaving this hotel room was almost too much for me. Nicholas, I'm so tired. Can't it wait until tomorrow? No. It cannot. Your body won't be able to fully heal until you have more blood in your system. His tone was final. There'd be no persuading him. My shoulders slumped in resignation. You'll feed from me tonight. My wide eyes met his. Won't that start the bond between us? He looked at me for a moment before answering. Is that what you want? His tone, though firm, also held a note of uncertainty. This was another one of those times where I could hold my cards to my chest, or lay them all out on the table. Take the plunge or play it safe. I decided life was too short, even as a vampire, to not say what you meant every time. Yes. My voice was sure and strong. His eyes flared to life, and a corner of his beautiful lips twitched up. No, feeding from me won't bond us. I'd have to drink from you as well, and that isn't happening until you are fully healed. He must have seen the displeasure on my face because he added, "We can talk about it when you're well." I decided that was the best answer I would get, and nodded silently. Without another word, Nicholas tilted his head to the side and bared his throat. I could see the artery in his strong neck thumping lazily. Licking my lips, I leaned forward until I could press my nose against his skin. He smelled amazing. His pulse picked up, and his chest heaved faster than before. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Do it," he croaked. I sunk my canines into his neck and gulped as the first wave of his thick blood coated my tongue. The liquid pumped into my mouth, and I swallowed repeatedly, feeling my body heal as I drank. All too soon, Nicholas placed his large hands on my shoulders and gently pulled me from him. I licked my lips, tasting the last of his tantalizing blood. He watched my tongue running over my lips, his eyes flashing with that familiar heat. I felt the answering need for him deep in my belly, and leaned forward to place my mouth against his. Nicholas responded with a deep moan, his arms coming up to press me against his torso. When they squeezed my cracked ribs, I gasped in pain and he immediately released me. "Enough, temptress," he said, his eyes full of remorse. "I need to get you to bed." He stood with me again, and sat me on the edge of the tub while he retrieved a fluffy white towel. Nicholas tenderly and methodically dried my wet skin, before disappearing from the room and reappearing with one of his large t-shirts. I shrugged it on slowly, inhaling the delicious scent that was all Nicholas. Taking me into his arms again, he brought me into the bedroom and gently laid me on the soft mattress. And for the first time since I'd become a vampire, I fell asleep without the dawn. Chapter 26. When I finally reopened my eyes, I knew I was mostly, if not entirely, healed. I could also tell there was someone lying next to me, and my first instinct was to squeeze my eyes shut and curl into the fetal position. Had Massimo found me already? My body trembled in fear of the ramifications for disobeying him so terribly. "Hey, you're awake," Nicholas's deep voice said softly from beside me. My tremors subsided, and I let out a breath of relief. I was safe. Nicholas had saved me and promised his protection. I rolled over in the massive bed of the hotel suite to face him. There were dark bags underneath his eyes again. My brow furrowed as I cupped his face. "You didn't sleep." He shook his head and placed a gentle kiss on the palm of my hand. "I couldn't. I needed to know you were here with me and safe." My heart lurched before taking off at a gallop. He reached toward me, and I let my hand fall from his face. Nicholas brushed the back of his knuckles along my cheekbone, the one that had been broken when he'd found me. "It looks like you're all healed. How are you feeling?" I did a quick internal check and found nothing hurt. My arm was back in working order, my head wasn't throbbing, and my breathing was unhindered. I gave Nicholas a smile. "I feel fine." He nodded, but continued to run his eyes over my body, seeming to check for himself that I was whole. His gaze drifted back to my face and he smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You need to feed," he said before grasping my hips and pulling me over his body until I was straddling his waist. I gasped at the sudden movement and steadied myself on top of him. "You haven't fed in 3 days, so you'll feed from me again." 3 days? He nodded solemnly. "You fell asleep before dawn the night I brought you back here, and then slept all throughout the next night as well." "I didn't even know vampires could sleep," I admitted. "I thought we just lost consciousness at dawn and that was it." "Normally we don't, but your body had a lot of healing to do. We recover faster while we sleep. Your body kept you unconscious long enough to fix all the damage." "And why am I feeding from you again tonight?" "It's been too long since you've fed regularly. If you were to get close to a human right now, you might lose control. I'd never risk putting you in a situation where something could hurt you, and I know you'd be upset if you injured a human while feeding from them. My blood is old and strong. It will help heal any lingering damage, and by tomorrow night you'll be able to resume drinking from humans." All that made sense, but the thought of drinking from him made me suddenly shy. I knew logically that I'd done it before, but I was in such desperate need for blood at that time, it didn't matter where it came from. It felt personal and intrusive to have this powerful man-vampire in a position of such vulnerability. He rubbed his hands up and down my sides. "It's all right, Adrienne. I want you to feed from me." As he said this, he bared his throat and I sat there staring. His thick pale neck was stretched, skin taut. I let one finger trail from his jaw to his collarbone and watched him shiver under my touch. Leaning down, I traced my nose along his jugular, smelling the clean scent of his skin and listening to his blood pump faster. With my hands on his shoulders, I shifted on his stomach until I easily reached the crook of his neck. His hand squeezed my hips tightly as I leaned over and sunk my teeth into his skin. His thick, warm blood streamed out of the puncture holes, and I slurped at it hungrily. When the flow petered out slightly, I placed my lips on his neck and sucked hard. Nicholas groaned underneath me, his hands flexing on my hips. As I swallowed his delicious blood, there was a stirring low in my belly, making me grind against Nicholas's tight abdomen to relieve it. I heard him moan again, my name on his lips, while I continued to take pleasure in both his blood and his body. The two were coiling together, making it difficult to tell where one ended and the other began. Without warning, I was flipped onto my back, Nicholas on top of me. His lips crashed against mine, and I opened to him immediately, the taste of his blood still on my tongue. I shivered as his hands roamed over my body, as if checking to make sure it was all still there. I found the hem of his t-shirt, and I yanked it up and over his head, his mouth breaking apart from mine only briefly. After that, I found myself quickly divested of the shirt he'd put on me 2 nights ago. Nicholas pulled his mouth away to gaze at my naked body. He eyed it both longingly and critically, as if he was admiring and checking my well-being. Satisfied with his perusal, he trailed a hand down to my center and entered my folds. "You're ready for me," he grunted as first one then 2 fingers pumped inside me. "Always," I said breathlessly. Nicholas quickly stripped his pants off and was between my legs a moment later, his fingers never leaving my slick core. "I need you, Adrienne," he admitted, his voice low and tortured. "I need to feel you, make sure you're really here with me. Tell me you want that too." I nodded quickly. "Yes. Please," I groaned as he brought me closer to the edge. His fingers disappeared, and I mourned for only a fraction of a second before his thick member replaced them, pushing against me. I lifted my knees so he could have better access, and sighed in relief when he pushed himself into the hilt. He stayed buried inside me for a moment, staring into my eyes and allowing my body to adjust to his size. When I nodded, he pulled out and pressed back in deep. He found an agonizingly slow tempo that had my toes curling and my breaths coming in pants. His body tipped forward, his hands landing on either side of my head while his hips kept up their tortuous pace. I wrapped my hands around his neck and pulled his lips to mine. He mimicked the movements of his hips with his tongue, and I was lost in the pleasure. My climax was rapidly approaching, and my short nails dug into his broad shoulders. He picked up the pace slightly, and I felt us both galloping toward our release. Just when I thought I couldn't take the pleasure anymore, the coil in my belly unfurled, and I exploded around him, driving him to his own orgasm. He groaned into my mouth as he pumped his hips steadily. When we'd both come down from our high, he pulled his head back to look at me. His hazel eyes were so beautiful as we lay there, him still buried deep inside of me. His hands gently cupped my face.
"Adrienne, I love you."
His voice rang out clear, the depth of his emotion evident in his tone. My eyes welled with tears. I desperately tried to blink back. I didn't want to miss a second of this moment with him. "I love you too," I whispered, unable to speak any louder than that around the lump in my throat. His answering smile was brilliant, his eyes lit from within. "The second you left, I regretted not telling you because I knew even then. In fact, I've known for some time. When I thought I'd never get the chance to tell you, it tore me apart. You should hear those words every day, multiple times a day. I intend to tell you that I love you, until you're sick of hearing it. I laughed around the tears I was still fighting off. That might take a while, I warned. He leaned over and kissed the tip of my nose. I've got time. We spent the next few hours naked and wrapped in each other's arms. There wasn't a spot on my body that Nicholas hadn't run his hands over to check for any lingering injury, although I assured him I was fine. I was better than fine. I was in love. More importantly, I was loved back. We basked in the afterglow, lost in our own bubble until the outside world could no longer be ignored. After the 5th time Nicholas's phone rang, he finally left my arms to retrieve it, and I shrugged his large t-shirt back on. His eyes stayed locked on my body as he grabbed his cell and came back to bed. It was as if he needed to be looking at me, or touching me at all times. I wondered how long my time with Massimo would continue to affect us. How long we'd be looking over our shoulders. How long it would take Nicholas to be able to leave my side in peace, assured I'd be there when he got back. I didn't dream, thankfully, because I knew they'd be filled with nightmares. My brain hadn't even begun to process everything I'd endured, and I instinctively shied away from that. I didn't want to think about what he'd done, or live in that moment any longer. At some point, I knew it would need to come out, but I was content to push it down and leave it for another day. I watched his masculine profile as he scrolled through the missed calls and messages on his phone. When he was done, he pivoted his body on the bed until he was facing me. Sensing this was important, I sat up as well. They have Massimo in custody. My heart stopped for a moment before restarting at double its pace. How? I choked out. My guards waited for him in that apartment until he returned. They took him in, and he's being held at Parliament. Is he in like vampire jail? Nicholas's lips twitched. Yes. We have special cells that are meant to hold even the strongest of our kind. My shoulders slumped and I released a long sigh. He was behind bars. He couldn't get to me. The relief was overwhelming. How long will he be locked away for? Nicholas shifted uncomfortably on the bed. That depends on you, actually. He's being charged with assaulting Charlotte and killing the humans my men found in that apartment. Those crimes don't need witness testimonies. I heard the words he hadn't said. But the crimes against me do, I guessed. He nodded, regret lining his face. They need your testimony about the torture you endured. Your side of the story will put him away for a long time. I digested everything he'd said, trying to face the facts. I'd have to see Massimo again. Look into the eyes of the man who'd brutally beaten me. Be in the same room with him during the court proceedings. Do I need to be there the whole time? Or can I just give my testimony and leave? Nicholas shook his head. All we need is your version of the events. After that, I'll take you out of there. You'll never have to see him again, he promised. I nodded, thankful I'd at least have that reprieve. Surely I was strong enough to stand a half an hour in his presence. We'd be surrounded by other vampires and guards, and I was sure they'd have him restrained in some way. He wouldn't be able to get to me. He wouldn't be able to hurt me. I'd be fine. I repeated this over and over to myself, hoping the words would take root and set my mind at ease. I'll do it, I said, my shoulders back and my chin up. I wasn't one to run away and hide. I'd face him and help condemn him for what he'd done to me and everyone else he'd hurt. Nicholas ran a hand through my long hair. Your strength amazes me, Adrienne. Warmth flooded my chest at his compliment. I felt far from strong, but if that was what he saw, I wouldn't correct him. Besides, maybe I could eventually see myself through his eyes and find a way past all this. I realized then that there was still one thing bothering me. One piece of the puzzle that had been left out that I needed completed before I could face Massimo again. Before the court hearing, I want us to bond, I said. His jaw dropped along with the hand that was in my hair. Adrienne, he began but stopped, seemingly at a loss for words. I love you and you love me. I don't want to wait. I don't want there to ever be the chance that someone could take me away from you again. If we bond first, I won't be afraid to see Massimo again. I'll know that I'm yours, and that your bond with me trumps anything he could hold over my head. I won't be his anymore, I'll be yours. I hesitated for a moment before adding, if you'll have me. The next thing I knew, I was on top of Nicholas again, straddling his hips, his eyes looking up at me, glowing with emotion. If I'll have you, he growled. There's nothing more I've wanted from the moment I laid eyes on you. The idea of getting to keep you forever is so unbelievably tempting, it's killing me. But I can't do this because you're afraid. Because you're running from something. A bonding isn't like a human marriage, where if we don't like each other anymore in a few years, we can simply call a lawyer and split our assets. If one of us were to die after we've bonded, the other would waste away shortly after. Our life forces will be entwined. He reached up to stroke the side of my face. This is forever. And that word means a lot more to a vampire than it does to a human. You'll be stuck with me for centuries. For time immeasurable. I can't let you do that while you're scared. I stared down into Nicholas's burning eyes. The stubborn set of his jaw told me he wouldn't relent, but I still needed to try. Nicholas, please. He lay there beneath me, his eyes searching mine. I watched emotion after emotion stream across his face as he weighed my words. Finally, he cupped my face and brought it down to his for a sweet kiss. We will bond, Adrienne, I promise you that. But not while you're afraid. Not while you're running from him. I released a huge breath and nodded. I knew what I wanted, Massimo or no Massimo. But Nicholas deserved more. I'd bond with him when there was no motivating factor besides my desire to be with him. I owed him that much. Chapter 27. The hearing was scheduled for the following night, and I spent the time in between worrying about seeing Massimo again. I knew logically that I had nothing to fear, but there was something about seeing the man who tortured me that twisted my insides. Nicholas walked into the bedroom a little while before we were due at court, dressed in a sharp navy suit and a bright red tie. He looked so handsome, my mouth went dry and it took me a minute to speak. You clean up nice, I said, trying to use my flippant tone to disguise how badly I wanted that suit off and him back in bed. Spending another night in Nicholas's arms was definitely preferable to what lay ahead of me. Nicholas's eyes traveled down the length of my body. I looked at myself, smoothing my hands down my black pencil skirt and adjusting the collar of the white blouse I wore. He stepped closer, his hands sliding around my hips to the small of my back. Nicholas tugged me closer, and I tripped into his embrace, his strong arms catching me with ease. You look good enough to eat. His playful tone was something new that had emerged in the past 24 hours. It was as if Massimo's incarceration had relaxed him enough to let loose a little more. I slapped his arm playfully. Didn't you do enough of that last night? I asked, hoping he wouldn't notice the heat I felt coloring my cheeks. He raised a hand to my face, stroking what must have been a fierce blush. Never enough, he said gruffly. I closed my eyes and basked in the warmth I felt radiating off him. In just a few hours, I'd be able to forget my past for good and lose myself in him. We had forever to continue to grow and get to know each other, and I couldn't wait. I pulled away with a sigh, instantly missing the feel of his body against mine. I want to get this over with, I said. He checked his phone. We can head there now. Alexander was at the curb, waiting outside the Suburban with his arms folded across his chest. When we approached, I watched his eyes immediately travel the length of my body. There was no heat in his gaze, and I knew it wasn't meant to be sexual. He was checking for the injuries he'd seen on me previously. He nodded in approval and opened the back door for me. The whole ride there I worried the material of my skirt between my anxious fingers. Nicholas noticed and placed a hand over mine, threading our fingers together. His grip was firm and warm and I took strength from it. Once we arrived at Parliament, the trip up to the courtrooms passed by in a blur. Many vampires stopped to talk to Nicholas, but he waved them all off as he ushered me through the halls with a gentle hand on the small of my back. We reached the courtroom marked with the number 3 again, and Nicholas asked me to wait in the hall. He stepped through the tall wooden doors, and I was left alone with my thoughts. I knew Massimo was on the other side. The vampire who'd beaten and left me beneath silver to burn for a whole 24 hours. I let my anger at him fill me, replacing the worry and dread. I had nothing to fear now. He was in there being restrained by guards. He couldn't get to me, and he couldn't hurt me. I stiffened my spine and clenched my hands into fists. I'd go in there, look him right in the eye, and condemn him in front of the board. He wouldn't be able to kill again. My friend would be safe. My foster family would be safe. I'd be safe. Nicholas poked his head through the door and held out a hand for me. I placed my palm in his and let him pull me into the courtroom. The large room was as full as last time, the pews almost overflowing with curious vampires there to see the show. We walked down the center aisle, and as we reached the front, I got my first look at Massimo. His back was turned to us, but when the swinging half-door creaked loudly, his head whipped around. I stopped in my tracks as he leveled me with a glare. For one split second, I was back in that apartment, staring into his black eyes, seeing him for the murderous psychopath he was. I shook myself and squared my shoulders, remembering my pep talk in the hallway. My chin jutted out and I walked past him, not bothering to look his way again. I made my way over to the table I'd sat at last time and took a seat, still facing forward. Mr. Sutherland was sitting front and center again, and he raised his eyes from his notes as Nicholas took his seat beside me. Ms. Wilkinson, it is good to see you again, but I regret the circumstances. On behalf of Parliament, I'd like to extend our deepest apologies for what you endured while in the care of Mr. Romano. I nodded. After hearing Nicholas's explanation of what he'd do if he'd been the one to rule over this case, I couldn't find it in me to hold anything against them. This was all on Massimo. We asked for your presence today, he continued, so we could hear your side of the story and put this case to rest. I hate to ask you to recall something I'm sure brings you pain, but would you be so kind as to tell the court what happened after Mr. Romano took you into his custody? I rose from my seat and my eyes found Nicholas's. His entire attention was on me, and his hand came up to grasp mine. I squeezed it tightly as I turned to the board and recounted everything that happened from the time we left Parliament until Nicholas found me in that apartment. I relayed every word he'd said and every kick he'd landed. I told them about the silver blanket he'd had waiting for me and how long he'd left me under it. Shocked gasps and cries left the mouths of the audience as I recounted the worst night of my life. The whole time I managed to hold back my tears and keep my spine stiff. I was proud of that, if nothing else. When I was done telling my story, I sat back down and cradled Nicholas's hand in my lap. He hadn't let go once, occasionally squeezing my fingers when I came to a particularly difficult part of my speech. I should have killed you, you worthless patena, Massimo growled from across the room. Nicholas leapt from his seat, and before I could react, he was in front of Massimo, his fist cocked back and flying forward to connect with his face. Massimo's nose gushed bright red blood, his eyes dazed. You will never speak to her again, Nicholas growled menacingly. You won't ever lay eyes on her again. I'll make sure of it. Before Massimo could respond, Nicholas was back by my side, leading me out of the courtroom as Sutherland banged his gavel and called for order. I stopped short and looked up at Nicholas. I want to stay and hear the verdict, I said. He smiled grimly and led me over to the table we'd vacated. I saw out of the corner of my eye that Massimo's face was still bleeding, but I couldn't muster an ounce of sympathy. He'd only gotten a fraction of what he'd subjected me to. Once the room had quieted down again, Sutherland said, "The board and I will take a brief recess and return with a final decision." I watched as the robed men filed out of the room. Nicholas and I sat there quietly, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I was relieved this nightmare was almost over. The board just needed to come back with a verdict I could live with. Something that would allow me to sleep during the day and not worry for my safety. A verdict that would allow me to not have to look over my shoulder every minute of every day. I just wanted to be free of him. To be able to start my life with Nicholas. Within minutes, the board came streaming out of the room, and I sat up straighter in my seat. That was fast. I hoped that was a good thing. Sutherland took his place and immediately spoke up. The crimes Mr. Romano has committed are atrocious. The board is disgusted by his lack of respect for human and vampire life alike. He looked down at his notes and then at Massimo. For the murder of Maria and Roberto Lopez, the board finds you guilty and hereby sentences you to 100 years for each. They must have been the poor couple I'd found in the closet. My heart broke for the lives that were cut short. I was glad Massimo would be punished for their deaths. 200 years might seem like a lot to a human, but to a vampire as old as Massimo must have been, it was hardly anything. As for the assault of Charlotte Wakefield, the board finds you guilty with a punishment of 50 years. I sent a silent thank you to the court for finding justice for my friend. As for the charge of assaulting, detaining, and the torturing with silver of Adrienne Wilkinson, the court finds you guilty. The sentence for that crime is 500 years. The first 100 of which will be spent dry. Sutherland banged his gavel in the shocked silent room. Court is dismissed. In my periphery, I watched Massimo's jaw drop at the verdict. Massimo would be imprisoned for 750 years. That thought played on repeat through my head. I wouldn't have to worry about my maker-turned-torturer for centuries. For the first time since he snatched me off the street on that fateful night, I was completely free of him. But what did dry mean? As if reading my thoughts, Nicholas leaned over and whispered, "He will spend the first 100 years of his sentence without being allowed to drink blood." I turned wide eyes toward Nicholas. I couldn't imagine such a fate. It's more lenient than he deserves. I would have staked him to the rooftop and let him meet the dawn. We heard a commotion and looked to see Massimo being hauled away. Before he was pulled through a doorway I assumed led to holding cells, he turned back and with eyes full of hatred he said, "You'll regret this." I shivered at his words, the tone of them deadly serious. Nicholas wrapped an arm around my shoulders, hauling me from the courtroom, and then quickly out of the building. Once we were on the street out front, he placed his hands on my upper arms and caught my eyes with his. "He's going away for a long time, Adrienne. You don't have to worry about him anymore. He can't hurt you," he reminded me. I nodded and gave myself a little shake. I wouldn't let Massimo's words get to me. They were just the desperate words of a man who'd lost, and was facing a very long, horrible punishment for his deeds. I looked up at Nicholas's concerned gaze and gave him a genuine smile. "I'm okay," I assured him. He smiled back and slid his hands down to grasp mine. "Are you ready to go home?" My answering smile chased away the fear and doubt I still held on to. Home? Nicholas nodded. Our home. I couldn't stop the goofy grin that spread across my face. More than ready. He scooped me up in his arms and carried me to the SUV, my laughter ringing out on the city sidewalk. Nicholas gently placed me in the back of the Suburban and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Without another word, he walked around to the other side and got in. "Take us home, please, Alexander," Nicholas said. We kept quiet on the ride home, wrapped in each other's arms and lost in our own thoughts. I couldn't believe the threat of Massimo was finally gone. We'd be able to live our lives, not always on the run or in hiding from the crazed vampire. I wondered what I'd do with my life now I was free to have one. Where would my place be in this world? What would I do now with an eternity stretched before me? We pulled up to our building, and both eagerly exited the car. When we made it up to our apartment, we both exhaled simultaneously. We were home. Finally. It was only a few minutes later that there was a knock at the door. "Were you expecting someone?" I asked Nicholas. He shook his head and walked to the door cautiously. Logically, we knew that the threat of Massimo had been eradicated, but how long would it be before we felt that in our hearts? How long until every odd sound or unexpected visitor stopped making our hearts race with trepidation? I was standing behind Nicholas when he opened the door to a human dressed in a dark blue jumpsuit. The name tag on his chest read, Sam. "Got a delivery here," he said with a heavy Brooklyn accent.
Delivery?
Nicholas asked, perplexed. The man looked down at a slip he held in his hands.
Yeah, says here we're delivering a sofa to Adrienne Wilkinson.
I laughed out loud and pushed past Nicholas to open the door wider. Of course. Sorry about that. We weren't expecting you today. Come in, I said. He waved to someone behind him, and then scooted out of the way as a large plastic-wrapped sofa was wheeled in by another man in a blue jumpsuit. Where do you want it? The second one asked us. We pointed toward the living room and followed him. He set it down gently and turned to ask, "You want us to take the old one? Price includes free haul away." I spoke up before Nicholas could. Yes. Please. I looked sheepishly at Nicholas, who was just shaking his head good-naturedly. Damned if I wasn't happy to get rid of that rock-like couch of pain. The two men loaded up Nicholas's white leather sofa and wheeled it to the door. I signed for the delivery quickly, and they were gone. When I walked back into the living room, I found Nicholas had already unwrapped and repositioned our new sofa. He looked up at me questioningly.
Yellow.
I laughed at the note of apprehension in his voice. Yes, yellow, I said with a roll of my eyes. This place needs some color in it. I thought this was a good place to start. When did you do this? While we were up at the training facility, I said as I made a circuit around the overstuffed sofa. Dee let me use her laptop. Speaking of the training facility, Nicholas began and then waited until I looked up. I was thinking we could go back for a few days. We technically never got to finish your training, and I thought it would be nice to get out of the city. Get some fresh air, he said with a shrug of his shoulders. I think that's a great idea. He looked down at his shoes and then back up at me. I thought it would be a nice setting for our bonding too. If that's still what you want. His voice was hesitant and unsure, and it broke my heart. My feet ate up the distance between us, and I launched myself into his arms. He caught me with a laugh as I wrapped my legs around his waist. I'll always want you, I said. His eyes were molten as he held me quietly for a few moments. Finally, his lips tilted up into a mischievous grin. Do you still have that red swimsuit? I laughed out loud and Nicholas fused his lips to mine, swallowing my happiness and engulfing me in flames. I'm not sure how long we stayed like that, wrapped around each other, but time didn't matter anymore. We had forever stretching out before us. Epilogue. I smelled him before I saw him. Even after all these years, he carried my scent. Sire, he whispered. I nodded once, and Ivan spun around to slide a single finger between the UV bars of my cell. It was all that would fit, but it was enough. Rage filled my system as I dropped to my knees like a peasant. I shuffled forward until I was as close as I could get to the edge of my cage without being burnt. I reached out and took my progeny's finger in my mouth, puncturing the tip and sucking down his blood as fast as I could. This was what I'd been reduced to. No better than a mangy dog on the street begging for scraps. The rage that never seemed to die flared to life again as I swallowed as much blood as time would allow. The ridiculous court system had sentenced me to a god-awful amount of time in this prison. A sentence I had no intention of finishing. But worse, they decreed that I should be denied blood for a century. Allowed to lay to waste as the years passed and my hunger slowly drove me mad. Too bad for them, my reach was much farther than they ever could have imagined. A door closed somewhere off in the distance, and we both froze for a moment. I pulled my mouth from Ivan's finger and straightened up as he retreated from my cell. No one knew of our connection. Or that I'd been the one to change him into a vampire so many years ago, but that worked in our favor. That meant no one would suspect he'd been secretly feeding me for weeks. That meant no one knew my strength hadn't waned. That meant no one would anticipate my next move. because I wasn't staying in this hellhole for much longer. I was getting the fuck out of there, and I was going back home to Italia. But first, I needed to retrieve that ungrateful bitch I'd sired.